You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver media podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind.
There we go. How's that now?
How's that?
I found that there was an issue, and I think it's fixed now. The audio should be better now. Thank you, John. All right. Should be better if everybody can hear me. Let's do a mic check.
I heard a no, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
We should be better. You want to get your mic a little closer? Yeah.
All right. How's that?
Okay.
Is that better?
Let's see. No, I got you on the wrong input. That's fine. There you go.
Oh, there I am.
There we go.
Hi.
That's better.
That's better. Now I can hear myself.
All right. Okay, take three.
Take three. Yeah. Technical glitches.
We do this all the time, kids. We're professionals.
That's how the sausage is made.
Yes.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
so we had the stunt crew. Now we've arrived. Okay, now.
There we go. I'm just going to try and get some glare. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
Take three. Well, good afternoon and hello, kids,
There
and
we go.
welcome to episode number 5 of the True North Eager Beaver PubCast, recorded live from the Lieutenant's
Streaming
Pub.
live.
Streaming live and recording live from the Lieutenant's Pub here in Ottawa, our beautiful nation's capital, on Elgin Street. So if you're ever there, please take a moment to step in and have a pint. Today, recording day, is Saturday, March 18th, 2023, post St. Patrick's Day. If any of you are nursing some hangovers,
No,
please
not at
be
all.
kind to and gentle with yourselves today. And, well, I'm glad you have us to keep you some company, because we will not be breaking your eardrums with politics. No, siree, because that's not
Nope.
what we do today. Nope. Today it's just light and fun conversation. Well, maybe not always necessarily light. We could talk about deep stuff, but among friends, so that you have a chance to get to know a different side of your favorite podcast critters. We like to say thank you to our podcast founding sponsors, the Peppermaster, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, and CanadianTarot.com, as well as to our hosts here at the Lieutenant's Pub. And
Lieutenant's Pump.
Pump with an M.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So we have to say hello to Mr. Grizzly and ask you how your mental health is doing today, sir.
It's doing quite well, actually. To be honest with you, feeling really good today. Mind you, I only had about 5 pints last night. My initial goal was to have one. Literally, I was going to have one. And then the guys were like, well, stay and have one more. So I said, I'll stay and have one more. Then you fellas showed up, and I'm like, well, I got people on the way to meet me. I have to have another pint. So by the time you guys showed up, it's like we had a couple more. So yeah, about 5 pints of Guinness.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And for the kids who are watching, we have a guest.
Once
Yes.
again. Hello.
Once again.
So we've introduced him twice in the pre-show, but we'll do it again formally here for the podcast for our listeners. We have Kit Hugh with us today, who's come all the way from
Belleville.
Oh, Belleville, right?
Yes,
That's
yeah.
right.
He's
I
about
was
an hour
thinking
further.
Kingston. Yes,
Yeah.
right. Wow,
Yeah.
you really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. Hell yeah.
and in some weather too. So there was some commitment.
Mm,
It's the first time out of the house in about 3 years, so I
Yeah.
thought it was worth it.
I think so. Then. Well, we're happy you're here.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're going to have a wonderful time because any time that we've had Hugh on the show in any capacity, the kids have very, very responded enthusiastically. So now you're going to get to know another side of him as well. Sorry, my mouth keeps on moving away from the mic here, which is why people might have trouble hearing me.
There we go.
There we go.
I should remember not to wear all black. Doesn't show up very well.
Yes.
My foot's caught there and something. I don't know what that is. I'll just do some yoga here in my seat.
Right.
All right.
There we
All
go.
right.
We brought the chat. So good day to you, Nona. Good day to you, Kit Elaine.
Oh,
Good
yes.
day, Kit Christopher. Thank you for joining us. Kit Linda as well, I believe, is on with us. And whomever else is there and whoever else will join us in the afternoon, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, guys. Let's do it.
All right.
Well, I got to adjust my thing here because it's getting in the way. Just give me a sec. I'll just be
That one has levels. Hey, come on. Come on.
Yep, I left myself
Set.
wide open for that.
Smash.
Yeah. No, it was you got my mouth was open. My mouth was open.
Started right away with the title of his next sex tape.
No. My mom's watching.
My children are watching.
Exactly. We're not doing that.
Oh, come on.
I don't
a
have
little
a sex.
Brooklyn
I
Nine-Nine
don't
among
have a
friends.
sex tape. Okay. I don't have a sex tape
Not public.
at all, or not even privately. You may be surprised to find that out, but I don't. Well, these things do happen.
Indeed.
So I'm going to be spending all day in the studio tomorrow. I have 5 shows I have to edit and produce, master, and post.
Mm-hmm.
So tomorrow's going to be a busy day for me. So today is all about having a good time. This is not a working day. This is a having pints with my buds day at the pub and enjoying every moment of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because tomorrow will be a full working day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And speaking of pints, someone lost a cherry last night.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you had your very first pint of Guinness last night.
I had my
ever.
very first pint of Guinness ever last night.
Now, if you're going to do it, St. Patrick's Day is the day to do it.
Well,
Yeah. That's how you got to go, man. That's how you got to go.
And you know what? I always thought that something that was that dark was going to be incredibly and horribly bitter. So I just never bothered. And
Surprised to learn that it's actually quite tasty.
it
like liquid
is
bread.
quite tasty, I have to admit.
And it's technically a light beer. It's only
Mhm.
120 calories, I think, for a pint.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's
4.2%.
alcohol. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a light beer.
Yeah.
You know.
Of course, I had one.
I had the other 4 for you. Don't worry about it.
I was feeling pretty good after just one, I have to say.
And it's a light beer. But you hadn't eaten, right?
No, we hadn't
No,
eaten yet.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was my problem. I didn't have anything for dinner. I'm leaving here and I'm like, oh, I'm starting to feel those beers. Maybe I should get some food. So I stopped at the corner store and picked up what should you have on St. Patrick's Day? A shepherd's pie.
Of course.
So I went home and had shepherd's pie, some dill pickle chips, and started to watch the U2 special. The new with David Letterman. David Letterman goes to
Oh.
Dublin.
Mhm.
First time he's
Oh,
ever been to Ireland.
okay.
So Letterman's in Dublin. And he toured around Ireland. They did a live show. It was just Bono and the Edge, and it was reimagining of a lot of their old songs. It was really cool. It's on Disney Plus, no, Apple. It's one of them. It's
Yeah.
on a streaming service. I don't remember which. I think it's Disney Plus. It's on. It was really good. No, it's
That sounds
okay.
good.
It's a pub. Feel free. Make yourself at home.
You're not recording something we're interrupting.
No, it's a live stream.
Oh,
Hello.
It's a live podcast.
cool.
You want to sit in? We have an extra mic.
Maybe in a bit. I'll see
All right.
these people.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, guys.
Well,
Hello.
they're doing a live podcast, so we should probably go over there.
Always a good time here at
Yeah.
the Lieutenant's Pump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kit Elaine says Hugh's fur seems to have run away.
Oh, yes, it did. It's time for spring cleaning, so I trimmed off my face a bit.
Yeah, it really changes
Sure.
your look totally. Like I wouldn't recognize you if you just walked in here and I didn't know you were coming. You'd be like, hey, Paul. I'm like,
Who are you?
And you are?
Yeah.
He does look different, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when this comes off
I
in
feel 20.
when this comes off in late May, early June, I haven't picked a date yet. We had discussed briefly about maybe having Leanne come up.
Yeah,
and because she's a hairstylist,
Mhm.
do a fundraiser, and she'd do a trim. But what I wanted to do was do it over the course of like 4 or 5 days.
Mhm.
So it's
Mhm.
like Monday shave just here.
Yeah.
So I'd have like long sideburns that would hang way down.
Look like freaking
And a
Gandalf.
beard, yeah, and then shave the sideburns, then just this, and then shave the middle, so I'd have the giant mustache, and then shave it to just a big Mario one. Because I think it would be
Mario
fun
Yeah.
It would. Yeah.
for a week, just a week.
Yeah, we get the kids to send us, maybe just suggest some looks that they want to see, then put them in order to like try and make them happen over a certain number of days.
Well,
Good
here's what I'm thinking. I'll do that, and I'm willing to do that, but for money. The money won't go to me. We'll give the money
Mhm.
to the Cornerstone Housing for Women. Be a charity event. I think we could pull it off.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. So it's like, look,
Wish I'd
Everybody
thought of that
knows-
first.
everybody knows I'm dead broke, but look, I'm not starving.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can do something that's a little silly, and people, I dare you to do this for 3 days with your hair, your facial hair. No problem. That will cost you $200, and you have to make the donation to Cornerstone Housing. We'll do it like that. We'll put prices on things. So whoever the highest bid
Very
goes to, that's the first thought. I mean, we got a little bit of
Yeah.
time because
Yeah.
I'm thinking like end of May,
Yeah.
maybe June.
Yeah.
I haven't decided yet.
Going to wait for it to warm up first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because
It
you
does
notice
get
the
cold.
difference.
It does. It's a big
Yes.
difference.
Like something to drink?
Club soda for me, please.
Local lager, please.
There we go.
All right.
Taking it easy. Oh, you have to drive.
Yeah.
Later, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you heading back tonight or?
I have to.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Monday is back to work at school, so I have to get my butt together and figure out what I'm going to be teaching on Monday.
I imagine your students will be like,
Oh yeah, I'll be going back to reteaching basically what we did last week because everybody will have forgotten it by then.
oh yeah,
But
yeah.
that's okay. That's the way it works.
March break. Jeez, I haven't had time off at this time of the year since 1986.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Last time I had a week off in March, March
Yeah.
break, school.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. Geez, what is that? 37 years ago?
Mm,
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, 37 years ago.
I was 16.
I was 17 because I graduated before my 18th birthday.
Mhm.
I was in Chicoutimi.
Oh,
Whoops.
okay.
And
Super
I say
to me.
Chicoutimi, but I actually lived in Bagottville.
Of course.
You'd be
Yep.
familiar.
Airbase.
Yeah, so I lived in Bagottville and went to school in Arvida at the time. It's now Jonquière because Jonquière and Arvida were two cities.
Yep.
They merged. It's all Jonquière. So anyway, yeah, that's where I went to school. And because it was Sec 5, I graduated when I was 17. Because usually in Quebec, you graduate at 17 and you go to Cégep for a couple of years and then university.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't do that, obviously.
Well, gentlemen.
Yeah.
a little
Cheers.
Cheers. There we
Good
go.
beer.
Oh,
Cool,
that's-
refreshing pint.
I don't know what it is, but every time I have a sip of soda or my first sip of beer, I have a hiccup
I don't know why.
after
that
the
is.
first one. And then it's fine, but just one, the first one. It's just like, take a sip.
So I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Okay.
So for anybody who wants to join in, I'm just going to put that in there, and you click on that link, which is clickable because that's how it goes. You want to join the chat? By all means, come on in. Now we are streaming on a multiple sources. Crier Media YouTube channel, True North Eager Beaver YouTube channel, a couple of Facebook pages for me, and Twitter as well, multiple Twitter platforms. But if you surf on into our YouTube channel, which is what is it? What is our YouTube channel? Just True North.
True North Eager Beaver.
Yeah, just True North Eager Beaver
Or
in the old YouTube, and you can click on that clickable link, and if you want, join the party. But if you join the party, you have to have. You can't be using Safari. Safari doesn't work. It doesn't like Safari, the system that we use. It would have to be on either Edge or Chrome or Opera or Generate. But Safari, it doesn't work. So, and if you want to come in on your phone, you can do that. But an iPhone will fail miserably. So don't do that either.
proprietary crap, anyways.
There you know. There you go. And yeah, I see. Kit Nona was telling us about that she had cut her hair once, screw it, and sold tickets. The ticket that was drawn got the right to cut off the ponytail, and I'd done something like that as well.
Oh yeah.
In Washington D.C. We had there was a big cocktail going on, and I auctioned off the right from everybody that was there. So we raised $500 for the person that was there. Got to snip it off, and then of course, fortunately, there was a hairstylist there that was able to finish off the job, so I didn't walk out just looking.
Right.
My second year teaching at PCVS, as part of a fundraiser, I volunteered to have my chest waxed.
Oh.
Yeah.
You must have regretted that because.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Immensely.
I used to shave in the 90s when it was a popular thing.
Yeah.
You know, that used to be a thing, and I don't do that anymore, obviously.
No. Being naturally a little furry, that was it was a painful experience that made me really rethink a lot and reevaluate a lot of decisions I'd made.
Yeah, I can well imagine. It's like, what was I thinking? I mean,
You needed to stay on the table. I needed to make better choices.
I'm kind of hairy myself, so that would hurt.
I empathize.
Yeah. He's even. Yeah,
I'm a beast.
I believe that they would call you a bear, except.
Yeah, I'm an otter.
Yeah,
I'm definitely an otter. It's like in this. If I'm, let's put it at the risk of TMI, when I'm wearing no pants, if you're looking at me from like far away, you don't know I'm not wearing any pants.
That is too much information.
My legs are so hairy, you think I'm wearing just black jeans if you're looking at me.
Oh, I
far
thought
away.
you meant if you were nude.
Yes, if I am nude
Oh,
like this, my legs are so hairy, you would think I'm still wearing pants.
okay.
The same
From the
squat.
side. From the side.
Right. What is this? The 70s?
Sam Squanch.
Sam Squanch.
It's like they took all the shag carpets in the 70s and they just put them all here.
Well, we could always go with this, you know, if we really wanted to.
Eleganza.
Oh, perfect.
One of our new title sponsors, Eleganza.
Look at that.
Look at that. The Vegas gambler
That is
suit.
sharp. That's the spring collection.
Look at how big
What
the
a
cuffs
classy
are.
time, though.
Look at the cuffs on those pants, man. You could feed a family of 4 with the granola that would gather in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, good God, man.
Driving a big Chrysler Cordoba.
Oh yes, the Cordoba with fine Corinthian leather. The toga. Look at that. The toga coat suit. Oh dear God.
The guy at the bottom looks really happy to be wearing
He
it.
does.
Right? The guy on the right.
The guy in the
He's
top,
selling it.
in the purple though. He's not so sure about this.
Yeah.
But the guy
He's
in
like
the
the
bottom,
guy in purple's thinking I look like Prince Valiant.
It was a time of style, though.
bad style.
Not bad.
It's a look.
Yes, it is a look.
Be dangerous in a fire, that's for sure.
You think? Oh, it's scary. Scary stuff. I'm just gonna send out a message here.
I see that. I said it's a look. I'm thinking of that TELUS commercial that's on right now with the zebra. It's a look.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. It's
I think
So-
I have one of those
so
leisure
you've
suits
seen
in the
it.
back of my closet
Oh.
somewhere.
like I'm sure the kids.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a green corduroy, like thin corduroy leisure suit. It's
Oh, my.
from about 1978.
Green corduroy.
Yeah, I don't know why I got it. I think I got it from my dad or something when I was cleaning out some stuff out of his closet. But
Well,
I haven't thrown it out yet.
back in the 80s.
You can throw it out, Laura, if you're listening. It's okay.
Back in the 80s, my dad, when Miami Vice was all the rage, my dad had a burgundy polyester leisure suit, like a Mr. Furley special, right? And he says, "Hey, son, do you want this?" I'm like, "Oh God, no." He goes, "It might come back in style one day." I'm like, "I hope it does not." It was not in style when it was in style, but everybody was wearing them at the time.
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. But a few years ago, when they were trying to bring back bell bottom, I was
Nope.
like, "Please no."
Nope.
Thank God it only lasted 1 year.
I
that was
refused. I absolutely refused. They're like, "Hey man, the 70s were a terrible time for fashion. The 80s were all big shoulder pads and big hair. The 80s were everybody was on
Mhm.
cocaine."
Yeah.
the 90s were, I don't know, rave culture to a certain extent, grunge culture, which was the I don't give a shit look. I just rolled out of bed. This is how I'm going to be, which is largely how I think a lot of the kids dress today.
Everything oversized.
Well, when I see them wearing pajamas in the shopping center
at Starbucks.
Have you given up completely? Because Jesus, man, they're pajamas. I know they're comfortable, but
I remember the oversize in the 80s where you go to get your club. You wore a size medium and you got your Club Monaco sweater extra large, and you have like the sleeves going like past your arms. Like,
I remember that.
It's like a freaking zoot suit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a couple of double-breasted suits from the 90s that looked very much. They would zoot suit style, very much like big, like the pants. I could fit both legs in one leg. That's how big they were. Bags and twill, boy.
Lucky my life is so simple now. I don't. This is about as dressed up as I ever get. I haven't put on a tie, I think, in about 2 years.
Oh, really?
Oh, except for graduations.
Yeah, of
Do
course,
that
of course.
Dress up for graduation.
Well, and you would have taught from home a lot too for a while, eh?
Yeah, in the basement.
How?
We were talking about that this morning.
Yeah.
It sucks.
I was going to say
it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, because you're not engaged with the students at all.
Well, I guess I always thought I was laughing one day because I was thinking as I was trying to teach math into the void that because nobody ever turns on their cameras, of course. So you're just, all you get is maybe a screen. I think there was one kid who changed his screen name to signal disrupted, so that so that teachers would actually think that that the signal couldn't get through there, so he didn't have to do anything. But
he should have got points.
I think that's pretty cool. But
I got to give him respect.
I always felt like a 3 a.m. DJ on an AM radio station somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just talking into the void, aimlessly. Is anybody out there?
My Beaver sweetie was like that as well when he was teaching on Zoom. It was like, could you please like show your faces because I'd like to be talking to someone.
Yes.
And nobody would.
Hello.
But the thing was because when he took his term, he never got to meet the students ever.
Yeah.
So you've got all these
sucks.
students, and you've got names, and especially if because we're a multicultural society, right, there are names that are not necessarily familiar to us, and we're sitting there, and he's sitting there and he's trying to teach, and somebody like sends an email and says, I need this about this, but I can't associate your name with the face, with the conversation, with how am I supposed to remember what?
Yeah, there's no contextualization.
No
there,
context.
right?
Yeah, it was very very difficult. I mean, we're talking. We talked a lot about the difficulty on the students, but it was very difficult on the instructors as well.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Like, well, for me, it wasn't quite. I didn't have quite those problems because I knew the students already.
Mm-hmm.
So and because like the way that we do education now, it's like our courses are all set up online. I've got websites for each of the classes I'm teaching that the students can all share, and all the information, all the materials, all the videos, all the lessons, all the in a lot of cases the answer keys and everything are there so that they can access them. And so the actual pivot to online wasn't the problem. The problem is, and it's different from an elementary and a high school perspective to a college perspective. When you're in college, for better or worse, you're a professional learner, like because you're there for your own reasons and you're paying for it. So it's up to you. In elementary and high school, there are a lot of kids who don't have the either the skills for whatever reason or the ability in their environment to be able to sit down and devote that sort of effort and time and ability to it. Plus, it's only one way that people learn.
Right.
We have to remember that you've got a variety of different learning styles. And if you're not in any lesson keying in on the variety of different learning styles, basically teaching the same thing but in different ways to everybody, then you're going to miss people. So so we use, I don't know what the overall average was, but it was pretty abysmal attendance for high schools, and a lot of kids fell behind. We're calling it now, like a lot of teachers are referring to it as the COVID hangover, where you see and it's happening across the problems. You see a lot of deficits in behavior, and I'm not saying bad kids and bad behavior, but I'm just saying kids who they haven't learned the social skills in grade 6, 7, and 8 that they need to be successful in high school.
That makes perfect sense.
And so that is coming back, and that's something that we're trying to address, as well as lots of gaps in their learning and in their understanding, because the amount of material that they have to do, especially in like 7 and 8, which is preparatory work for all the courses in grade 9, if they missed a lot of that stuff in math, and like I know I did a diagnostic at the beginning of the year for one of my math classes, and I think they're most of them were operating at about a grade 5, grade 6 level going into grade 9, which they had a lot of gaps. So spent a lot of time reteaching.
Yeah, I can well imagine
everything.
Well, and I'm sure a lot of the kids that like some kids loved being at home, and others didn't.
Yeah.
You know, one of my nephews loves learning from home. The other one absolutely hates it. Hates it with a passion.
My son loves it. He's doing, and he does. He's fortunate. He's probably listening. So that's Duncan. 98% average in high school, grade 12.
Nice.
Awesome. And so he's able to master that. But a lot of kids who don't have that sort of ability and gumption.
Right.
So
well, and you know, some kids just thrive well in an environment with others.
Yeah, that's right.
And some don't.
Yeah. My niece and nephew Marco and Christina, they hated it. They just did not like it at all.
Like I said, one of my nephews loved it, the other one hated it.
Yeah.
So brothers, and yet they're very different from one another.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, great stuff.
Well, I'm just very chill right now.
I have news.
What's that?
I have news. Kit, you asked me a question.
Yes, Douglas. You said you had news yet last night, but you wouldn't tell me anything. And you said, no, you have to wait till the show, Hugh. And I'm like, oh, okay.
And then you asked me this morning.
Yes, because I'm curious.
Yes. But what did you ask me this morning?
I said, Douglas, what is your news?
And
well, you may notice, Kits, that
you've shaved.
Yes, that was not without a reason. As you know, I volunteer for our local community theater company in Kingston. I help do their marketing, and anybody who's on the board once a year has to co-produce a show.
Right.
So I always ask to co-produce the last show of the year because I curl for most of the year and I'm not available. So curling ends sometime in April, and well, I'm free to do it. So we held the auditions for the show. Now, this is the type of show where there's pretty much about 5 or 6 characters, and they're pretty much all on stage throughout the entire time. So you can't audition just, reading one person reading back. The person was auditioning and going back and forth. You have to have at least 4 or 5 people to be able to do a scene from it. So they had me there to be able to read in case there was something that was missing, or you didn't have a person. So I'm doing that, and we finish all of that, and the director looks at me after we finished the first day of auditions and asks me to fill out a sheet as if I was auditioning.
Right.
Now, I'm not planning to audition for this show because the female characters are basically 30, 60, and 70.
Right.
I'm 49. I'm right in the middle. And I know it's about stage age and not actual age, but playing older is easier because with makeup, you can age someone than playing younger. So they asked me to come back, and they asked me to shave.
So you have the part? Or you're playing the 30-year-old?
I got the lead.
Oh, you got the lead.
Awesome. Well done, sir.
Excellent.
Well done.
That's good for you.
They called me the day I went the next day I auditioned, and the following day they called me at 5:30 in the afternoon.
Oh,
They said,
nice.
"Will you play it?" So I will be playing Nick in Over the River and Through the Woods.
Through the woods.
Yeah.
Is
When's that starting?
Yeah, I think
sounds
it
like
starts.
a Led Zeppelin song.
Yeah, I think it starts in it's based on a nursery rhyme, eh?
Yeah.
Over
Oh.
the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go.
I was thinking Over the Hills and Far Away.
So yeah, I think it starts on June 6th. It'll be at Domino Theater in Kingston, and I'm playing Nick. It's a story of a loud Italian family.
That's not a real thing.
And with very, very, very meddling grandparents, because that's not a real thing either.
No.
And the grandchild is always mortified by his grandparents and embarrassed,
None
which
of
is
that
again,
none of that is real.
none of that is real. And decides that he's going to move. And of course, the grandparents, well, tengo familia, don't want
Forget about it.
you're not moving. So
Forget
they
about it.
try to set him up. And hilarity ensues.
Where's the Domino Theater?
It's in Kingston itself. You're on Church Street near
Okay.
Union
Oh,
and Young.
Okay.
It was an old hockey arena
I've been
got
there.
I know
confirmed.
that
That's,
is.
that's where I
Okay.
saw the
I've been.
last time I
Yeah.
came down for play.
Yeah,
That
for
was
My
the
Three
one.
Angels.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was a good weekend. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that, and that's because I haven't been other than the Fumitor Mysteries, I haven't been acting since last summer when we did the One Act Theater Festival. But I've got that one, and I've got the next 3 roles lined up.
Nice.
There's a lady, I mentioned it on the show, that audition I went to last year for 29 like different independent theater companies at once. That got me into a database, and she wrote me, and they're doing something called Milonga Nights, which is all about tango.
Ooh, the
And
forbidden dance.
yes, was that the rumba? It's the
Is that
forbidden
rumba?
dance. I know that rumba they say it's
Rumba's-
it's a vertical expression of a horizontal desire. Is the way that's described. But this one, yeah, so we're gonna have to learn about that. And this one's in the workshop phase. So it was presented like a 20-minute sort of sample of what it would be at an event last year, and it got picked for workshopping. So I think now we're going to try and bring it up to about an hour. And then if that works, and those elements, then we apply for funding again, try to increase it to about an hour and a half to not have an actual play. And if they keep me all the way through, that will be my first full professional play with Union
Cool.
in English.
Very cool.
After 40 years of acting, I will finally be an overnight success.
You need an agent.
40 years. You started when you were 9.
I started when I was 10. The
10.
first play I was in, I was 10.
Okay. Well, I started DJing, paid gig. Actually, I started it in 1978.
Okay.
But I didn't get paid. It was in elementary school. But my first paid gig was in 1980. So I've been a DJ for 43 years.
Wow.
Yeah. I haven't done a gig in, well, that whole pandemic thing.
Yeah.
I did a gig actually at Halloween. I did a charity event. I did a Halloween night thing. But I'm kind of, I don't want to do it nearly as much because all of this equipment that I brought in here is nothing compared to what I have to do when I do a live gig, right?
Right.
And it's,
You need
this
a roadie.
is a walk across the street for me.
Right.
It's a lot of stuff, but it's a walk across the street. But that stuff is several loads in and out of the car. I'm in my mid 50s. It's just, and the day, like weddings, people go, oh, weddings, they're pretty lucrative. And I go, yeah, but not as much as you think.
Mm-hmm.
A wedding is 40 hours of work.
Nice.
18 hours the day of the event. And then everything else on top of that, right? Multiple meetings, scheduling, back and forth phone calls, time when you meet with the guests and
It's a full week.
It is. It's a week's worth of work. They're like, yeah, but you made like 1,500 or 2,000 or whatever the case, depending upon what they want, right? I'm like, yes, I did, but my entire weekend is shot to hell. I've put 40 hours worth of effort into this, and I had to lug all that equipment out of storage. You test it all, you load it into the vehicle, you drive it to the site, you offload it, you set it up, you test it again, you pre-program stuff, you go change into a suit, and then tear it all down at the end of the night, pack it up and drive it home, and then put it back into storage. I'm too old for that shit, man. I really am. It's just, it's more work than it's worth for me. I love the event. That's fun. But it's too much. It's just too much. I'm too old and too tired for that shit. The money's good, but
you will come out of retirement for one particular gig.
Oh
however, right?
I'm not fully
Should that day
retired. I'm
happen.
not fully retired. I'm turning down stuff. I've had a few requests, and I just kind of like, no, I really don't feel like it.
Oh God. Okay, this is really weird. This is eerie. Nona, she asks, have you done Arsenic and Old Lace? It's such a fun one to do. Shelley, you will not believe this, but I was offered a role in Arsenic and Old Lace as well as the third one I'm doing at the end of July, also in Kingston. They're asking me if I would like Teddy or O'Hara. So if you have any suggestions, Kits, what you think, which one would be better for me, please let me know. Because I need to let them know.
I got a funny story. A guy I went to high school with.
What? How odd, eh?
No kidding.
Out of all the places that have ever been written.
Yeah, no kidding. The guy I went to high school with, this is like a long time ago, and we were they were talking about, okay, they're going to do this play. What's it called? Arsenic and Old Lace. An arse licking an old lace? How does that even work? How does that work? Like, no,
That's the
Never mind.
Oakport. That's the Oakport version.
Yeah.
Arsenic and old face.
He'd never heard the word arsenic before, so he thought
Uh-oh.
it said arse lick an old face. How does an arse lick a face?
Yeah.
A face could lick an arse, but an arse licking a face.
My dad had a friend who always would refer to it as old timers disease.
I call it craft disease. I get that on a constant basis. Craft stands for can't remember a friggin' thing.
Yep.
And then Fridays is Poets Day.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Poets Day is, Douglas?
Poets Day?
Piss on everything tomorrow's Saturday.
Yes.
So when everything goes sideways at work,
Screw it.
you just look at your coworker and go, Poets Day. Yep, Poets Day. Piss on everything tomorrow's Saturday.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's another one too, but I can't remember what it was, and it was similar to Poets Day. I just can't remember what it was.
In the Navy, we had the acronym FIGMA.
Figma?
F it got my orders.
Oh yeah. Figma. I like that one.
Mm.
Well, I'm wondering. I just had lunch, but I had a lasagna for lunch,
Oh.
which
That's pretty fully.
I'm still hungry. Like it was a good size,
Okay.
like one of those ones
Yeah.
you get from M&M meat shops, because that's what it was. I'm still hungry. Maybe I'll have to order some food.
We had eggs Benedict
Oh,
with
nice.
smoked salmon
Mm-hmm.
and braised, what kind of mushrooms are they?
Cremini.
Cremini mushrooms.
Where'd you go
And
for
salad.
that?
Made it.
Cafe Douglas.
Yeah.
Oh, you did it.
Well, we
Oh,
did
We
it
made it.
together.
We made it.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
It's fun.
A little Boston salad with some tomato and some oil and
What's a Boston salad? Oh, it's a salad, but with a beer.
salad dressing.
Salad dressing. Yeah.
Just salad dressing.
Yeah, it's a regular salad, but you put beer on it. That would be a Boston salad.
Oh, that sounds good, eh?
Yeah.
It'd actually be too bad, actually.
Yeah.
No, the acids in that.
Yeah,
The flavors would actually be pretty good.
it would be. Think about it.
Hmm.
Well, you've had beer battered fish. I have
Wow.
as well, but it's been like 38 years since I've had fish.
Really?
Oh, I'll die.
Oh.
Anaphylaxis.
Oh. Okay.
Although I can eat tuna. Do you know there is not a reported case of a tuna allergy? Doesn't mean that nobody's allergic, but there's never been a reported case of it.
Huh.
Yeah. Now that
Have you tried tuna?
I eat tuna all the time.
You do. Okay.
All the
right.
time.
So
Yeah.
so even though you've got it. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
tuna doesn't bother me.
So
And
tuna literally
you
is
carry
the
an
chicken
EpiPen?
of the sea then.
I'm supposed to.
Carry an EpiPen.
Oh.
Carry an EpiPen.
I have to get one. I have a script for one. I just keep.
You never
Forgetting
know
about it.
what they put fish sauce and stuff.
Well, I have to actually eat the fish
Okay.
because you got to.
Okay.
Guinness actually has.
Fish. It's the what they call it there. It's the they use it for clarifying.
Yes,
Um,
and that's why they can't.
Judd knows what it is. My brother-in-law.
They're
uses it.
working on a vegan version of
Yeah.
Guinness, and I'm like, it's not vegan. They're like, no, because it actually has
Yeah.
a fish
Yeah.
oil or
It's
something. in
I
it.
think it's like it comes from the gelatin, it comes from the
Yes.
bones or something. And they
Yeah.
crush it out, and it's a powder that you put in when you're making your wort, and it clarifies it, helps to draw out all the stuff there, drags it to the bottom, so it's all nice and clean.
And that doesn't bother me. I'm gonna
Oh,
guess.
good.
I'm gonna guess the alcohol is what
It's keeping you going. Yeah.
keeping me going. Need to get some blood in my Guinness system, or something like that. Guinness in my bloodstream, blood in my Guinness stream. I don't know. Life is short. Have as much fun as you can,
That's right.
because
Yep.
nobody here gets out alive.
What was it Grandpa always said? I feel sorry for people who don't drink, because when they wake up in the morning, that's as good as they're going to feel all day.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that one, and of course, the famous Winston Churchill one was. This lady looks at Churchill and says, "You're drunk." He says, "I am drunk, but you're ugly.
Yes.
I'll be sober in the morning."
Oh.
That was that Lady Astor?
I think so.
That
yeah.
was Lady Astor. Yeah,
Yeah.
they had, yes.
They
Yes.
did not like one another.
What else did there was another really good one there? She's like, Winston, if you were my husband, I'd poison you. Madam, if you were my spouse, I'd gladly drink it.
Yeah, I always thought that was good. Yeah. It's like it was one of my favorite jokes is when I die someday, and I'm going to die someday, I hope I go peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, and not screaming at the top of my lungs like the passengers in his car.
Yeah,
I mean, that's funny, right?
that is.
That's a good one. It's a good one. Write it down. Write it down. It's a good one. Write it down. That was a Hal Roach story. Yeah. Hal Roach. He was Hal Roach was an Irish comedian. He died a few years back. Who had the longest residency of any comedian in history.
Wow.
He played I'm going to say every Saturday night. I think it was every Saturday night at this hotel in Dublin for, it was either 38 or 40 years.
Wow.
Never missed a night.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, no kidding, right? He was hilarious. Hal Roach, look him up. He's good. And he always used to say, "It's a good one. Write it down. It's a good one. Write it down. Write it down. It's a good one." So I've kind of adopted that. If I hear a good joke, that's my response. It's a good one. Write it down. Write it down. Then he wrote a song called "It's a Good One. Write It Down," and that's how he used to close his shows. It's a good one. Write it down. I desperately want to get back to Ireland. It's last time I was there was 2018, and I only spent a few days there, and then I spent a week in London with some friends. But I want to go back to Dublin and Slane. And what I'd really like to do is go back to Slane Castle for the Slane Castle concert series. But I don't know if they're having a show this year. Like the COVID shut everything down. And the last one they had was Metallica in 2019.
That'd be a good show.
Yeah. Well, I've seen Metallica. Last time I saw them though was 1985. 85, no, 86. It was the Master of Puppets tour, and the show was delayed by several months because the bass player Cliff Burton was killed in the bus accident.
Yeah, I remember that.
2 weeks before they were supposed to play Shakutami. Yeah, so it was a few months before I got to see them, but I got to see them live on and it was the Master of Puppets tour, which is still one of my favorite albums by them. If you like Metallica, not everybody does. They're not for everybody, but I think they're a great band. But yeah, I'd love to go to Slane for a concert because it's legendary. Legendary. Barney.
Never been.
I like that.
I've never been to
I've
Ireland. I've
never
always
been.
wanted
It's
to.
great. It's great. Well, and I was there for a few days and met a lot of wonderful people. And this one young lady I was chatting with at the hotel we were in she was so my sister and brother-in-law was their wedding, and they booked this hotel in Slane. We were the only people there were the wedding party. That was it. We had the whole place to ourselves, right? And one of the other staff members says, "Oh God, all these Americans are coming in." And the young woman goes, No, don't worry. They're from Canada. These are my people. Because she lived in Toronto for 3 years. So I sat and chatted with her, and she says, when we're leaving the hotel, they're like, "Oh, we loved having you. You guys were wonderful. You were so much fun. Nobody got into fights. There was no problems. You drank a lot." And I go, "Well, I'm in Ireland. What were you expecting?" So yeah, and the Guinness is better in Ireland.
Well, I
It
would
is.
imagine.
It's fresh from the gloves. Right there in Dublin, I was at the Guinness storehouse where they brew it, and it's great. They had tasting rooms, and
That'd be a fun tour.
it was. And they're like, "Well, so you pay 25 euros to do the tour, self-guided tour, right?" She says, "But you get a free pint of Guinness upstairs." I'm like, I paid 25 euros to do a self-guided tour of a museum. I think I paid for that Guinness. I don't think it was free. And my sister and brother-in-law, they were there with a couple of their friends before the wedding, and they're like, "This is the most expensive pint of Guinness ever." And I go, "What do you mean?" They go, "Oh yeah, we went in and took the elevator right to the Gravity Bar and had our beer." We didn't do the tour of the museum. We were in a rush. We just wanted to go to Gravity and have the beer. I'm like, okay. I had time and I wanted to see the museum, right? So, and I was flying out the next day, so it was a good time. Dublin's a good town. Didn't make it to Grafton Street though. I was going to go, and somebody says, "Well, if you go to Grafton Street, don't go to Temple Bar." I said, I know it's the tourist thing to do. I said, but I'll do it anyway if I make it to Grafton. I didn't make it. I was busy, doing and seeing other things. So I had a good taxi man who, so he picks me up in Slane, and they drive me back. It's like an hour drive, right? And a bunch of other people, they were flying out. So we split the cab, and I needed to go into Dublin from the airport. And he goes, "Oh, it's 50 euros. I'm like, "Okay, no problem." And he says, "So what are you doing?" I said, "Well, I got to get back to the airport. I have a flight tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. He goes, what are you going to do today? I said, well, I was going to go to the storehouse, see that, and then go maybe hit up Grafton Street, go to a couple of pubs and just wander about. And he says, tell you what we'll do. This is what we'll do. Yes. This is what we'll do. This is the thing. Here's what we'll do. This is the thing now. I'll tell you what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Leave your stuff with me. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. You leave your stuff with me. Right. Yeah. Then you give me a call. Give us a ring around 5:30. Give us a ring around 5:30. I'll come pick you up. I'll take you to the airport. No charge. I'm like, really? He goes, yep. So sure enough, around 5:30, I gave him a call. He says, yeah. And I was sitting at this, I didn't know where the hell I was. I was in a pub somewhere. And I was talking to this fella, and he goes, I said, could you, he says, yeah. So I hand him the phone, and he says, yeah, this is where we are. He says, yeah, okay. No, all right. Thanks. Cool. So sure enough, came pick me up, brought me to the airport, didn't charge me a nickel, kept my stuff in his cab all day long. And you got to understand, cabbies there, they're bonded and secured.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like putting
a
your,
bank.
it's like putting your stuff in the bank.
Yep.
So I was like, I called a friend and I go, should I? He goes, no, dude, you're safe as a kitten with that guy. That is his livelihood. He will not mess with it. Sure enough, brought me to the airport. All my bags were there. I was like, boom, boom, boom. What a sweet guy.
Wow.
Yeah. Sweet man. Yeah. Real nice fella. But Dublin. Yeah. And you know, what the young lady I was saying earlier, she's like, what do you think about Ireland? I said, reminds me of home. She goes, really?
Yeah.
I said,
It's
well,
Newfoundland.
I used to live in Newfoundland.
Newfoundland,
She
that's
goes,
right.
oh, well, there you go. There you go then. I said, oh, you've been? She goes, yes. 3 years that I lived in Toronto. I did visit Newfoundland, and it felt just like home. You're right. The weather was the same, except for the snow. You guys get a lot of snow there. I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's true.
In 95, we pulled into Beaver and came alongside the government jetty because we're doing a fisheries tour navigating around the coast there. And bam, we were alongside in the middle of like nowhere. And Beaver's a tiny, tiny little town. And within about 5 minutes of us showing up, there were 2 trucks down there, and the guys were ferrying everybody for shore. They just driving them into, couldn't pay for a beer.
Yeah.
Black Horse everywhere.
Black Horse. Yeah. What's the other one? Blue Star.
Oh yeah.
Up she comes.
Yeah.
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 So that was a commercial in the 70s for Blue Star beer. Up she comes.
Worse than OV.
Oh yeah. OV. Yeah. Remember when that was the selection, Noah? You had no Coors. It was like Carling, Black Label, OV from Old Vienna, OV, Blue, but not Bud. Well, Bud, I guess eventually, but Bud, Molson X, Molson Canadian. That was kind of it. You know, drinking in little bottles.
Stock ale.
Oh,
There's always stock ale. The original blue.
Yeah, from Molson. That's right. Molson
Okay.
Stock Ale was known as Molson Blue.
Okay.
And Labatt, when they came up with Labatt Blue, they were named Blue after the Blue Bombers, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They reached some sort of settlement with Molson at the time because Molson owned the name.
Yeah.
I'm like, you own the name of a color? How is that even possible? But that's my product. It's kind of like Apple Computers and Apple Corp, or Apple Core, Apple. The Beatles, right? They had that long before Apple Computers came along.
True, yeah.
So Apple Music spent years in court fighting with Apple Corporation because the Beatles catalog is owned by Apple, right? So
same thing happened in wrestling. The WWE is what used
World
to be
Wildlife.
WWF.
That's right. It was the World Wrestling Federation.
Oh, that's why.
That's why.
They changed to WWE.
I was wondering.
Because of the World Wildlife Foundation.
Don't screw with the manatees.
No. Hornymanatee.com.
Oh.
That's a Conan O'Brien thing. So,
There was that Twitter clip that was going up for a while. There was like it was a seal. Sorry, no, it was not a manatee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The
seals.
masturbating.
Yeah, pleasuring himself.
Bull seal. Yes.
I hate seals.
For hours.
I despise seals.
Well, everybody goes, oh, they're such wonderful creatures, and I'm going,
They're horrible creatures. I was almost killed by a seal.
Really?
So we were swimming with seals in Uruguay, and everybody's, it's safe. And I go,
No,
they're
it's not.
still
No.
wild animals. I was freaked out about it.
They're not safe, and they're bigger than you think they are.
And they're fast.
And it's amazing how fast they can run for something without any feet.
Yeah.
I was on, what was it, Sable Island, and
Okay.
we were at the end of a fisheries patrol, another one, and we got some shore leave because we were basically on the Grand Banks, in the middle of nowhere for about, I don't know, a month or two.
Yes.
And we're getting a little crazy.
Yeah.
So we pulled alongside at Sable and went ashore, and it was really cool because I could walk along the beach and everything. You see all these cute little faces, little black eyes,
Yeah,
and
they're adorable
bobbing up
looking.
and down in the
Yeah.
water, looking at you, and you think, oh, that's really cute. That's nice. I'm walking down the beach. I hear this behind me. I look behind me, and there's this thing. It looks about the size of a bull, like a cow, like a
Yeah, they're big.
bovine. And it's coming right at me, and it's this big bull seal, and all I can see are teeth.
Yeah.
And I still have nightmares about this because on Sable Island, there's it's all sand.
Mhm.
There's no structure to it. It's just a
Yeah.
sandbar. So the beach is very, very shallow and goes out quite a ways. And it's very gentle until you get up to the shore. Then there's a cliff, like a sand cliff bank, that's maybe about 4.5, 5 feet tall. And then there's grass at the top that holds that together. But it's a sheer cliff. And this thing's coming at me, and I'm trying to scramble my way up, and all the sand and the grass is like disappearing in my fingers, and I'm not getting where I can. Yeah, night seals.
Yeah.
Jeez.
They can be quite vicious.
Yeah.
Well,
And they're big. They're big beasts, man.
They are. Like these were gray. These were the big gray whale, gray seals, but they're they're not like little harp seals. They're a little bit smaller.
Well, these were harps we
yeah.
were swimming with,
Those
but
things are
still, I was still nervous about it. So we're on this boat, and we've gone. It's a yes, please. It's a seal sanctuary.
Yeah,
it's the largest one in the world.
Okay.
So we're on this boat, and of course, everybody starts jumping in. All the women are jumping in. They're the first ones to go in to swim with the seals, and then the fellas start jumping in. And I look at my friend, and I go, "Well, if I don't go, they're never going to let me live this down." Number one, and number two, I don't know when I'll have this experience again. So I'm going to go. But I was nervous because if a seal sees your foot and decides there's a snack and decides to take you down, you can't fight it, man. You're gone.
Oh.
And as I'm swimming to them, I'm swimming, and I look down, and I see this giant trail of, I thought it was a shark. And there's never been a shark attack in Uruguayan waters ever recorded in history. And I think I'll be the first one, right? That's my luck. Thank you. No, it was a seal, and he was just blowing out air.
Bubbles,
yeah. It freaked me out, though. And then he just popped up in front of me and sort of smiled and took off. Like, I was messing with you, dude.
Yeah.
How does your story end, though?
Well, he's alive.
Well, I know
so-
that, but I mean, you're like scrambling, and then what happens?
I was able to. I think I excavated a ramp up the slope fast enough to get away from the damn thing. But
Holy crap!
yeah, I don't like seals.
Well, and it was
Ugh.
we're out swimming, and we're just treading water, right? And it's deep. It's really deep. And one of my buddies, the first guy who jumped in, the guy he's actually from there, he's like, "Okay, guys, I think it's time we head back." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So we all get back on the boat. He's the last one to get back on the boat. One took a bite out of his foot, and the reason he did it, he didn't want anybody to panic. Like, he handled it like a pro. Like, he really, okay, guys, we should head back now. Starting to get a little tired. We've been out here for a while. Like, yeah, that's a good idea. Everybody, he waits till everybody's on the boat.
Well,
He gets
his foot's
in.
bleeding like a stuck pig.
Well, and his wife is a doctor, so she cleaned it up as quickly as she could. It was a scratch. It wasn't a.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
So they have got a powerful jaw, and they've
they're
got very sharp
fangs,
teeth.
right?
Yeah.
It was just a scratch, but it was a big scratch. And you're swimming in feces basically, because there's thousands of seals. And they shit everywhere, man.
Yeah.
And as we got closer and closer, like,
What's that smell?
everybody got seasick on the way in and the way back because it was really rough waters.
Okay.
Yeah. I was fine until I looked at my buddy and he turned green and went and vomited. I'm like, oh, now I'm a mess. It was really rough seas, though. So we look at the captain who looks like Santa Claus. We pull out of the harbor and we get out into the open water, and he pulls out a 4-foot giant glass bong. Uruguay, it was legal in Uruguay. And I'm like, I don't think this is a good idea if the ship captain, and then I look, and he looks and he points, and his son was actually steering the ship.
Okay.
I'm like, oh,
Okay.
okay. It was a little freaky.
Captain Jack.
He looked like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
You know, big portly fellow with a big beard, with this 4-foot glass pong. I'm like, oh my god!
You
When you're
some
flying, you
foam.
don't want the pilot to be higher than you are.
No, no.
You have some foam.
Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Last night was bad. I was sitting here before you guys came up. And of course, I take a sip of Guinness and I start talking, and I'm seeing stuff, and I'm like, "Am I drooling?" My buddy just grabs a napkin and I'm like, "Oh yeah,
Guinness.
Guinness, yeah, Guinness and facial hair.
Yeah.
It's not a great combination.
Save it for later.
Yeah, flavor saver.
Flavors. Yep. Exactly. Put a little saran wrap on it.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's the one thing I'm like. I've had wings a couple of times, but
Mhm.
I'm not eating them in public. I only eat them at home. Not in public because it's a mess.
Yeah.
And it's like I look like a child. I've got wing sauce everywhere, right? And I like them hot and spicy, so they're extra saucy. So it's like I only eat them at home, so then I can immediately jump in the shower and rinse out. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to look like a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
It's really good wings, guys.
And it's hard to clean your beard in public. You can't do it. It's a pain.
The only way you'd need to have a beard comb.
Yep.
Go into the
Yep.
bathroom and have like maybe some shampoo or something. Like
Before I like in the morning when it was getting really long there, before I could do anything in the morning, I had to spend more time on my frigging facial hair than I ever did in my life on my real hair back when I had hair.
I'm the same way.
And I had to like get my mustache
Yeah.
all combed out sideways so it wouldn't
Oh,
be
yeah.
drooling and everything.
So that you're not eating it.
so I'm not
constantly.
eating it and
Yeah.
everything and get out of the way.
Yeah, I tried to explain that to a friend. I said, having a beard, I said, look, I always had style when I had hair.
Yeah.
And that was, I took care of it. I did it. But beard is way more because every morning,
Yeah.
shampoo,
Yeah.
condition,
Conditioner.
blow dry, hot comb, oil.
Yep.
I didn't have to spend that much time on my hair.
No.
But somebody says, well, why do you spend so much? Because it's on my face.
Yeah, it has to be kind of clean and hygienic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, and then I remember there was a story a couple of years ago where they said the average man has X number of fecal chloroform in their beard. And I'm like,
Of what?
fecal chloroform.
shit.
Okay.
That makes sense.
They said there was a certain percentage, and all these women were freaking out. And I just looked at every woman that said that, and I had a beard at the time, and I go, how? Like, let me ask you a question. Your hair, it's long, right? Yeah, it goes down your back, right? Yeah. You ever use the toilet?
Yeah.
And they just stopped. Oh my god. Yeah, your business is closer to that than mine is. Guess what? Like, oh my god, that's disgusting. You started it, man.
Unless you splash a lot. Maybe that's just my problem. I'm just clumsy. But go on. I am glad I got rid of it though. I feel a little bit better. I'm starting to feel like I was worried that somebody was going to start giving me like a senior's discount.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I mean, not that, I guess maybe I'll take that. Maybe I should go back and just start taking the discount.
Well, I figure starting July, I get the seniors discount at Shoppers.
Woohoo.
Starts at 55.
Oh, when
Are
they
you
start handing
serious?
them, when
Yeah.
they start handing
Awesome.
them out, I'm taking it.
2
Money's
years. Awesome.
Yeah.
Mama didn't raise no fool. Take the discount.
I'll be 55 in September. Well, it's July, and I'll start taking advantage of that seniors discount
Yeah,
at
right.
Shoppers on Wednesdays.
Mm.
But I'm like, 55 is senior?
That's
Isn't
pretty
that
cool.
10 years too early? Whatever.
At
I'll
curling,
take
it's
it.
50.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I joined when I joined my curling club a few years ago. It's like, oh, I'm self-employed. I work from home. Like this, I can join the day league, men's day league. No, that's for 50 and over. It's like, come on, 50. Let's go, man.
Well, yeah, when I haven't played hockey, pandemic kind of showed
Yeah.
that down, but I used to play a lot of hockey, and everybody I played with was half my age.
Hmm.
And I could keep up with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I only wanted to play one night a week,
Mhm.
and I hated the games, and I hated playing after 9 p.m.
That's the
That's
thing. You
rough.
have to do it so late, and it's hard to get to ice time.
That's rough.
At 9 p.m., it's like, okay, so you get off at 10:30,
Mhm.
11 o'clock, you're home. You're not going to sleep.
Yeah,
You're still wound
wired.
up.
You're still
Yeah.
wound up. You get 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe you get to sleep. Then you have to be up at what, 6,
I'm
5?
up at 5.
5?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I usually get. But
Well, that's the same thing for us. Like at the rink, we have there are matches I think on our Tuesday night we have 3 draws. So there's a match at 5 at 7:10 and 9:20, and when we do our mixed doubles, a match at 7:45 and 9:15, and of course, winning team buys the losing team a drink. And when there's a 9 o'clock match, because I get a ride home because there's actually no buses by the time we finish taking the drink.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
would make sense.
a long walk from the curling club to home.
Wouldn't be so bad in the summer, but in the winter, it's a different story.
Oh, even in the summer,
it's that long.
It takes about like 20 minutes by bus, but it's like about an hour and 20 minutes walk.
Yeah,
It's
that's a
far.
long. That's a long walk. That is a long walk.
And at Kingston, they have these express buses that, like we used to, on the transit way, not what we used to have.
Yeah.
There's no transit way, but express buses that skip a couple of stops. So we take one of those, and you get there in 20 minutes. So,
Well, Kingston is
26. So,
there's about 150,000 people, but it's very spread out.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
Like geographically, it covers a very big area.
it does.
It does.
So yeah, you need a bus system there. But I mean, and they do have buses.
Yeah, a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's like it's a small tax base, so it's got to be subsidized by the province, because how else?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, so when I was
during COVID, I don't know if it was the same thing here, but the buses were free the entire time.
Yeah, they did that. I think they did that in Belleville too.
Yeah, I don't think they did
They
that here.
blocked
Although
some
they
stuff
did,
off and-
what they did do, which I was thankful for, was they suspended parking fees, so you could park anywhere, and you didn't have to pay. The stink of it was, though, I got a parking ticket the day before they shut that down.
Of course.
I missed it by 5 minutes, and then of course I didn't get anything in the mail until 2 years later, when I went to renew my license plate, and they go, "Oh yeah, you got a ticket here." I'm like, son of a pain in the ass.
So yeah,
Parking tickets. Oh yeah, bane of my existence. Well, you gotta let them know, Elaine. You gotta tell them, hey, and the discount is only on, I think it's on Wednesdays. It's 1 day a week, but you have to ask for it and let them know that you're eligible. But I think it's only Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember, but only on Shoppers.
Okay.
And a lot of people are kind of abandoning Shoppers because of the whole.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
What's his face name?
Yeah, we're not going to discuss that
No.
today.
Yeah.
Not today. We can talk about that on Monday.
Oh, and by the
When
way,
we do, I will say saucy things.
saucy things.
Yes.
Happy belated birthday, Elaine, by the way,
Oh yes.
given that it was this month.
Oh well, hey,
Yes.
happy 59th. Congratulations.
Yes.
And to many more, because you're doing better all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Every day.
Every day.
Getting better.
I like that.
Oh, stretch out the old leg here.
So they were quitting smoking. They're down to their last cigarette today.
That's Elaine.
That's
Yeah.
Elaine.
Yeah.
Good for you. That's the hardest. That's a hard thing to kick.
It is, I think, heroin.
I did it when I was 30. It sucked.
What's the last one in the bag, eh, Elaine?
March 4th was her birthday. Wow.
It gets better. Gets a
recently.
lot easier.
Well, she's been minimizing down to
Yep.
like 1 or 2 a day.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's the best way to do it. Cold turkey is a shock to the system.
Yeah. I actually, I found that because I tried gum, I tried cold turkey, and it didn't work. So I tried Zyban.
And that worked.
Yeah, it was really weird because while I was on it, it really messes with your sleeping.
Oh yeah.
And you're just like it's not that you're like you don't sleep, but you're not tired. You just don't sleep.
That's the
You
worst.
get really screwed up dreams and things like when you do. But yeah, but I don't know, it helped. It worked.
Well, that's one of the sometimes side effects of Zoloft is all of a sudden you can't sleep.
Yeah.
And the dreams are so vivid. I was telling you about one the other day. They're so vivid
Yeah.
and weird. It's like if I told people about half the dreams I had before the medication, they go, "Paul, you might need to take some medication." Now I'm on the medication. You might need to take more or something else because they're so bizarre. And I'm always in a strange place with people I've never met, but I know them.
Okay.
Right? I know
Right.
them in the dream. I know them. Never met them before. They could be imaginary people for all I know, but they were real people that I met in this dream. And it was like they were just as real as you guys are right now. And you wake up and go, "Oh yeah, none of that happened." I've had dreams where I've been fighting somebody and I haven't been in a physical altercation outside of hockey. And even then there was no punches thrown. It was just, hey, settle down, But since I was like, I don't know, 14 or 15, but I've woken up punching. Thankfully, I'm the only one in the bed, and I'm just wailing on the pillow, which is bizarre. wake up and you're covered in sweat because I've been running.
Yeah,
Well, guess what I've
that
been
one I
doing?
get.
I've actually been running. Bizarre. I don't understand the brain. It's weird.
Do you ever wake up sometimes? I don't know why. It's certain dreams I get because you wake up in the morning and you actually have like tears.
Mm-hmm.
You're crying.
I don't think I've ever had that experience.
Yeah, that
Woke
that
up
one
really angry a couple of times.
Oh yeah, I've had that. Oh, I've had like shouting matches in a dream with a family member. I don't even know over what. And then when I wake up, it's taken like an hour to come to the full realization that none of that happened. It felt that real. And it was because it was a family member.
Yeah.
Don't ask me what the argument was about.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
Probably
No
just
idea.
a memory.
Yeah.
Tapping into a memory.
Probably. But it was like a screaming match. And me getting all pissed. I can't believe you would do something like that. I can't believe that. Wake up. None of that happened. Oh, because I'm thinking when I wake up, I'm like, I gotta call and make an apology. Wait a minute, what?
What?
I didn't do anything. It was just a dream. Yeah. Zoloft nightmares. Kind of like there's sometimes like fever dreams. You know how fever dreams are very trippy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Think about that. I have that every night of my life now.
Jeez.
Every night of my life.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I have total recall, but I
Lovely.
don't like to discuss it because trust me. If I told you half the shit I dreamt, you'd be like, yeah, you need more therapy, Paul. A lot more therapy. Maybe some promazine as well.
I normally don't remember my dreams, but the one I have most often always has something to do with theater. Yes. And it's not that I forget my lines or it's not that I'm on stage naked or something. We're 5 minutes to showtime, and that's when I decide to start studying my lines.
Well, that's different.
Anxiety dreams. I get that all the
I gotta
time.
get this all the time. Don't talk to me now. Don't tell me what I said. I gotta remember this line.
I don't really
like
get
this.
those anymore, but I think that it might be due to the medication.
Yeah.
Right, because Zoloft is a combination antidepressant and anti-anxiety medication. And I don't have the Zoloft branded. What I have is the actual, the no-name version is sertraline, which is the name of the drug.
Yeah.
For anybody who's curious. And yeah, it does a wonderful thing. It keeps me wanting to be here.
That's important.
Yeah, you know, and even on days that you know, like last couple of weeks there, just not able to sleep, tired all the like physically exhausted. Doesn't matter how much I sleep. Last Saturday I didn't get out of bed till 2 p.m. And I went from the bed to the couch and napped throughout the day and did the same thing Sunday. I was physically exhausted, and that's from depression. But I felt good about myself. I was happy. I was feeling good. But one of the, like I said, ancillary benefits is sheer exhaustion. And there's times when, and I've had friends who've discussed it, I couldn't get out of bed.
Yep.
I had to call in sick, but I wasn't sick. I just couldn't. I'm like, I understand that.
Yeah.
And I said, but the thing is, you are sick. You are sick. It's an illness. But you know, up until very recently, you couldn't call into work and say, look, I can't get out of bed. I'm physically incapable of doing that. They'd be like, what? But I'm open about my mental health issues. I'm very open about it. And I discuss it with my coworkers from time to time and let them on. They go, how you doing? I go, I'm feeling good. I'm just completely exhausted. And thankfully where I'm contracted, because the company I work for has me contracted to a Crown Corp. The Crown Corp where I'm contracted to, I have bosses there that are both understanding and compassionate and willing to listen. And that makes me, you know, and I've said it before, I like going to work. I like my job. I like what I do. And I like that, you know, I go to work with a group of people that are eager to work with you, even when you're going through a tough patch. They're like, do you need some time off? I'm like, no. I said that the time off won't help me. I go, all I did on the weekend was stay in bed. At least here I'm amongst human beings and being productive. I said, if I was at home, I'd just be in bed and it would only get worse. So coming to work is therapeutic in that sense.
I find that too. When I'm at work, when I'm actually doing my job and I'm helping kids and everything, I always feel better. Even if I'm having a really bad day, it's I don't know, it's just offloading some of the pain of the universe, if you want to look at it. That Buddhist metaphor, I guess.
It's true though. It's helping others makes you feel better, you know. So yeah, it's one of those things. One of those things.
Got to keep that in mind when I'm teaching too.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
for a lot of kids, because there's that's one of the other side effects of the pandemic is the amount of mental health crises and issues that a lot of kids are facing and struggling with now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's making their ability to, I guess, recover from being away from school for a while and getting back into the group makes it a lot more challenging for them. So
Yeah, no question. Yeah, I mean, we're in a very strange time frame, right? A timeline, I should say, where we're
in the worst time.
we really are in the worst. We're in the worst timeline. Who's kidding who?
With the best people. Though.
Yeah, well,
If I'm going to be in the worst timeline.
oh, thanks.
you
Guys.
you are right. We are in the worst timeline. We really are. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever experienced, and not getting political.
No.
No.
I'm just talking about general life.
It's part of it.
Generalization.
Yeah.
It's just a weird times.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thankful I'm still here. So there is that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's
know.
weird because we were talking earlier too. I'm hardwired for optimism,
Uh-huh.
but I also, because I'm an eyes wide open kind of guy, I also realized I could. Yep, I'm going to be 50 in May. Add 25 years.
You're 75.
What's the weather going to be like in 25 years?
Won't be like it is now.
When we get news with when we can't tell the truth from not the truth with deep fakes and all that kind of stuff.
I know.
Like, what's going to be the one source of where do we go to find out what's the baseline that we all agree on as a society? You know, that type of stuff. And what will that mean? What will happen?
Yeah.
You know, and I just think of like all the things, and now I think of all the things that could go well too, right? You know, we make these incredible discoveries. You know, more nations get together. I'm a big believer if you're paying attention, peace, love, and happiness are breaking out all over, but slowly and quietly. But I mean, like things could be like absolutely wonderful. Like this is the first time in my life that I felt like the future could be wonderful or could be awful. I always thought that the future was going to get better. Now it's like it's either going to be really great or it's going to be like just
Horrible.
Duck and cover.
Well, before you guys got here last night, I was talking to a couple of the fellas about how I said, you know, I brought up the subject of, and this is not political,
No.
but I brought up the subject of a UBI. And how important it is, and it's going to be necessary.
Well, automation again, right?
One of my buddies says, but I don't think we should give people something for nothing. And I go, well, what about the people who can't work? He goes, well, we have to take care of those people. I go, okay, that's who the UBI is for.
Yeah.
I go, we get rid of EI, we get rid of ODSP, we get rid of welfare, UBI, one thing. I go, I don't know how to make it work. I don't know the logistics of it, but this is a good thing. I said, you also have to consider in a few years, some things won't exist. The robots are coming for your jobs. And what was it my buddy John said? He says,
truck drivers, for example.
Translators.
All of it. It's disappearing. And it's disappearing faster than anybody ever thought. So what happens when all those jobs disappear? And what my buddy John said yesterday was, not only are the robots coming for your jobs, but they might not be able to do it as good as you, but they never complain and will do it 24 hours a day. They never get sick. They never ask for a raise or time off or.
But then what are they making? And who's going to buy it and use it?
Well, here's, if one of the suggestions from a friend, and I said, I agree with you, and I think that's a good suggestion, is you tax each robot as if it was earning what a human being. You're not paying the machine, obviously, but you'd have to apply a levy a tax that to go into the tax space to give people a universal basic income. Because, and again, this is not political. This is real simple. Eventually,
that's a social policy.
So many jobs are not going to exist. And we're going to see it in our lifetime.
And we have a moral responsibility to look after our fellow people. So,
period.
Yeah.
Well, it's like you said, Douglas, translation. It's starting to go away. Voiceover stuff. They have AI that does it. And it's like
Carrie Fisher is still making movies.
Right?
Right.
She's been dead a few years.
I know. That was I don't know, existentially horrifying, but that sort of technology. I mean,
and the technology is not even that brand new. Because remember, Fred Astaire did a Hoover ad years ago.
Right, that's right. Oh, and Michael Jackson too. Wasn't he on stage there back? Or no, it was Tupac. They did that a few years ago, but Tupac
with a hologram too.
A hologram, yeah.
So
That's-
3D
wow.
hologram. Yeah. So, this is technology that exists right now.
And you don't
And
have to pay a
just gets-
hologram.
Yeah. Right.
A lot.
And it just keeps getting better and
Yeah.
better and better all the time. So it's kind of freaky. Like
Yep.
what happens when all construction jobs at some point will cease to
Mhm.
exist? They'll all be done by robots.
Yep.
Why? Well, you don't
3D
have to,
printing.
you can 3D print stuff. Bots can do all the
Mhm.
heavy labor on a job site.
Yep.
And guess what?
And nobody falls.
That's just it. No safety, no PPE,
No training.
no training. Just program it.
No salary wage envelope. No oversight. No unions.
Nobody
no
loses
problems.
a finger.
Exactly. So, and that is coming.
Yep.
It's coming quicker than you think.
Mhm.
And that's why we need a universal basic income. And again, none of this is political.
No.
This is
Just
Well,
life.
I mean,
it's life.
I've only been teaching for 25 years. I think I started when I was 30. And I started basically teaching the same way that I did it when I was in high school and back in the 80s. It was with a chalkboard,
And none of that.
and overhead projector and
Writing
now-
cursive on the board.
now everything I do, I spend like this. I talk to all my students through this.
Mhm.
I mean, I text, they're all got my text and everything, so I can keep a record of every conversation I have with them and everything. Time they say that they weren't able to get their homework done because of whatever reason, so I can tell them that, well, your grandmother died 3 times, but
Yeah, I have a record of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but so I've got this, and I can run an entire classroom off of my
A
phone on a
phone.
laptop.
How crazy is that?
And I
right?
use them, and I don't know. I call it ambient technology, but technology is it's, I guess you'd call it a double-edged sword.
Mhm.
It can be either very beneficial or very detrimental to social
in the wrong
cohesion
hands.
in the way,
Yeah.
depending on how it's used.
And
So,
see, look, this technology, what we're doing right
Yeah.
now, 10 years ago, this
No.
was possible, but it would have cost me
Yeah.
mhm.
50 grand worth of
Yes.
equipment.
Yeah. And just airtime on top of that.
Right. And bandwidth.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, I have 4 little cases that I bring here,
Yeah,
all of this in. We can do a full production. And I can, with this software, I mean, I have other software that I can use, but with this specific program, I'm just using the one single PTZ camera, but I could add in a couple more cameras if I wanted. And I think I may do that in the future, maybe bring in another one and just put it like maybe right here in the corner so we can pan this way.
Mhm.
But you don't necessarily want people
No.
to see the monitors, but at the same token, you could just, hey, and here's how the sausage is made, right?
Mhm.
Just pop it up every now and then. And I considered bringing an extra one today, but I thought, no, I need to get another thing for that. Nah, I'm not going to do that today.
Just
Too much
think
work.
Moore's law. Couldn't remember what
Moore's
it was.
law, yeah.
It's Moore's law. It's not just with respect to memory. It's with and access. It's to bandwidth. It's to
Everything.
technology. 5G is going to be really big for this as well.
Oh, you know what the beauty of 5G is, and everything. Oh, we got those 5G. Oh.
Yeah.
One of the beautiful things about 5G is automobiles.
Mhm.
All cars will have 5G chips.
Mhm.
You know how quickly accidents drop off the face of the
Mhm.
earth when they're all communicating with one another.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they can.
That's the way that it and then they can sort themselves out, and it'll make merging and exiting highways much safer and everything.
Well, and I wonder what'll
Hmm.
happen to insurance companies. They're going to fight against the 5G chip in auto driving cars because no accidents anymore.
Yeah.
Once, you go with the auto drive software along with a 5G
I
chip.
think
so
they'll be
they're
all over that.
communicating.
I think they'll be all over that like a bad stink, because if they can bring accidents, reduce their costs down to zero while ensuring that everybody is still legally obliged to have
Insurance, yes.
insurance.
As long as
freaking
you're still legally obliged
to have insurance. Oh
right?
yeah.
Yes, but that might. I think you might be right, because given the rising costs of insurance claims with regard to stuff happening environmentally,
Mhm.
floods and whatnot, they're going to need a pool of money from somewhere to finance
Yeah.
the other one.
They might be. You're right. They might be
Yeah.
pushing for it. So, I was going in the other direction, thinking, what do I need insurance for? A theft and
That's true.
fire,
Mhm.
but not
Yeah.
not accident.
Yeah.
Why would I need collision?
That's true.
If I'm not going to have an
I'm
accident,
sorry.
why would I? Right. Now, it's curious to see, and I know they're working on it in Canada. They have a test track where they have auto driving cars.
Mhm.
And the reason they chose Canada was Ottawa has a very diverse climate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from ice storms to tornadoes.
Because I know my car, like the rear sensors and the front sensors will not operate when it's
Covered in ice.
covered in ice or snow, and when you're driving a snowstorm. So
yeah, because they need to have a way
They
to
need to be able
We're
melt.
gonna
see.
have to have little
Heat it
heaters
and-
with them as well.
Yeah, heat it to melt it. You know. Now that technology is all available, and I see interesting things. There was
more expense.
one car company a couple of years ago advertised. I'm not going to say the name of the company, but they advertised this new backup camera that they had. But the backup camera was behind the logo. So what it would
Okay.
do is it would flip down
Uh-huh.
and then flip back. It flipped down when you backed up,
Mm-hmm.
and then flip up. So and it had just the logo of
Cute.
the emblem. I'm like,
Yeah.
neat idea. But how well is that going to work in Canada in the winter?
Try that in I don't know, Edmonton in February. See
Come
what
on.
happens.
That's not going to last.
Mm.
Number one. And number two, I don't think anybody has a problem with this tiny little camera lens next to your license plate anyway.
Number three. It's an extra circuit. That's
Yes.
an extra motor and a computer program that has to be installed and everything in order to open
Those
that little.
Parts wear out and
oh,
break
yeah.
down, and just
Yeah.
have a fixed camera lens.
Yeah.
It doesn't break.
Nope.
It just stays there.
We still have a 2003 Toyota Corolla that son's
Well,
driving.
you'll never kill it.
It's an indestructible and wonderful car. I mean,
You'll never kill it.
No.
I had a
knock on wood because I like that car. I love that car.
well. I'm driving a Honda Civic right now, a 2020 Civic. I got January 30th of 2020.
Yeah.
Great, and then the world shut down, and I was like, "Holy shit! I just leased a new car, and I'm not going to be able to pay for it." Here's the cool
Yeah.
thing. Honda, I sent an email to them. I said, "Look, I've been laid off. I don't have any money coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to keep, I got to
Yeah.
pay my rent. I got to keep rent and food. They come first, right? Everything else falls after that." So they said, no, don't worry. We'll defer 3 months
Damn
of your
right they
payments.
would. Yeah.
And they did. They deferred it to the end of my lease. So
Yeah.
I can hand the car in, but I'll still be paying for it.
Oh yeah, but
But who cares?
That's yeah, but I'm glad they did that. But that makes a lot of financial sense from their perspective
Yeah.
because the entire world basically
Exactly.
shut down,
Yeah.
and they have to realize they can't lose those sales. They're going out of business.
And they can't have people returning all of them
No,
either because they
right.
got nowhere to
No.
store them.
That's right.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
it was a decent
That's
thing
good.
for them to do.
Yeah.
They didn't have to. I'm very
Yeah.
thankful they did. My parents were like, "We can help you out if you need to." And I go, "Yeah, I'll get back to you."
Yeah.
Because it was like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
When the whole world
Hmm.
shut down, I don't know what to do. Like everybody else, my mom
I
was
was-
like, "Are you okay?" And I go, "Yeah." 'Cause she was really worried about me. And I had started on the medication February 28th, 2020.
Hmm.
So by the end of March, I was good to go, right? But she was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm fine." I said, I'm a little worried about the future. I don't know what's going to happen, but I said, but I'm fine. Like I'm not depressed. I'm not having self-harm thoughts or anything like this. Okay, let us know. I'm like, don't worry.
Hmm.
But yeah, I still can't get over your story about landing a 747 when you were what, 16 or 15?
16, my 16th birthday,
Okay.
747.
200.
That old chestnut.
Well, it was okay. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I was actually also I had my student pilot's license,
Right.
and so it was technically legal,
Mhm.
and Air Canada didn't mind, and
Yeah.
and it wasn't a problem
Like it was
there-
all above board. I
yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
and there are also 3 other qualified pilots, including 2 senior captains in the aircraft with us. So,
Mhm.
but
You were in good hands.
I
no
was
matter
in
what,
good
right?
hands. I was in good hands. My
It's
dad
still
was in the
pretty
left seat. I
cool,
was in
though.
the right seat, and he just told me what to do. It's like flying a big pickup truck, big huge bank of throttles here, big stick, and those things are because the 200, like that's before they went to all glass cockpits.
Right.
That was back in the 80s. So
Yeah.
beautiful simulator too. I've got some simulator time as well
Oh,
in the
yeah.
Air Canada simulator. So it's a massive. It was. I imagine they're different now, but they're massive things on hydraulic structure and everything. The full flight deck. You go across a gangway about 2 stories up to board it through the back door into the cockpit, and it will do absolutely everything, including you can roll it, spin it, do anything you can
Oh,
with
cool.
a real airplane. But no, it's
Well, and when did they get? Because they have 777s now.
Yeah.
777s, and
I
I've
just
flown
stopped.
them.
Actually, they just recently stopped making
The very
747s.
last, very last one just rolled
Yeah.
off the line. And here's the
bad.
funny thing: I watched a documentary about 747, and it was never meant to last more than 10 years.
Oh no, but they're okay. the modern aircraft, like what happened with the 737 Max, was an absolute debacle.
Yes.
Like that was what happens when corporate grift gets into the sausage making room and starts to interfere directly with the engineering of an actual aircraft.
That's
Because they
bad.
radically changed that thing. Like people don't realize, like they completely changed the center of gravity and the center of balance by changing the wings and the engine layout and everything on it without and depending on who is buying the aircraft, the pilots they put a computer fix in to solve the problem in the system in the software, but they didn't tell a lot of the flight crews that there was this fix in, which means that no
They're
matter
trying to
what,
compensate.
and the aircraft won't let them, and so yeah. So there's some problems with that, but the 747 though had none of those problems. It was a fabulous aircraft. My dad flew them. He flew them from 1975 through to when he retired in 1991. 92.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
He flew like he's landed them with on 2 engines.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Well,
nobody
'cause
noticed.
Originally it was Pan Am that basically said went to Boeing and said this is what we need.
Originally, what they did was, okay, Boeing and Lockheed were in competition
Right.
for the military strategic, what they called then Strategic Airlift Command for the United States, to replace their aging C-141 Starlifter.
Yeah.
And so they're looking for replacement. So Lockheed came up with the C-5 Galaxy. Boeing came up with the 747, and they went with the C-5 Galaxy.
Which is a beast of a plane.
Oh, it's
too.
friggin' right. Those things are absolutely huge.
Yeah.
But I think Boeing scored much bigger on it because they were able to retrofit it into probably the best airliner that's ever been built.
Well, and it brought down it brought down the cost of travel because so many
600 people in the damn things. I think Japan Airways has the highest seat capacity on them. Qantas has lower seat capacity because they put people in a little bit more comfort because they're usually going on 12-hour, 14-hour flights.
Yeah.
And they have to put more room in for fuel tanks. They have an extended range version. But Air Canada once had a hard time going from the longest flight Dad had a hard time with was going from Singapore to Bombay because of the distance.
Yeah.
And then Bombay to Europe, depending on the winds and the weather, because you have to maneuver around storms, especially during the monsoon. Even the 747 can't fly high enough to get over those storms. You have to go around them.
35,000 feet's the ceiling on that, isn't it? Yeah. So I remember, I've flown on 747s, 777s. I flew on an Airbus on the way back from Delhi, and at the Airbus A380.
Yeah.
That thing is a beast.
Oh yeah.
Man. Holy crap. I was like, you walk up and you look at the jetway and they've got like 4 of them and they're stacked.
Stories. 2 stories.
Because there's 2 stories along the entire length of the aircraft. I'm like, wow. And
it's a dinosaur.
I know they've retired it. They're not making it anymore. That's it. They're done. They're finished. That's it. So anybody that's ordered them, they'll fill the orders and that's it. It's done. It's finished.
See, the problem isn't just that they're big, and which means that they need a tremendous amount of fuel, and they also need a tremendous amount of full paying seats and cargo and everything to fly. But because they're so much bigger than everything else, they need specially structured and specially built runways in order to take off and land.
And there's a lot of places they just couldn't
land. So that limits where you can go and what you can do and everything. So it becomes cost ineffective. People don't realize, well, I guess some people do, but airlines are an incredibly thin profit margin. There's a reason why a lot of airlines go to business all the time.
There's very little money.
It's really hard to turn a profit.
The last time I flew to, I went to, so it was, when was it? 2016. I flew to Paris. So I went Montreal to Paris via American Airlines, and my return flight, all taxes in, was $500.
Mm-hmm.
Good price, right? And then I took the train from Paris to Geneva to hang out with my friends, and I get my breakdown from Expedia, and it shows me everything. So it's like, when I'm booking online, it just shows me the final price. I'm like, that's all I want to see. Don't tell me it's $199 and then $400 in charges. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Well, and the law changed.
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, I just want to know how it's going to cost me. $500. And I get the breakdown. My seat cost return, you know what it was? Take a guess.
$99.
$95.
$95.
Whoa.
Return to Paris. That was it for that's what American Airlines got. The rest was all taxes, surcharges, fuel surcharges, airport landing fees, airport improvement fees. I'm like, $405 in charges, because it was $500 even all in. So $405 in extra charges.
Yeah.
And you saw the fiasco with Ticketmaster and the Cure.
Right.
$20 tickets for the Cure. Final price $100.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
They bought 4 tickets at $20 for $80, and the final price of the tickets was $176 or something.
Apparently, the Cure wanted them to do something about that and to fix that problem. I don't know. Has that actually happened yet, or is that?
No. The problem is you have one. So Ticketmaster, which is
a monopoly.
It was a total monopoly.
Yeah.
They're owned by Live Nation. So what is Live Nation?
It's a riff. It's a grift.
They're the production company putting on the show.
Right.
So with Taylor Swift, she lost her shit. $4,000 to see Taylor Swift. She's like, I'm not charging that. That's Ticketmaster. And then what Ticketmaster was doing, they'd sell you the ticket, and then you could turn around and resell it on a ticket resale site that Ticketmaster owns, and they get a portion of that.
Right.
So they're selling a ticket twice.
Yeah.
And they were also, I think, licensing various computer companies to basically do the same thing instantaneously, like instantaneous trading. Just after the tickets go on, these guys take them, then they resell them. So
it's a big racket. So
Yeah.
Ticketmaster's making the money.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift fans are freaking out, and Taylor's like, I ain't having this shit.
No.
And I'm like, good for you, Taylor. So I think what she's trying to do is what Pearl Jam did many years ago, and what they did here in Ottawa. So at the CTC, the Canadian Tire Center in Canada, where the Senators play, and they have a game tonight. So it's going to get real busy here in a little while, because people are coming in to take the shuttle. What they did was, when they started, they said, screw Ticketmaster, we're doing it our own way. So the capital city tickets. So if you bought a ticket to see a show there, it would cost you significantly less than it would cost anywhere else, because it wasn't through Ticketmaster.
Perfect.
But I don't know if that's still the case. But that's how it was for many years, because they were like, well, Eugene Melnick owned the building. He owned everything. So he's like, screw it. Why am I going to give money to that company? We can do it ourselves.
That's right.
And we don't have to charge exorbitant rates. I own the building.
Right.
I'm making money anyway.
Right. Speaking as a socialist, competition is a good thing.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
You know, and Ticketmaster is a total monopoly. Try and put on a show and sell tickets to it for like a venue of 5,000 people are up, and not have them involved. Isn't going to happen.
No, it's like the mafia.
It's totally what it is. Crazy stuff. Oh, so my buddy bought season tickets for the Ottawa Atletico, the soccer team.
Okay. Yes.
Yep.
So he's like, oh yeah, he says, you can come to a couple of games. Because I had season tickets, 2 season tickets to the Red Blacks for years. I gave them up last season because I couldn't afford them. And I can't renew this year. I'm like, maybe next year, we'll see. Time will tell. Costs, everything's gone up. So some things have to get cut back. And what am I will? And the other thing was, I looked at the schedule and it's like, I wouldn't be able to make more than 4 games. So why spend $1,200 when I can't even, and I'd always take somebody as a guest. And they're like, well, how much? I'm like, no, come with me. I have 2 tickets. Let's go. Let's just come on. So he says, I'll take you to a couple of games, but you have to buy your own beer. I'm like, first game, April. I'm like, I don't think I want to go to that one.
Oh,
it's going to be a little chilly, a little uncomfortable.
Soccer in April, Jesus.
Yeah, that's when the season starts. That's my thought. Like, ooh,
they're a relatively new team, right?
No, a few years. They've been around for a few years. Well, it used to be the team
with the Ottawa Fury.
It was the Fury and then the Atletico.
Okay,
Atletico. Pardon me. I think this is third or fourth season.
Okay,
and they're tied in with the team in Spain, the Atletico. But
okay.
Oh, nice.
I want to say Real Madrid, but that's not it. Obviously, it's tied in with a Spanish team.
Toledo? No, not Toledo.
I can't remember. But either way, that's who they're connected to. So, Clinton, welcome. Taco Coffee. Feel free to smash the button.
Hey, Linda, fun fact if there was a time, I believe it was in 1978, where the on-flight movie on a 747 was Airport 77.
Oh my God, really?
Oh,
yeah,
no.
on an Air Canada flight.
Who picked that one?
Yeah.
I love
like,
that movie.
That's like
No,
being
no,
on
it's
a
a great
ship and
movie.
having the Poseidon Adventure.
Oh, yeah.
There's got to be a morning after.
1 tin soldier rides away. Billy Jack. Remember Billy Jack? I'm going to take my foot. I'm going to put it right up there in the side of your head. There's nothing you can do to stop me. Watch him. He's a karate man. He'll kill you. He'll kill you with his feet. Billy Jack. Tom
Billy
Laughlin. That was a classic, man.
I am not familiar.
You don't know Billy Jack?
No, Billy Jack.
Oh my God, dude, you got to watch Billy Jack. It's a classic. I mean, in the 70s, it was cooler than cool. I watch it now and it's pretty cheesy,
but it's good.
but it's enjoyable. And it was, and that was the first time I ever saw Howard Hessman in a role.
Oh, okay.
And he passed
For
away
W-
recently,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So to Johnny Fever, Dr. Johnny Fever, Howard Hessman.
Poor
Babies.
guy.
Oh, and I can't remember. And Mr. Moore from Head of the Class.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
head of the
Jesus.
class. Yeah,
Yes.
I still prefer WKRP.
Oh,
I
yes,
mean, come on,
yes. Absolutely. That's a
WKRP.
classic.
The turkey drop.
The
The turkey drop.
That is still, I think, the funniest episode of television
God.
ever.
It's
Ever.
It's brilliant.
It is.
It's absolutely brilliant.
It is. The turkeys are hitting the pavement like bags
Make
of
your
wet
foot
cement. Less Ness. And I watch it.
The humanity.
I,
The humanity.
I watch it every year because it coincides with U.S. Thanksgiving. It's always on
Yeah.
somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And it's still the funniest episode ever.
This guy is my witness.
I thought turkeys could fly. That's a classic. Oh yeah.
Skydivers are coming.
Or the one episode on WKRP where one of the DJs was hooked on cocaine, and he was in the booth, and Johnny Fever walks in, and the guy had a baggie, and Mr. Carlson walks in. He goes, "What's that?" And he goes, "It's a foot powder, Mr. Carlson." So he gives it to him, right? Because he's trying to get this guy clean, right? So Mr. Carlson, oh, that's great. So he goes into his office and puts it in his shoes. And then he finds out it's cocaine. He starts freaking out. I'm an addict. I'm an addict. And he's beating his feet. Red Wiggler. It's the Cadillac of worms. I watch that show religiously. Man. Well, I always wanted to work in radio because, music, that's my whole life.
Mhm.
I've got this voice thing here. So, but I don't know. It just turns out for the best, I think, in a very weird and strange way. But having anxiety kind of limited me from pursuing.
Mm.
It's not that I didn't have a knack or a skill set for it, and I still don't know if I'm any damn good at it. But it wasn't a question of that. It was I was so afraid just to apply that they'll turn me down. I'm a loser. They'll turn me down. That's it. And nobody's gonna. That was how my brain worked, right?
Negative
Yeah.
self-talk.
Yeah, well, that's the anxiety talking, right? So
Yep.
Yeah, I hate anxiety.
it's terrible. It's the worst. At least
Negative
with-
tape loop.
Depression is terrible, but
Mhm.
anxiety I find is worse. And I get both of them, right? So it can be troublesome. But
Like they sort of self-reinforce each other. They're like good friends.
they really are. They love one another,
Yeah.
don't they?
Yeah.
They hate the host, but they
They're a
love
happy
each
couple.
other.
Happy couple that hates the house.
Same reason I don't fly, bottom heavy, no wing strength. Oh, Ashley.
Ashley.
Where's Mr. Otter? Is he going to join us today? Do you know? Did you talk to him? Because I haven't had a chance to talk to him.
Will you be joining us?
Here, I'll put I'll just add the anybody who wants to join. I'm going to put the link in right now. We can.
Squinting, so I can't even see this. I can't read the screen.
I'll just
Oh,
put
I can
this
read
link in
Holy
here.
crap.
There we go. And kabloom.
I can see things.
Oh, you just got home from work. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to join us, feel free. We're always up for having people come and hang with us because we like company. Company's fun. Company's good.
Yeah.
Oh, what did I get? I sent out a message earlier, but I realized I didn't send the link.
He's-
Okay.
He's cute. He's very cute.
Who, me?
Yes.
Aw.
Oh, okay.
You're pretty.
How many beer have you
I
had?
haven't heard that. He's only had one drink.
Jesus.
Oh, I was like, I forgot. I say that to Alex every now and then. My Beaver street, every time he does something a little dumb. You're pretty, darling. That's okay. You're pretty.
Well, that makes makes life a little bit simpler, right? Let's see if I can- okay, there we go. Kill that right there. There we go. That's better. Michelle is she's. I'm going to have to check this out. She just sent me a link to a Mindful Moment podcast. Thank you, Michelle. I'll check that out. Looks cool.
We're on last cigarette watch for Elaine, I think.
Awesome.
3 more hours until I light my cigarette. I'm guessing that would be last cigarette.
Last cigarette.
Until then, I'm thankful I have candy canes.
That was the cool thing about Zoloft. I didn't have to, because that was an anxiety-ridden thing all by itself. Didn't have to worry about that.
Oh yeah.
There's Iodine. It was basically you just sort of forget that you want to smoke anymore.
Cool.
Yeah.
What's going on here with my computer?
But you do you.
So,
Drink lots of water. That helps.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How so?
I think it helps to flush some of the toxins and nicotine out
Okay.
and everything. It helps to rebalance your system faster.
Oh.
I know.
Well, water's the
Club soda is good too.
best thing you can put in your body is water.
Yeah.
I'll have some. I'm gonna have some more water after I have it through some malted
barley
barley.
water. Barley water.
Yeah, barley water.
Barley water. Yes.
Maybe potato water. Usually have a big potato water.
Yes.
Tis the time of year for maple water now. Maple sap.
That's true. That's true.
Wateriosis. No, it has some very good medicinal values.
I've heard that actually.
If
I
you
have
are
heard that.
if you're constipated, it cleans you right out.
Oh, that's good to know.
There you go. Egos for everybody.
With friends like you, who needs enemas?
That's right. That's
Have you made tarts yet, Douglas?
I have not. No, I have not made tarts yet. Ashley sent me a recipe for butter tarts that I'm going to try and modify to make gluten free, so I can
butter
make crust. Because again, you are what you eat.
Yes.
The butter tart, quite possibly the greatest dessert thing ever made. Butter tart. It's a toss-up between the butter tart, the Nimo bar, and a cherry cheesecake, in my opinion. Now, I love an apple pie.
I'll take all three.
Butter tart.
I love apple
Hands
pie.
down.
Don't get mom's apple pie is outstanding. I love that. And my mom has
No pecans. I hate those things.
no, I hate pecans. No. My mom has a recipe for her pastry recipe for like a pie shell. So, growing up as a kid, you don't know. You only know what you know, and you don't know what's good and what isn't good until you have something that isn't good, and you realize, oh my God. My father used to say, "Your mother makes the best pie shells ever. Like her pie crust is amazing, and it's from your grandmother." It was her recipe. She gave it to your mom, and your mom is the only person in the world who has it. I'm like, what? She goes, oh yeah. Nobody. She only gave that recipe to my mom.
Wow.
Nobody else has it. So if my mom doesn't pass it on, which she will, of course, it would die with her. But I didn't. You're a kid, and it's like, oh, it's dry and crumbly. And then you go out and you have a slice of pie somewhere and realize, I was wrong. It's not dry and crumble. Oh my God. I didn't know what bad was until I had bad. When it's like if all you ever eat is filet mignon,
right?
And you get sick and tired of it because it's the same thing. And then one day you go somewhere else and have filet mignon prepared a different way. You suddenly learn that it's different. Yeah, it's not always the same. So yeah, my mom's pie crust is incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, but yes, Kasash, I do intend to try it. Little busy last week.
Last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Busy.
Turns out just people are throwing stuff at me that.
Well, that happens.
Yeah.
Must be hard now that you've changed your schedule up to a daily basis.
Oh,
That's a hell of a tempo.
It's a bit of a challenge. I'm not going to lie. It is.
Very much.
But I'm still enjoying doing it. But it is a bit of a challenge. And a buddy of mine's like, how do you keep up that pace? And I go, I don't know, man. I like doing it. So I just keep doing it. But I said, it's, I'm working my day job about 45 hours a week, and this is another 30 on average per
Mhm.
week, plus events like this,
Yeah.
So it's a lot, but I love it, so I'll just keep doing it.
No, it
It is a commitment, though.
it is a
Yeah.
commitment. It's a lot, and I am, because life happens as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if this, like I said, if this was the only thing we were doing,
That would be much easier.
that
yeah.
would be one thing. Right?
We're not there yet. Look, our goal is to make this our only thing.
Yeah.
That's our goal, so that we don't, we're able to earn I just want to join the middle class. And that's not much to ask, I don't think. So if I can join the middle class by supplementing my income with this, and eventually this takes over, then I'll be happy. And then we can do this full time.
Mhm.
If we could do this full time, just this, I would put a lot more effort into the production quality. And I mean, I've bought a lot of
Wait.
gear.
Have a lot more time to do that too.
Well, that's
You'd be able to focus.
Well,
on.
same thing.
Yeah.
Just sort of things.
That's
in
the
terms of
thing.
curating and organizing
Oh,
the
yeah.
information too, right?
Yep.
That's the thing. It's the time it takes. I mean, the equipment is, I can buy more equipment anytime. That's not an issue. It's how can I put it to use in a practical and functional way? Okay, that's going to add more time to my day, which I just don't have.
Well, I mean, like to take an example, my Wednesday this week, right? Woke up in the morning to do the show. We had the mic pro issue,
Yeah.
which didn't allow us to do it, but woke up. So I'm usually up around 6. Because this week I had set the alarm clocks around 6:30 because I was sleep deprived to try to get a little extra. But usually I'm up 6 if I haven't woken up on my own before that, because that happens, insomnia and stuff.
And you're somebody who can wake up and right away.
Right away.
I can't do that.
Pop. Yeah. Like this, unless I'm very sleep deprived, then that's like on Friday where I rolled over and thought, just 5 more minutes. And I thought, you know what? I can't do this 3 nights in a row. I better get 3 days. I better get out, because if I roll over, it might not.
Yeah, you
Pop back
would have
up
gone
again.
back to sleep. Yeah.
So, but we do that. So we record 7. We're done by 8. Yes. I had a curling match at 12:15. So I was able to do a little bit of work in between, but I have to leave about an hour before. You do the match, winning team buys losing team a drink, you talk a little bit, you take the bus back. That's 4 hours.
Yeah.
Right? It's about 4 hours chunk of your day done.
Oh no, it's
So-
work.
So you're back home at 3, and I had my evening doubles match at 7:15.
Yeah.
7:45. So somebody's coming to pick me up at 7. Yes. So I've got 3 hours between like 4 and 7 at home to do the entire days of work. Like this. Cook something, eat, relax.
Dude, I got
a
a
bit.
sink full of dishes. I haven't done dishes all week. I've been too busy.
Yep.
Like I get home, I'm exhausted. I'll make something to eat, sit down on the couch, pass out for an hour or two, get back up, do more production and editing stuff. It's like somebody says, why don't you hire a cleaner to come in and do that?
With
I
what?
can't afford that.
With what? Yeah. With what?
Sure,
So-
you want to pay for it?
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm back home and I think, okay, I got a couple of hours to do some stuff. I'm gonna go, going to go someplace quiet, relax, listen to a couple of podcasts, take some notes to prepare for the next show. I've got 2-3 hours, do that for about 2. The last hour, make a little something to eat, and, Celia will be there to pick me up to go play our doubles match, and we'll go. And that's all I'll get done.
It's a lot.
About an
That's pretty
hour.
bad.
About an hour. Beaver Sweetie comes home.
Yeah.
Something happened today. Wants to talk.
Well,
Well, there goes 2 of the 3 hours.
everything gets pushed aside. Yeah.
There goes the 2 of the 3 hours. Go curling match. We won Wednesday night, which finishes the season for us in second place in our division. Last year we
That's
won
pretty
C. We finished second in B. We'll probably be moving up to A. We won on a spectacular double takeout through a tiny, tiny port that could have been a shot on TV.
No idea what you're saying.
Don't worry, people who follow curling
It's
know.
curling.
It's a shot that could have been on TV that was very, 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 very difficult to
I'll
make.
take your word for it. Take your word
And
for
we
it.
made it perfectly
Nice.
to end up winning the match and securing. So it's like if we had to absolutely win to make sure that we finished top 2, and we did, which means in this league we might make playoffs, because I think only top 2 makes playoffs.
Okay.
And on the big final champion day. So I've been curling for 17 years and I've never made club championship day ever. This might be the first time.
So this means that you're probably going to a bond spill in the future then.
No,
No?
because unfortunately not A or B.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right.
Mm.
but
Okay.
next year.
Okay.
So but then you get back home, you have your drink, you get back home. So that was a 7 o'clock match. You left you left at 7, get back home at 11, and now I am buzzing.
Yeah, of
Yep.
course. Yeah, yeah. You're wound up.
Like after a
Yeah.
show, right? The adrenaline thing from having like won a game. This was a team we had never beaten ever. We finally managed.
So there's a bit of a rush from
like
that.
this, and on top of that, for a second and playoffs, and it's like like
Yeah.
this. So 3 o'clock in the morning, the adrenaline goes down. Go to bed. Have to be up at 6.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, it's a
grind.
it's
a grind.
It's a grind. There are days when, because when we used to do the pre-recorded shows, everything was written just so.
That took more time, though. Oddly enough.
Yes,
I can see that.
yes. Everything was
more
more
structured.
and rewritten
Yes.
like this, and all the quotes were portioned, because now on our flagship shows you read the quotes, but often on the regular shows I need time to fully write a full
Yeah.
script and send it to you to give you quotes. To do
And
that,
I don't see the script until we sit down to record.
yeah,
like,
when we do the flagship ones,
Yeah.
like this,
So the audio
So he
only
doesn't
ones.
know.
I don't know what I'm about. Like literally, I'm seeing it when I'm reading it. I'm seeing it for the first time in my life.
which is fun.
That's so cool.
Which is fun for me, because sometimes I get to put words into his mouth that I want
That's
to
so
hear
cool.
him say. It's like, I just wanted to know what that sounded like in your voice.
Well, and there was a part of me at one point in time. Sorry, I got to stretch my legs out here. There's a part of me at one point in time that thought about doing, because when I'm doing quotes from different people, I thought about doing a different voice for it. But then I thought, you know what, that could get out of control real quick.
Yeah, it could be distracting.
It could be offensive to somebody. Somebody might be turned off by it. And I thought, you know what, I'll just read it in my voice.
But we do it.
Well, occasionally.
We do it when we talk about.
Well,
Certain
him.
people,
And then
that's
some-
fine. I
and then
think that's fine.
And some
Yeah.
people, when we talk about,
Yeah,
so well, I mean, sometimes we give them voices, but the whole point is, right? Sometimes I was giving you a quote like this, and you would read it, and then, what the hell?
Yeah, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
And it's like, so that we could have those moments.
Yeah, and he'd just laugh at me. Or every now and then I'd have to read a quote, and I'd be like halfway through it, I'm like, Jesus Christ. And he would see it, because he could see me as I'm reading it. And I'd finish the quote, and I'd be like, I can't believe you just made me say that.
So, but yeah, it's the 5 days a week. Like, for example, every episode when we were doing it regularly, I would take it and I would put it on another, like our coffee page.
Yeah,
Updating
yeah,
on this.
yeah.
I am 20 episodes behind.
Well,
Updating the coffee page.
like I said earlier,
It's-
I have 5 episodes last week. I have to transcribe to audio.
Yeah.
I have to edit, because believe it or not, they're not the audio shows are not identical. I cut out little.
You have to edit it.
Yeah, I edit some things out, like little mistakes, little hiccups. If we have a technical glitch, I tend, not every time, 95% of the time I do, because sometimes I just don't have the time and I need to get it posted. But I tend to cut out little hiccups here and there, pauses, long silences. It's one thing when you're watching it if there's a
Yes.
long pause, but there's a long pause in audio. That's not acceptable.
No.
Yeah.
Dead
It-
air.
It doesn't. Dead air is death, right?
Yeah.
So that means I have to listen to the show to find the dead spots to edit them out. Now I have a wavelength, like a waveform I can
Yep.
look at, so I can see,
Where
big.
you can see graphically where it is on
Yeah,
the screen. Okay,
but-
that's so you don't actually have to listen through the whole thing.
I have to skip through parts too.
Yeah.
But sometimes if it's like this, I have 2 of these shows I haven't aired yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the last one I think was 4 hours. The one before
Yeah,
that was 6.5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
going
that
through
means
that's going to take what, 2-3 hours just to go through that?
oh, more than that.
About the same time as it would take
Well,
to
and
do it.
here's the thing, because I have to. You can't put a show that long.
No.
On an audio podcast,
Okay.
it won't accept it. It's too
Right.
big. The file's too big. So I have to cut it down. So I got to find. I have to go through it and listen
Okay.
and go, where's a good point to make a cut? I don't just cut it like 90 minutes. It's like it
No, you
might
edit
be.
it.
Yeah, I have
You
to
edit
edit it so that it'll
The end
make
of a
sense.
sentence or end
Yeah.
of a topic or
Yeah.
end of a.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of time involved. Don't get me wrong. I love doing it. Otherwise, I wouldn't. If I
Mhm.
didn't love it, I wouldn't do it.
I think it's neat as hell. I wish I knew how to do that stuff. That'd be-
It's look. There's a long learning process.
Oh, no doubt.
And I've learned so much in just the last 3 years. The audio portion, now look, when it came to online streaming or when it came to straight recording, that was easy for me. When it came to recording and editing and posting to an online service, that was different. I had to learn how to do that. Just hitting record was simple.
Yeah.
But when I started to do the live, I started with the music show, songs and stories, right? And I started that 3 years ago. It was March of 2020. I did one. It was only going to be a one-off thing. And my friends, I had a couple friends said, I really like that. You're going to do more? So I started doing it, when the world shut down. I started doing one show a day, usually an hour long. And then at one point I said, you know what? I would like to do 20 songs instead of 10. And I have more to say. So I started doing 3 and 4 hour shows. Well, that's in one sitting. I record that because I try and do stream of consciousness from start to end. Well, I found lately I don't have the time to do it. So now I'm working on 3 different songs and stories shows, but I have to do it over the course of a couple of weeks. It'd be like an hour here, an hour there. And I have to sit down and try and get into the same mindset of when I started it. So it sounds seamless to the listener. So yeah, there's a lot. It's a labor of love, but it's labor. It's labor.
So yeah, so it's just things like that. And like, since we started going full daily, even though we've tried our best, because even though we've produced a show every day, getting a show out every day from time to production to editing to put it out, and
it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. And for example, if you have something that comes up you can't edit, or if I like sleep through, best to show, and then we tried to record it. Like this week we tried to make up for them recording in the evenings. Well, now I'm handing you a show in the evening rather than earlier in the day. Which doesn't make it easier for you to get. So I mean, it's just.
And well, you saw when I jumped in and Ryan was producing for you. I was a zombie. I was like, I was really tired. And I was. It's like I got off the line with you and I jumped into bed and I was just looking at it. So I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, went to sleep. So just like when it just us two, producing it, writing the description, getting it out, promoting it, putting it to all the other sites that we have with this, that's, and making sure it gets done 5 days a week every day. We have not successfully done that yet since we've gone daily. That's how much work it is. Just being able to get the live stream out is goal number one, and we've been pretty successful at that. But we still need to post audio as well. Oh, and here's the other thing: we're supposed to start writing for the website.
There's been no time. I don't know when
Ray has written like 20 articles, or 20 or 30 of them.
Prolific.
Like, oh my God! Like, I got to find time to write something. Do you know what the problem? My other issue is like, I'll be at work inspired. So it's like, what I got to do is pull out my phone and just put something in notes. That's the only way I'm going to be able to do it, because I'll get home from work and it's like, no, my brain is, I've been in front of computers all day long. I need to be away from a computer screen. I need a screen to talk to me.
I find I'm most creative first thing in the morning. That's like whenever I do any writing, I usually do it between about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning and when I go to work.
That's me. I don't know why. I'm just more, I don't know. I wouldn't use the word energized, but I'm firing on all cylinders. All synapses are going at that point. So for me, it's best to do it in the morning. But we get off the air and I'm running up the street to get into the office. Right.
I think for me, I just get tired of writing.
Yeah, well,
I write down all the notes when I take the notes, and then I put the paragraphs in for the like. There's certain things I need to write just a couple of words, and I can stream from there. But there's a couple of times where there's facts, there's data, there's a footnote that I'm writing it all down. Sometimes if I'm listening to a half-hour newscast, it ends up taking me an hour by the time I jot everything down by hand. Right. That I need to take around to put or type it in, and it depends where I am. Sometimes if I'm at the computer, I type it in, but sometimes I'm on my phone and I'm listening to something and I have to stop walking when I'm doing, like, put that note. Okay, it's 29% is the thing, like, I put it and then keep walking, right? It's like minus 30. It's
and that's not even taking into consideration the time that we invest in curating information.
Right. And then I write the show. And
I don't write, but I do. I
curate information.
I curate. I read. I have to sift through it and get it. And I will put points for myself to bring up.
But once I do all that, it's like, now you got to write an article. On top of it, it's like, I've taken the notes, I've put in the notes, I've copied the notes, I've written a show. Like, I got one more thing to write. I've written a description. Now I got one more. I've written all the promotional materials. Now I got to write the damn article, and then I got to promote the article.
And again, I'm averaging.
I'm pooped by that.
I'm averaging 75 hours a week, right? So that's the thing. It's like, I know we have to start doing that.
Yep.
And it's something because you've written a number of articles.
Yeah, I've written a few. I've got about 3 or 4 more on the go that I haven't got published yet.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I've got,
I wrote 3 in 1 week before we started daily, when we were doing not quite daily, but since we started and I thought, okay, you know what? And then I thought easily, right, when we release an episode, I'll just write an article about that episode. But
No. And it sounds like we're complaining. We're not. We're not complaining. We're just talking about the thing that we do.
the creative process.
Yeah.
And it takes time.
It does.
Well,
It
there's
does.
also the fact for us that we are not even at the end of year 2.
Yeah.
And like if at the end of year 1 we were where we thought we were going to be 5, well, we hoped we would be in 5 years.
Yeah.
We're now where we hope we would be in maybe in 8.
Yeah. So
but there's
we're-
still 2. We've grown so fast. And like this,
Yeah.
it's like, and because we're not fully monetized, we don't have staff.
Yeah.
But had we gotten to where we are now over the course of 8 years,
it would have been a much,
we probably
easier
would have
process.
had much easier, and we'd probably be able to see it. So it's just, as you know,
But you know what?
I'd like to have a website one day,
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
Like for like when
But-
when am I going to do that?
Well, and it's like I could create something in WordPress, but you know
Yeah.
what? It would be shit because
Yeah.
I don't have the time to invest. And here's the thing: WordPress, you can make a decent website.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to put it together.
Yes.
It's like editing video.
Yeah.
It takes forever. So, you know, we'll get there someday. You know, for now, let's just keep entertaining, entertaining and informing. Remember, we're your friends, and we're here to keep you happy. We're going to bring you happiness and joy.
All day long.
I came up with that literally. I'm looking at. I had the video all together, and I got to put a voiceover and put some music. I literally had 30 seconds of video to do a 30-second spot, and I'm like, okay, whoops.
Ooh.
I kicked out the
Uh-oh.
underneath.
Okay.
You'll have to plug that in. if you
Yeah, I
can.
don't.
Yeah, I'll see if I can fix it.
My yoga's not that good.
We'll
This
need a
table
light
is-
down there. Hang on.
I
I kicked
get
that.
my-
Oh, I got the light that I can do, but yeah, you have to crawl under the table from that side to get
Okay,
it.
first one.
Right there. Yeah, I pulled it out of the. Right
Wait a
there.
minute.
Sorry, we'll
Pass
get
to
it
me.
fixed up. I can't see it.
Oh yeah, that's the one I won't be able to pick up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, see. I knocked out a light, and it radically changes the.
Oh, I got it. Oh my god.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was actually bendy enough.
Cool. I managed to knock out. There we go. There we go. Thanks.
Superstar.
So here's the thing. I kicked that out with my foot. You see how much it changed the. Look at the difference in the screen.
Oh my.
Much
That
better.
it makes it much warmer, right?
Yes.
So we have three
I
lights.
look like I got back from the south. I'm all tired.
I'm very pink. Less pink. Very pink. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like I'm not putting on makeup for this shit. I don't have time for that.
Welcome, kids, to Spot the White Guys.
Yep. I want to get a buddy of mine on the show. He's a music guy, but I'm trying to get our schedules together.
Graven?
Pardon?
Graven?
Well, no, I want to get him on the show too. There's another buddy of mine. He's a DJ buddy of mine, and we just haven't been able to connect. Graven, I'd like to get on at some point in time. When I don't know. He's in Toronto right now playing shows.
Okay.
So we'll see. We'll see if we'll get him in at some point in time. You know, just maybe on a Monday morning or something. I'd love to be able to do a Monday morning guest if we could every Monday. I don't know if that's possible. Not everybody's available. I mean, we were lucky to be able to get Mubin and Joanna.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
Mondays and Fridays are conducive
Yes.
to guests, so that if we have some, that's when I would invite them or give them first choice. But it's also our only days to do an in-depth as well.
That's
so-
right. Yeah.
which
Now,
is-
and Mondays could be changing a bit for me in the future because of the new back to work order.
Oh, yes.
Now, I had a discussion with my boss about that yesterday. Starting at the end of May, mandatory 2 days a week in the office.
Yes.
Like right now where I'm working, it's 5 days a month, but they're going to have every employee 2 days a week mandatory.
Mhm.
I'm like, okay, cool. That's going to, and they're like, that's really going to increase your workload. I'm like, yeah. They're like, don't worry. We're working on scheduling stuff and we're going to change the parameters so you can, because I'm super busy at my day
Mhm.
job. So I said, well, currently I work from home Mondays and Fridays. Fridays, there are no meetings scheduled. So that's why I can work from home.
Right.
And she said, well, we'll look at that. I hadn't thought about that. And I go, well, I'm always thinking, right? And, she says, I think for the most part, we'll probably keep your schedule as it is.
Good.
Nice.
If there's an emergency on a Monday, come on in, or you can come in a little later. And then, if it's once it's dealt with, you can leave. I'm like, okay, it's a 10-minute walk for me. So it's not a big deal. Yeah. The commute's pretty minor.
Yeah.
Right. And I pass by a grocery store and a liquor store. So,
makes it easier.
Some fringe benefits there, I think. I stop in at the Farm Boy on my way home most days because a single guy lives alone. I'm not buying 2 weeks worth of groceries; they'd go bad.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, and number two, I don't know what I want to eat from one day to the next. So keep it interesting.
Yeah.
We got a bit of a glare right there on the table. I was trying to. I was adjusting the lights earlier to try and get rid of it. But there we go. It's I think it's this light that is it this. Yeah, it's this light that does it. So.
Oh well.
So it's okay. Like the difference between this light, it's like yes, warm, comfortable, and inviting. That's what we want. Everybody, come on in, sit down, join us for a pint or a nosh. We got to get some food. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, pass me the menu there, good sir.
How many woodland creatures does it take to plug in a light?
Quite a few.
I don't know,
apparently.
Linda. How many woodland creatures does it take to plug in a light?
What do I want?
You hear that? How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb?
One, but the light bulb really has to want to change.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mars officers too.
Do I want? I don't know. Do I want that or do I want that? One or the other. Chicken fingers.
You
Not
said
bad.
it too quickly.
What?
We're supposed to take bets.
We were?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You weren't there. You weren't there. Yeah, we were talking. I was talking to Mr. Otter, so we could do this whole thing. It's like bet on what it is we were going to eat. Do we want to take a parlay on that? How many times will you dump your fries into that chipotle mayo?
Oh, Ray, I don't drink Jaeger. I'm allergic to it. If I drink that, I will projectile everywhere. So there's no Jaeger
Let's not
shots.
do that.
That's not going
Let's
to happen.
not do that.
Like literally, it's like what's the what is it? The stuff they make you drink to clear your stomach.
What they do strawberry extract works too.
Yeah,
but
and it looks like that.
It's something. It's pectate.
Yeah, something like that. So you drink this and then you just vomit.
Okay,
Yeah.
pectate.
No, not
Kaopectate.
Kaopectate. No.
It's
Ipecac.
Epicac. There you go. Yeah.
Epicac.
Jaeger is like Epicac to me.
Yeah.
Honest to goodness, if I drink that,
I hate it.
within minutes, and somebody's like, "You're kidding me, right?" And I go, "Fine." I did a shot. I'm sitting there, and he goes, "Are you okay?" I go, "No, I'm going to go vomit in 5 minutes." He goes, "No, like seriously, dude, you're turning green." I go, "Yeah. I'll be right back." And literally darted to the bathroom and blah. That was the only drink I had up to that point because we had just got there.
Yeah.
Let's do Jaeger shots. I can't do Jaeger shots. Don't be a pussy. I'm not a pussy. I'm allergic to it. It makes me sick. Oh, you're lying. You're just saying that because you don't want to drink it. Fine. Give me the goddamn thing and I'll prove it. Nobody has ever threatened me or tried to dare me to do it ever again.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't drink Jaeger. Half German Jaeger is like water for us. But you already blew your load, Ray, and back into Niagara for the wine fest. You already drank, man. You
Down at
drank.
HMCS Prevo, we shared the officers mess with the 22 Service Battalion, and one of their officers served in Germany back in the 70s and 80s.
Oh my!
Came back, made a whole pile of bank, and so as a present to the mess, he bought basically an eternal supply of Jägermeister, so it would always be free on tap. So as junior naval cadets, that being cheap, and university students, we would drink far too much of that stuff. I can't stand it anymore. It's just, it's like cough syrup.
Well, in
gross.
Germany they don't drink it. It's like a stomach remedy.
Yeah,
It's
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 poison.
Well, it's not designed for you to get drunk on.
No.
Let's put it that
No.
way. That's Germans don't drink it for that
No.
purpose. It's like a digestive.
Yeah, digestive. That's it.
But here we just,
We're crude.
we abuse it.
We're crude. It's a Canadian thing.
It's a Canadian thing. Yeah. Shots of Jaeger. Oh my goodness! I need another beer, but you know what? I'm gonna
See,
I'm gonna
about a
go.
horse?
Yeah, I'm gonna see Man About a Horse. I'm gonna
That-
make some room for more.
That was the other
Right.
thing we were going to bet the number of times you went to the bathroom over the course.
This will be the first one. I'm
I'm
not
going to have an over under on that.
See, I'm not desperate yet. I'm not desperate yet, but I thought, let's do the preemptive thing.
Yeah.
Stretch the legs. See a man about a horse.
Yeah.
No carriage, just the horse. So I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
I thought it was a wallaby.
What?
See a man about a wallaby?
I never heard that one.
No, Australian.
Wildebeest, maybe.
Wildebeest.
Wildebeest.
So
All right. Wait. Is he gone yet? Wait.
good.
Okay.
now
let's
we can talk
it.
about it.
Yeah.
He's going to look weird without his beard. He is.
Oh, you just went right for it, didn't
Oh
you?
yeah. Well,
Oh.
it's
Oh.
just going to look strange. That's all.
I've seen pictures of him without
Yeah.
facial hair. I don't think can't remember if I've seen him without facial hair yet.
You look a lot younger, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Does.
For sure.
Yeah, it ages. It ages. It's nice to nice to be trim. Oh wow.
Did you like it?
It was all right. I think it was mostly because it was the middle of winter and I stopped in trimming my beard in November because I misplaced the power cord for my trimmer, and and Laura's
such a
laughing right now
dude.
because I haven't been able to find it yet.
You're such a dude.
I know, and
The cord, so I'll just let it grow.
well, I've got about 4 or 5 of the damn things, and I can't find the shave ends for one or the cord for the other. So I've got 4 or 5 of these things, and none of them work together. So my beard just kept going longer and longer, and I after a while I just thought, oh, it looks all right, but then it was getting to the point where it was starting to feel like a wool scarf.
Yes.
And that wasn't very good. I could
Okay.
feel it all night long and everything. So finally, I just thought to myself, nah. I was looking in the mirror, and it was basically it's when people are starting to look at me like I'm about a 65-year-old man.
Yep.
I figure I might want to make a change.
Yep.
But oh well, at least I guess the difference is only about 4 or 5 months. It doesn't take too long.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I had a long one 2 years ago in the summer for a play because we were in our characters were trapped inside a cardboard box for
Perfect.
500 days.
Oh, perfect.
So no time to go to the.
Yeah.
They didn't allow us to take our shaving material before we get there. So I figured I would let it grow, and I already had like the COVID hair.
Yeah.
Long letting that grow, and so I decided to get COVID beard. And I mean, I did not look like the most savory character.
No.
Long beard is not good on me.
No.
No, it doesn't. It curls up and just
Yeah.
sort of like bunches. Both of yours were like
Yeah.
you can brush them and trim them and like this, but mine was just,
I didn't really trim it too much. I just brushed it a bit.
yeah, but it looked good.
Yeah.
Like this, mine was just like a clump of like curls.
I tossed it out on the deck there, thinking that the birds might take it away, and eventually
Make a
they
nest.
didn't. But it blew off the deck, and we've got a new puppy, a little poodle Bernese Mountain Dog cross, and she of course found the ball of my beard, and Laura was to her great chagrin, the dog was
See my
chasing
butt.
across carrying my little ball of beard across the yard, so I had to extricate the beard from the dog. I don't know. I figured the birds might as well use it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use it anymore. So what the hell?
I've got a beer on the way, and
Excellent.
I ordered some food. She'll be here in a minute. You can
Ah,
process your order if you
Excellent.
need
All right.
some munchies. People are starting to gather. It's a Leafs Sens game, so there's
Oh.
Leafs fans out front.
oh,
Excellent.
it's a big night then.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it'll be a big night. Yeah.
Go Leafs.
Leafs suck.
Oh, go Sens.
I still like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Yeah.
gonna order some food?
Oh yes.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
The salmon for me, please.
Oh what the heck? I'm going to do good comedy. Could I get a pound of hot chicken wings, please? And
Ooh.
another club soda, please. Yes, please.
See, now I'm jealous. I'd love to have wings, but
I can do it now.
yeah, I know.
I
that's
can
the
do it
thing,
now.
right? Yeah.
Oh,
You're
Well,
just-
come on,
I would do
Mr.
it.
Grizzly,
Like,
do
who's
it.
kidding who? I do it before.
Hang on.
Do
Hang on.
I don't. I'm not.
Do it.
I got an
Do it.
Perfect.
Do
There we
it.
go, look.
Do it.
Glaire's gone.
very
There you
nice.
Glaire's gone, and it matches the colors.
Yeah.
Do
No, I'm not.
Do
I
it.
ordered chicken fingers. I'm having chicken fingers. Chicken fingers. Do chickens have fingers?
it.
No,
Kids,
but
we
they do
need a
now.
little peer pressure.
Not happening.
Do it.
No?
Nope.
Do
You
it.
can have a
No,
couple if
do
you want
it.
one. You can have a couple.
Do
if
it.
you want. It won't be a problem.
Will you have one of Hughes?
You can have one of mine.
You have one of Hughes?
Fuck off.
Stir in the pot. Stir in
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, come on. If you won't let me be a merry maker of mischief,
I just don't want wing sauce all over my face.
but I want wing sauce all over your face.
But it's my face.
Nice.
Now, this is, of course, where I could pull the trump card.
He's going to prison soon.
Well
just,
played, sir.
Well, he is. He predicted he'd be arrested before the weekend is. He predicted it.
Really?
He said he thinks he'll be arrested before the weekend is up. I'm like,
You know what?
awesome.
That's when you arrest him Monday, just for
Yeah, just to
fuck him up.
you were wrong. It's my
Just for the. You should have said 6 months from now, eh? Yeah.
So we have somebody's going to join us shortly.
Oh, good.
Ooh. Oh, it's coming in.
A surprise
coming in.
guest.
The kids are saying, do it. Wings, wings, wings,
Wings.
wings. Dare you
Yep.
to do it.
There it is.
I'm not succumbing to peer pressure.
He will. Keep it up,
It's okay. They will.
Kid Hugh seems very, very sure. that was
That's good for ratings.
that was so
I'll do it.
he's very confident in that calm way that makes you afraid. Oh, he'll do it. Don't worry.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad. Real bad. Somebody. You may know him. Somebody gonna get hurt. You know that bit from Russell Peters?
I have a feeling that people are talking about me, but I'm going to pretend I'm clueless.
Is that how it works?
That's how. Hey, I've skated by many times in life, batting these eyelashes. What?
Okie dokie.
I don't understand.
Well, just-
What's this?
Oh,
We can squeeze all of us in
picture time.
Yeah, it's always fun. There we go. Just sending out that to Catherine.
Oh, yay.
I don't know if she's going to join us or not.
Okay.
We have an online guest joining us.
Oh,
Perfect.
I was hoping Pete was going to stop in today, but I guess he must be busy.
oh, I should send him a note just in case. It would be nice to see him. I miss him.
Aussie Pete. You can probably hear some of the background noise that it's getting quite a bit busier
Yes, indeed.
in the pub. There's more people here. At one time, I was thinking about bringing a studio condenser mic and putting it on a mic stand
Right there.
right there. But then I changed my mind because it would be I'd have to turn it on and off frequently, right?
Yep.
And it would also, because this is only a 4-channel unit, I'd need a 5th mic if if another guest. So it would be distracting because it would be too much ambient noise.
Mhm.
So it'd have to be on mute most of the time. So I figured, why bother? And it's just more gear to bring.
Yep. Well, this, from what I can hear in the headphones, this
There's
seems
quite a
like
bit,
Perfect
yeah.
setup.
Well, these mics are designed. Well, this is a broadcast mic. These are designed for podcasts. They're very good microphones. They're actually a friend of mine who has an online radio station here in town, has a bunch for his studio, and he says for the price, they cannot be beat.
Nice.
They've dropped in price. This one's gone up. This was $299, now it's $309. They used to be $159, now they're down to $129.
Oh, nice.
But well worth the money.
Yeah.
They're solidly built, and the sound quality is exceptional, and they're really good at rejecting noise from the background. Right? Like, look, if I turn on this one right here, where nobody's sitting, I'll turn it on, and it doesn't change.
Oh.
Like we're not hearing any
Yeah.
extra noise, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, it does a really, really good job.
Nice.
I like the camera too.
Yeah, it's called the OBSBot. I have two of them. That's a 1080p version, and I have a 4K that I use most of the time at home. It's literally I can zoom in, I can pan it, tilt, you name it. It's a great little camera. And I used to use a tripod, but I bought that table clamp instead because a tripod had a
And they
tripping,
wiggle.
tripping hazard, whereas it's the same height. And, why not, right? And then that light fixture, I got a new light fixture there as well. And it's on a articulated arm, which I could use for a microphone as well. But it's not nearly as long.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's perfect for that, right? Lighting is the key, as our buddy Army Chris tells us, and he's got great lighting in his studio.
Okay.
But I mean, he's retired from the military,
Mhm.
so he could dedicate the. He said I spent a year building it. I'm like, oh, I believe it because his studio is really sweet. Right? I don't have the space or the budget. Mostly the budget. I could create the space. It's the budget. I don't have to go full out. But as we build the channel, as it grows, I'll buy more gear and eventually get better at the lighting.
Yeah.
We're hoping for where we are at the Beaver Lodge to maybe have a studio.
Yeah.
Because we have an old shed in the backyard that
Yeah, you had talked about that.
more of it was a workshop.
Yeah.
I guess that used to be connected electrically to the garage, but when they regrounded the garage, they did pass it through there.
You could,
But it's a big thing. We have to lift it up, put a new concrete thing. We have to take the siding off. We have to insulate it. We have to make sure that there's electricity that comes to there. So I mean, it would be a very, very, very great. I mean, we're talking over $10,000 probably a project in order to do
Easily.
that. And we're sitting there and we're like, well, do
We
we?
might want to consider a trailer.
We thought about that. We'd have to rip out the fence to bring the trailer in, though.
yeah.
But we thought about do we really want to do this? I mean, we have to vacate the room that I'm using right now because eventually that's supposed to be a room for foster children because we'd like to have
Right.
or adopt if we had an opportunity to. So we do have to do it in the other one. I mean, it's not like I'm not going to use it. So I mean, it will be a good investment, but it's just
Yeah.
because we could pay the mortgage down faster, or we could put. I mean, and it's not. It really is a nice to have. It's not a necessary thing. So it would be a huge indulgence.
So,
That's the question.
who's just joining us now from Edmonton.
excellent.
We'll bring him on in here. It's our good friend Army Chris. Hey,
What's
buddy, how you
going
doing?
on, gentlemen? I'm I'm in recovery mode today.
Oh yeah.
How's everybody feeling?
Hey there, bringing yourself back to zero.
I am. It's about controlling trajectory of the descent. Right? You can slam in, or you can. Here's how you land a plane. That's how you. And then eventually, you drink right through the hangover. That's my approach. Mhm.
So it was a party then.
Good time.
It was a
you
good
got
call.
the Pills tall boy.
Oh, jeez.
It was a good call.
Oh, you were taking Jimmy around, right?
I met him we started at Kelly's before he did his self-exploitation tour that he does annually.
Oh,
It's a good money maker.
Made
for
some
him.
money. That's his money maker is obviously the 17th. So I'm going to send you a picture, Paul, of this horrified
Oh,
kid.
yeah?
Just give me a second. This kid does not know.
he seems a little too happy.
When you look at it, you'll get it. Give me
Well,
a
I
second.
have a video that Chris sent me last time. Jimmy was the luber. They played
Oh,
musical dildos.
Oh, right. I remember
Yeah.
that.
I was
Oh,
playing at the
yeah.
Jimmy's sitting there looping them up.
Okay, I sent
was
you.
really
I sent you two. You should be able to put them up when you get a chance. But the look on this kid's face, because he was running around for some reason in Edmonton, and I kind of don't disagree with it. They'll let kids in the pub all day, right? I don't know if that's a thing anywhere else.
Daytime.
Yeah. So there's little
there's-
kids running around.
There's kids
And
here in
Kim-
this pub right now.
Oh, good. Down at the Lieutenant's Pump. I was just telling a good friend of mine, an ex-military guy, about the place.
Yeah, we got tons
Where
of
did-
like there was a bunch of kids today.
Oh yeah, 5-year-old,
Is that right?
7-year-old. Wander by
I guess
saying
during
hi.
the day, and then for
Yeah.
some reason they need to leave at like whatever 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
something
I think
like
it's
that.
8,
Why-
yeah.
What
Because
happens?
it's still
back in-
technically a restaurant during the day, right? It's not like in the
It's like when I was a
Ah,
kid. Like I grew up. My dad took me into the new commercial hotel in Lakefield every morning for breakfast, and they were still like with the pine saw wiping the vomit and piss off the floor.
yeah.
But you know, it was
I mean,
fun.
I was a kid in the 70s and early 80s,
yeah.
and back then, everything your parents did was like they'd be in jail right now.
Oh yeah.
They just pull up in the truck, and we're going into the bar. You kids wait in the truck. It's 40 below out. Trucks running, playing with your GI Joes and shit. No big deal,
The look
We
on this
do-
face.
right? Look at that kid's
Oh,
face, man.
He's terrified. He's
He doesn't know
terrified.
what Jimmy is. He's the same height.
They're
Oh
the same
my
size,
God.
and he's kind of freaked about it.
So there's another picture because I took a bunch.
I can't.
I can't put it up. Oh,
I took a bunch of pictures, and that's like the best one
That's better than Santa Claus.
because
Oh, yeah.
the rest of the pictures are of the kid's mom trying to console the kid.
He's like, I don't understand. He's the same size, but he has a beard.
that green.
I was trying to help Jimmy out and give him some shit for his socials, and it's like these are not going to work, man.
Nope. Nope.
No, you know, you look like you should be in a Crime Stoppers commercial right
You're
now.
gonna have to
So-
pay for kids therapy.
Yeah,
Oh my god, that's hilarious. How's
Yeah.
the weather there today, anyway, bud?
it's nice. It's warming up. It's around 5 or 6 right now. I
Oh
think.
wow, okay.
it is
yeah,
here.
so- yeah, it's same thing here.
Yeah.
It's like it's
Yeah.
definitely springtime.
Look,
You know.
if we're getting there. I mean, we walked yesterday where normally you'd call an Uber or something like from
Yeah.
pub to pub, and I'm like, no, it's too nice out to not walk, right? So
Yeah. Well, and that's St.
We-
Patrick's Day can go either way
Mhm.
here. I've had years where it's been a raging
Yep,
snowstorm, and
yep.
other years where it's been 20 degrees.
well, last year I think it was warmer, it was like plus 10 or something.
Yeah,
But,
it was considerably warmer last year.
pretty nice today, and it's on a Friday, so that made the crowds were out. I can promise you.
Oh,
that. A lot of
It
people
was
were
busy here last night. I was
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah.
It was like that. I got here at 4:30. It was like that prior to that.
like this. It was a real culture shock for me because like that was like the first time that I've actually been out in about 2.5, 3 years in public with a lot of people, and it was like
Well, next year it'll be on a
Oh,
Saturday, or will it? Is
Yeah,
it a leap? Is it a leap year next year?
I'm not sure.
was it last year?
2024. Yes.
It is, so it'll be on a Sunday next year.
Sunday. Oh fuck, bummer.
That means they'll be partying the night before and then the day of. Oh boy, that's gonna be.
It was no, it was good. We Pam Kirby from 95.7 Cruise FM was
Yeah.
live at the cabin. The cabin used to be called the Druid, and then for some reason it became the cabin, which has an identity crisis. It doesn't know what it is. So it's like we're the Druid again just for today. I'm like, why don't you just go back to that? You know. So it was banging, and then we hit a few more. It was a good day, easy day. Not so easy today,
Nice.
but
Yeah, yeah.
we can get through that together.
Hair of the dog. We'll get through it together. Huh?
Yeah,
Cheers.
for sure.
yeah, we didn't get bed till what 3?
Oh, that's
Oh,
a
God.
good shift.
Yeah, it
Yep.
was.
Where'd you guys go for dinner after you left here?
Lemongrass.
Oh, right up the street here.
Yep.
Yeah. A really good Thai place, just a couple of doors down.
Until they
Nothing
kicked us
said- Nothing says St. Patrick's Day like Thai food.
out. Oh, well, you know.
Oh, we had green curry.
Everybody's Irish on St.
Yeah,
Patty's
we
Day.
had
You did green curry. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. It's fine.
I had shepherd's pie. I had 5 pints of Guinness and shepherd's pie.
I had a very underwhelming Guinness stew.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, I was
That's a shame.
That's too
disappointed.
bad.
Man. The bread was really good. It was Irish soda bread or whatever.
Yeah.
But the stew itself just lacked any depth to it. It was beef.
The best Guinness stew I ever had was at the Guinness Storehouse in Dublin,
Mhm.
where they actually brew the beer.
Yeah.
My God, it was good. It was so good. And sitting, I was telling the guys earlier, is when I did the tour, and you go up to the Gravity Bar, and it's the best view of Dublin because you see everything, right? And they got pictures of all the people that have come in and had a pint. There's Barack Obama, there's Bill Clinton.
Wow.
Oh yeah, it's really cool, and it's just a big giant circular bar at the top of the brewery. And
So the question, Paul, the
awesome.
question is, I had my one token Guinness yesterday. One. That's
Yeah.
it. Does it taste differently, or
Yes,
is it
it
in your
does.
head? Does it?
No, it does taste differently. Yeah,
Because I've had a lot of European beers, and I know for a fact, like I'm a big fan of a beer called Budvar, which is a Czech Budweiser, and
Okay.
they have this battle going on with Anheuser-Busch about the name Budweiser. So it's called Budweiser only in the Czech Republic.
Okay.
And I was at the brewery, and it's fucking amazing. But here you get it imported as Czechvar,
and it doesn't taste the
it's
same.
not the same. It's just not the same, and I don't know
I've
what
had
it is.
Czechvar. I've had Czechvar before.
Yeah.
One of the best. Well, so a bunch of years back, I was at the Czech ambassador's residence, and I was connecting up his network, and I had a colleague that I was training at the time who was killed in a construction accident a few years ago. May he rest in peace. He was such a sweet guy.
Cheers, bud.
And yeah, cheers. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, we're working away, and it was a Friday afternoon. It was about 2 p.m, and I'm setting up his network, and I'm setting up all this other stuff. And I didn't do residential, but I was the guy with security clearance, so they sent me to all the embassies and ambassadors, and I would take care of stuff. So we're sitting there, and I'm getting the network set up, and this gentleman comes out, and he just freshly poured us Pilsner Urquell.
Which is also a good beer, yeah.
Now, the first time I had one was probably 25 years ago, and I didn't like it because I was raised on, Labatt Blue Molson Canadian.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then you get a beer with flavor, and it's off-putting, right? Because there's too much flavor. So he pours this, and there's a way to pour it perfectly, and he did, and he handed it to me. And my colleague looked at me, and I go, "It's 2 p.m, and we're not going to refuse a beer from the ambassador from the Czech Republic."
Right.
That would be rude.
Insult. And it's a Pilsner. So I took one sip, and I went, "Oh my God, where have you been all my life?"
And you also would have noticed they serve it slightly warmer than we drink beer in North America.
Yeah. But the
Because
thing was, it was poured properly, and my palate had matured.
right.
Because the first time I had it, I was about 21 or 22 years old, and I didn't like it. But after years of drinking better beer, as you work your way up and sampling more, it was the greatest. To this day, it's still the best tasting beer I ever had. That it was like the perfect moment in time.
I went to that brewery as well. It's in these underground caverns in the city of Pilsen, which is I want to say an hour or two east of Prague.
Right.
And there's 16 kilometers of underground tunnels.
Holy
wherein
shit.
a billion years, or when beer first became the thing in that area of the world, where all of it was brewed. 16 kilometers of tunnels. So you can't go through all of it, but you can go through a big chunk of it. You go through the beer museum and all the touristy type shit that you would do. And I got a picture. It's an actual photo because this is pre-digital of this massive cask, wooden keg, and drinking right out of it in this tunnel underneath.
Oh,
building.
nice.
Amazing, man. So yes, Pilsner Urquell is a very good beer as well.
Oh, it's a very good beer. I've not been to the Czech yet. Well, it's Czechia now. It's not Czech Republic anymore.
Check it.
It is the Czech Republic, but for media, that's why they changed it.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know that. So I was confused.
No,
Well, when I was watching Team
It's
Canada
literally
play
about branding. That's why.
Czechia, is that all it is?
Yeah.
I'm watching Team Canada play Czechia, and I'm like, who the hell is Czechia?
And I did the same thing, and I'm fucking Czech, and I got family there. I'm like, who the fuck are these guys?
Okay. I was completely confused. I'm like, is this a breakaway republic I've just learned about that I've
No, I did this, Paul. I did the same thing. I immediately Googled it, and the decision was based purely on marketing and branding.
Okay.
Well, Ukraine did that too. So
Yeah. Well, so I really want to go to the Czech Republic. Like,
You got to go.
Prague is, everybody says, dude, you go to Prague and it will change your life. It will change your
It's
life.
an amazing. We spent a month there. This is 2000. Yeah, the year before 9/11, so travel is a little bit easier. And Just an amazing month, and just take the trains everywhere. Go to Hitler used to. The reason Hitler didn't trash the Czech Republic is he hung out at a place called what's it called? It's got all these natural spas.
Mhm.
Karlovy Vary, further east from Pilsen, like towards Germany.
Okay.
And it's in the mountains, and it's all these hotels, but the hotels were built over top of these
The springs.
springs, exactly, these natural springs.
Like
It's
in
an
Bath.
amazing thing. Yeah. And if you like jazz, there's a hotel in Prague called the U Prince.
I have a jazz show, dude.
I know you do. That's why I brought it up. That's the hook. And in the U Prince Hotel, two things about it that I noticed. They have the basement is where all the live music happens, and it's in naturally formed caverns,
Oh yeah, okay.
like the bar, everything.
So the acoustics must be amazing.
Acoustics are different. I wouldn't say amazing, but they're
Oh,
they're
okay.
unique.
Okay.
Because it's a big jazz country, to be honest. My grandfather
Oh,
and
yeah.
his father were jazz guys, jazz
Mhm.
musicians, and so we went and watched that. Also, the best toilet in all of Europe. It's like Darth Vader's bathroom, all stainless steel, like spotless, and just it's like that toilet that every man wishes he had in his house, like it came out of an
Okay.
airplane. Boom, gone, done.
Yes.
Clean feet off of that when you were done. Yes, an amazing country. I highly recommend it. A little more pricey now that they're not using the korun, they're using the euro, but
Yeah. Yeah.
worth the trip. And while you're there, I mean, make a go of it. Go to Hungary and go to Budapest.
Budapest.
'Cause it's another
Yeah.
amazing city. But Prague, unbelievable. All the major towns in there. Český Budějovice is where the Budweiser is brewed. Nice town. Pilsen's a beautiful town.
Well, I
Karlovy
wanna
Vary,
see
where the springs
some
are.
of the pubs and the nightclubs. I'm told the nightclubs in Prague will blow your mind, like sound and lighting.
Yeah,
Days and
we hit a lot of pubs. I wasn't like a club guy thing, but
well, for me, it's
Yeah.
the DJ thing, right? I want to see it. I wouldn't spend a whole night in a club because I'm barely here in my right ear, and I want to
Right.
keep what I have in my
I'll
left.
tell you the most amazing place I ever went to, and it was on my I was in Bosnia on deployment, but it was on the back end of the war. It was the war
Right.
was over, and we were just cleaning up the fucking mess. So we had access to go into Croatia, and there's another amazing city is Zagreb.
Zagreb,
Mm.
A beautiful city. And we didn't find this out to the end. We've been pub hopping downtown, doing the normal things you would do. And I talked to the cab driver. We had like 2 weeks left, and we're going back to Canada. And he goes, "Well, have you been to here, wherever that is?" I'm like, "No."
Mhm.
So we hop in this cab, and he drives us halfway out of town. He pulls into this parking lot, and he goes, "Go up there and pay that guy." And you go into this man-made lake that is completely surrounded by every genre, variety of whatever, what have you, of bar
Okay.
ever. And you just walk around this lake, and for that big European DJ thing you're getting at,
Mhm.
I walked into this. Imagine the biggest inflatable tent you've ever seen, like a Gulf Dome type thing. We used to
Right,
have one
yeah.
here. Two of them connected together, and there's like 16,000 people between the two of
Holy
these things,
shit.
and the DJs are doing that Eurotrash thing that they do. Bars everywhere. It was fucking unbelievable.
Well,
And
that's the
then if
thing.
you
with
got tired of that, you could walk next door and get your shavapshi or whatever,
yeah,
which
yeah.
great, Eastern European street food, and then go find a little pub like what you're sitting in right now.
Nice.
It was
This is more my
unbelievable.
speed these days, but I still like to see the spectacle of it. Like I
Yeah.
want to visit, literally as a tourist. I would not spend an entire night in a place like that.
No, but just to experience it an hour, two, okay,
Yeah.
done. Yeah, no, I get
And
it.
then go to a nice pub, sit down, have a conversation, talk about the weirdness we just saw. Yeah, that's absolutely what I'd like to do.
Yeah,
And-
like I
and
went in.
I've been told Prague is like you have to go.
It's amazing.
You have to go.
It's so diverse. You can do the normal. You can go to St. Vitus's Cathedral. You got to check that out, and then, but yeah, just to check out the night scene, is fucking amazing. There's so many different things you can do there.
Well, and beer is cheaper than water there too, isn't it?
Well, okay. When we got there, because we're like maybe not so much anymore with the euro, but we had ordered like 6 or I can't even remember, like a dozen beer.
Right.
And my cousin had his calculator out. You didn't have your Google currency converter shit
Yeah.
back then,
Not
right?
like today. Yeah.
Yeah, so we knew the rate or whatever, the rough exchange it was going to be for that at that time of the year. And he converted it, and I looked at it. I'm like, no, that's not possible. This can't be right. Do it again. Do it again. And it was like $6 Canadian. And we had like a dozen pints of beer. And the thing I love about the Czech Republic, the other thing is I get judged a lot on my beer consumption in this country.
Mhm.
I'm like,
Not there.
not there.
No.
It's one of the largest beer consumptions, and it's normal. When you go to breakfast in the morning and you're eating your European breakfast, there'll be like a 90-year-old lady with a pint at 8, 9 in the morning. It is fucking normal. It is not. And
In the Frankfurt airport, I sat and had breakfast, and I'm like, "Ooh, Munich breakfast. I'll give that a go." It's 2 white sausages boiled with a giant pretzel and mustard and a liter of beer.
I could do that every day.
I'm like, this is great. So I
I'm
finished.
going to Europe in June. I'm going to route my way through Munich.
There you go. There you go. And they're like, she goes, "Can I get you anything else?" I go, "Yeah, I'll have another beer." She goes, "Really?" And I go, "I'm on vacation, man."
And you don't get the hangovers off the draft beer there because of their laws, like preservatives, right? The pasteurization preservative shit, which is probably why the beer tastes better, right? I think the law in Prague, or probably the country, was 72 hours is how long a keg can last, and it's done. Which isn't. It's not hard to move a keg in 72 hours in Prague. Not hard.
True.
And I don't quote me on that, but I believe that was the discussion point. It was 72 hours that's it. And you have to change the keg out. Where here, I mean, you guys know when you're down to that shitty part of the keg, there's no head on it, tastes flat and gross. And like, oh, we're just changing the keg, and then we haven't cleaned the lines and fucking all that other stuff. But,
So when they got the new keg, do they do that thing at Tim Hortons where they write the time on it in that white marker?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So what's on the go today? How are you guys feeling?
Pretty good, actually.
Feeling great.
Yep.
You went till 3 a.m. and you're doing good. That's good. What time is it there now? Oh, I guess
it's
5.
5 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, I left. I started early. I left early. I wasn't out late last night. What time did I leave here?
He was responsible.
Was it even 8 o'clock? I think
Yeah,
when I
about
left.
that.
Yeah,
About
yeah,
8 o'clock.
yeah.
Did you guys bar hop or just stay there?
Just right
Just
here.
stay
Right here.
Yeah, it's easy, right?
Well, it's like when we got here. When we got here, they were telling us that there was no tables. Now, fortunately,
Yeah, I had
Paul
a
and
spot.
his friend were already here. We were joining them, but
You calling in favors. I had to do the same thing. Like
Every bar was full
Oh yeah,
everywhere.
everywhere.
yeah. When we walked into Kelly's right at the onset, I knew we were already gonna be late. We weren't there till like 2:30, which is like too late. You need to be there at fucking 11. And it was that bar is always packed. Like it feels like over capacity packed. And luckily I know the bartender and the owner. So I'm like, I'll be able to get us a beer. And then they found us a table. I'm like, no, give it to somebody else because we're not staying. Like we're just here to see Jimmy off, get him pointed in the right direction, and then we're gonna go hopping because I'm not a big fan of the Canadian Brew House. No disrespect to the franchise.
Well, it's like the Heart. You know the Heart and Crown in the Byward Market, right?
Yeah, man. Do I ever? Oh, no, I'm good, Sean. Thanks.
Usually, they open at noon. St. Patrick's Day, they on a Friday or Saturday. People are lining up at 10:30 in the morning.
I'll bet the market was jammed.
Oh, it must have been crazy.
Like, what else is down there that would be like a good pub?
The old Dubliner.
Honest to God, the
Heart
market
and
has become mostly pubs these
Yeah,
days.
there's like 4 or 5.
So I haven't been in the market since I want to say 2006.
It's changed a bit.
A little bit, but not tremendously. Like it's not unrecognizable.
It would be where I would go eat because I was staying right by NDHQ, right?
Oh yeah.
I would go eat in the market, maybe a couple beer, and then I'm pounding my way down Elgin to end up exactly where you are right now.
Yeah.
I'd stop at McLaren's, play some pool,
Mhm.
right? All those spots along Elgin, down there. That would
And
be
they're all
nice.
still there. for the most
McLaren's
part.
was packed too yesterday.
Yeah.
I passed by it.
Really sports bar. Wow.
Yep.
Well,
We
it's St.
packed tonight.
Patrick's Day,
Lights are
wherever
on.
you can get in, right?
Yeah.
Well, there's a
How's that?
Leafs game. There's a Leafs game tonight. Leafs Sens.
And UFC's on.
So there's the shuttle bus leaves here. I think it's 6 o'clock. So right now the whole pub it's full.
Is that
full.
right?
Yeah. So he usually has 3 buses because you've got people that will come up from Toronto to see a Sens Leafs game.
Sure. Why not? Yeah.
Because
Why
they
not?
can't get tickets for a Leafs game in Toronto.
Because that's what, 2 hours?
It's,
Three, about three.
Four.
Three?
I'd
four.
say
Is
4.
it that long?
Four by car.
I've only ever flown it.
By
I've never drove Ottawa. I've only drove like Toronto,
Well, that's right. It's
Kingston.
about 3 hours to Peterborough.
Yeah, Toronto,
about four.
Toronto, Kingston's about 3.
Yeah.
Just under 3.
I got to get out your way again. I got to see some family out there. I haven't been out west in a long time.
Yeah, wait a couple months. It's ugly and dirty.
Oh yeah, no. If I'm coming out west, it'll be in the summer. I'm not,
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, we only have 2 seasons here. It's like summer, winter. There's nothing.
Yeah.
You don't get that bridge. You don't get the beautiful falls like you get in Southern Ontario. And spring is just like everything's dead. There's garbage everywhere. They clean it up and brown and ugly, and then suddenly shit turns green.
I used to live in Cold Lake. I know.
Oh man, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's sad.
Dogs shit and dirt. That's all it smells like.
Yeah. So
Well,
it's like
You're when are you moving to Mexico?
it's gonna take some time. Like
Because you guys are building a house down
we were
there.
just down there. And we're still in the process of buying the lots, the property. So the down payment's done. The lawyer that the guy had, he's an American guy.
Mhm.
He's like the owner of all of this development, right? So he's sold it all off. Well, the lawyer probably did something that the lawyer shouldn't have did, and the lawyer disappeared.
Oh.
So he had to get a new guy out of New York, had to redo everything, and we're kind of waiting for that all to happen. So that should be done by June, July. I've got all the drawings from the architect, who's a good guy. He's one of the best architects down there. And we've been going back and forth, change this, change that. But he's got so many projects on the go. I don't see us actually breaking ground till probably next March, like a year from
Oh
now.
wow.
Oh, wow.
So, and then you're looking at 8 to 12 months for completion. And then I think I'll just start spending winter down there.
Yeah. Well, that was the plan, right? It's just to spend.
That is the
winters-
plan. It's I want to be. I don't want to be there, and you do not want to be in southern Mexico between like June and November. It's
Oh no, it's unlivable,
shit.
right?
right.
Yeah.
Too hot, and then you get storm season, and it's humid and raining and crappy. So it's like go down. For me, it'll be finish Thanksgiving, maybe go hunting because I still like to hunt,
Mhm.
and then like mid-November, like right after Remembrance Day, I think would
Right.
be
Probably
I'm
ideal.
punching out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Christmas will be tough though. Like I can't do.
Yeah.
I like snow and all the
agree.
bullshit. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like I think I go down for a month, come back for Christmas, even though you're paying out your ass.
Yeah.
And then go back right after New Year's, and then stay there till about May, and then come back because I want to get on my Harley and ride through the Rockies and do all the things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of how that looks in theory.
How far south in Mexico?
Sayulita, which is about 40 minutes north of Puerto Vallarta.
Oh,
That is
then you're in
nice
a good
coast.
spot.
That's a good coast.
Puerto Vallarta is my favorite place in Mexico.
Yeah, it's
By
a nice
far.
town. I know my dad just came back from southern Mexico. Actually, he got called back out of retirement to go solve a problem. They had a gas plant wellhead blew up, killed 6 guys. And they said, hey, him and 3 engineers are the only guys in the world who can solve this problem when you come out of retirement and fix it. So he's down there right now.
So that's
Wow.
when they basically backed the Brinks truck up to his front door.
Pretty much, right? So
Yeah.
he's down there. And he was near the border near Guatemala, which I guess is beautiful as well. The water is a little bit better. Sayulita is popular because it's surfers go there.
Okay.
Hippie surfers. It's got really good surf. I was this close to taking surfing lessons last trip. And then a friend of ours that was down there, he said, "Well, I'm going to go do it." I said, "Okay, if you don't die, then I'll do it next time."
Did he die?
No, he made it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to try it. But it's the best surf is now, so I'm not going to be there till November. We'll have a look at it. But
I've not been surfing yet. It's something I do want to try. My dad did it when he was in California. He was working for Arenda Aerospace, and they sent him out to LA for about 3 months. So my mom went down to visit him, and yeah, he said, "I'm going to learn how to surf." So he took surfing lessons.
why not?
He said, it was a blast. He said, "Well, on the weekends, what else am I going to do? I don't know anybody here. My family's all back in Canada. I might as well see the sights, do the tour, do the Hollywood." He did all the Hollywoods, do all that. And yeah, he took surfing lessons. So that was cool.
I really want to try it. I because why not? You're there. Like, do it. Give it a whirl, man.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't want to do the extreme stuff though, like where they're surfing on the breaking swells layer off the coast.
No. I need like the old man surfing, the really big board, which is basically a flattened out canoe.
Yeah, and the bunny hill of swells.
The green run, right?
Yeah.
I need the green run waves. They don't know what you mean when you say that down there. Yeah, just the easy one.
Learning how to do it, I'd be the same way. And I might be, you might call me a wimp for this, but I'm putting on a goddamn life jacket.
Oh yeah.
You see, how many people surf?
Well, you know what though? They give you a wetsuit jacket.
Yeah.
When you take the lesson, and in salt water, because I did my dive course and all that stuff in the Mediterranean. In salt water, you float in that thing. Like you wouldn't have to like shame yourself and be out there with a big life jacket, because I think that thing you'll float in it, and you're not in very deep water. Well, I'm just deep enough to drown. You can drown in a puddle.
Yeah.
Coming home from a pub. Not that I fell down in a puddle, but
ever.
A friend of mine might have.
Somebody we know, I'm sure, did. Never happened to me.
Yeah. So no, I'm looking forward to it. It's beautiful. I'm so trying to dispel all the fucking media hype on violence and everything in Mexico. Like, it's okay. Well, the government issued a travel advisory, so we're scared to go there. I'm like, oh, you're listening to the government. You're the guy just bitching about the government for like all week. Don't trust the government, but now you are? Really? You know how many people were killed in Chicago yesterday?
So true, dude. It's so true. It's like
we listen to the government when we're scared.
Yeah. Otherwise, fuck them.
I saw the coolest T-shirt ever, and it was a picture of an old picture of a Native American, right? Aboriginal. I want to pick the right fucking word here. And basically, it said, "When the government says you don't need guns, you need guns." I'm like, I'm getting that, man. But it's when you dig into these incidents and where they are in Mexico, because I understand the structure down there. I got a friend that kind of enlightened me on how it works with cartel and all that stuff. They're actually a very well organized organization, despite what they do.
Very well.
It's like those guys that were killed two Canadians killed in a resort in Cancun by. I'm like, oh yeah, they were drug dealers. I don't know. Don't be dumb.
They were in the game,
right?
Play the
you
game.
Go down to do that, and what do you think is going to happen? Like, if you just do your normal ass shit, don't flash no cash, just travel smart and stay.
Don't be a dick, right?
Don't be a dick. Don't make noise. You will have no problems. Not just Mexico. Anywhere. And I've been to a lot of places on the planet. So it's like, don't believe that hype, because it gets sensationalized to make headlines. You guys, everybody here knows this.
Yes.
And it's like when people go, "Oh, aren't you scared to go to Mexico?" I'm like, no, I'm scared to go downtown Edmonton on a Thursday. How about that?
Places in
Halifax
and Belleville that I don't want to go down to either.
Yeah, Halifax, man, is rough.
I'm more nervous about visiting the United States of America than I am any part of Mexico.
That's a very good point. You're not wrong.
Similar.
Right.
Oh, well,
Like everybody's got a gun and they're all paranoid and trying to shoot anything that moves funny.
Yep.
Like fuck that.
yeah, they got a man. We could go on for 62 hours about what their problem is.
You're absolutely right.
It'll never end. It's the whole culture.
Mhm.
Yep.
And it's like, don't tell me about your fucking Second Amendment. It's the second right? The right to. I don't think your founding fathers quite planned it the way you interpret it.
That was a musket.
Yeah, it's not like the founding
69
fathers
caliber
said, do you know, at some point, that guy's going to need 115 AR-15s, right? So for some reason, with a bump stock and for his trip to Vegas.
Yeah.
No, that's
No.
not quite what they meant. But I digress.
Well, and the way
I
they
need
go on,
this rocket grenade launcher to go buy milk.
the way they go on about how you can't change the Second Amendment. Well, actually, it's
You
an
can't.
amendment,
It's
so you
amendment.
can.
It's called an amendment, right? You can literally change it. You can amend the amendment.
Number
In
one,
fact, that's part of the Constitution is the amending formula to actually do that. So it's,
Thomas
Yeah.
Jefferson said point blank, it should be looked at every 20 years.
That's
He
right.
said it should be
Yeah.
looked at every 20 years because it's not going to be written in stone. For, what happens 20, 50, 100 years from now is not reflective of what's happening today. I'm like, yeah, that's why I think we need to review ours as well every now and then. There are a couple of things I'd like to see changed, but
And then, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to turn this into a gun control conversation, but I'll give you one example. So I went down there. We had property in Arizona. My dad had a house down there. Me and him were the only ones that used it. And I went, and Arizona has arguably some of the loosest, if not the most loosest gun laws in the entire United States of America.
Yeah.
And we were on a motorcycle poker run thing, and I went into the gun shop, and it's all these cliched up ex-Vietnam vets and shit. And I said, so how does a Canadian like me living down here half the year, whatever, get a gun? He goes, well, if you don't have a driver's license, because I need to keep my Canadian one, right?
Yeah.
You just go to the courthouse and show them your power bill, and they'll give you a residence thing, piece of ID, and then you can buy an AK-47. I'm like, well, that makes sense. And he goes, oh, but just go to the swap meet behind the American Legion every Saturday. There's a big parking lot. No ID, nothing.
Mhm.
Cash money, like you're at a flea market,
Yep.
and you can buy whatever you want and walk away with it. So within 2 days, a friend of mine who's an ex-U.S. Marine sold me a 9mm Glock subcompact, which would be illegal in Canada because of its size. And it was no big deal down there. And like, I'm like, I gotta get a safe for this thing. They started laughing at me like, what?
Yep.
Why? Well, I gotta lock it up. They're like, nobody fucking locks their guns up here. I'm like, you don't think that's a problem?
No.
So I started explaining shit to them, and then we get into the whole gun problem. Which I said, okay, how do you get a driver's license down here? Well, you got to get a learner's license, take a test, competency test, and then, then you can go write your road test. I said, well, how do you get a gun down here? You just walk in and buy it. Do you not see the problem here?
And that's the problem. They don't see the problem.
But
That's the thing.
it's changed though, because I mean, back in the 50s and 60s, the NRA was all about firearms safety and training and safe use. And they didn't have these problems back then. It was when they got politicized back in the late 70s, early 80s.
That is exactly it. The politicization of it, and then the money that comes with it.
Yep.
I don't even think our laws are perfect. I think I don't want to get into the whole all the shit that Trudeau's doing, which is completely not the problem. We have a cross-border illegal gun smuggling problem. We don't have a fucking gun problem. But even the model that we have, like I have a friend who I won't name, she wanted to get a pistol. Now, obviously, you guys know me. I've been around firearms for more than half of my life. I'm very comfortable with them. And I went, you don't need a pistol. Nope. She said, why not? You're a gun guy. I said, you don't. What do you need a pistol for? She likes to go to the range. I'm like, you can rent them at the range.
Right.
So she did her little 2-day course, a 2-day course. That's all it takes. And suddenly you're competent. You have the minimum skill sets to handle a firearm.
Yep.
And you can go buy your guns. I said, are you comfortable with it? So we're at my house, we're drinking. So I went and unlocked one of my pistols. I loaded it, racked it, handed it to her, barrel pointing at me, and she fucking freaked the fuck out. I said, "Now you get my point."
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like a wrench.
Yep.
If a weapon, as an ex-military guy, is not a natural extension of you of who you are, and it's not treated as a
Useful.
tool that you're competent with, that have to be able to use
Mhm.
in a 360-degree environment,
Mhm.
you shouldn't have one.
Your firearms handling, you have to have your muzzle discipline. You have to have
Yep.
your trigger discipline. Everything it takes a hell of a lot of training to get that down.
And it needs to be natural.
Yep.
And it scared the shit out of him. Like, this is why I said you shouldn't have a gun, because
Kidding.
you're gonna fucking hurt somebody. Like, you don't need that.
And it's so easy with a handgun. It is so easy for the muzzle to go where it's not supposed to go.
Very easy.
It's-
Exactly.
Yeah. A rifle takes a lot more
Yeah.
effort, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do
I
a
know, I
whole
was always
podcast
trained
on
on
home.
handguns.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
gonna do a
always
whole pod someday on home defense. I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Mm.
Like, for Canadians.
I have a baseball bat.
Well, here's the first thing that I say. Everybody goes, "What kind of gun should I get to defend my house?" I said, "Well, first of all, you shouldn't, because we don't have castle law up here.
Yeah.
You will be charged
Mhm.
with something."
Yeah.
Here, right here, 911. Put it on speaker. Throw it on the ground between you and the threat. Start with that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna do a whole show on it.
You're right, though. It's like, well, I need it for protection. What kind of
The
fucking
fuck you
friends do you have?
Pistol's the worst. Pistol's the worst.
Oh, yeah.
Shotgun's great, but it depends on your family situation. Do you have kids? Do you have dogs?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right?
Do you live in an apartment? Do you live in a where?
Do you live in an
where do your
apartment?
neighbor? Do you live in the
There's a
country?
million variables that impact how you would defend yourself if you need to. Before it's like, well, what gun should I buy? I'm like, you fucking shouldn't, man.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, that'll be another day.
It's what was it my buddy said? He was at a gun show in Vegas, and he was asking about the 12 gauge, and he goes, 12 gauge is the best thing for home defense. He goes, really? He goes, yeah, you don't have to use it. You just do this. Click, click.
Well,
When they hear
that's it. It's a universal sound recognized worldwide. Doesn't matter what language you
home.
speak.
Yeah.
You know what that sound like. Everybody knows that sound.
You hear that sound? Put the fear of God into you, right?
Yeah.
Run now.
Especially with a bright light in your face, too.
Oh,
Nobody
yeah.
likes a very bright light in their face.
Hmm.
No.
Or a dog barking.
Or a dog barking.
Just having a dog.
Or
dog
motion
barking.
sensor lights.
Or motion sensor lights and cameras. Yeah.
It's about layered defense. Cameras, even dummy cameras. If you
That's
don't want to buy them all,
I shouldn't
fucking
say
put
that, but
fake ones
A
up.
couple of
man.
my
They
cameras are
don't know.
dummies.
Yeah.
I've got them all around the place.
Should be. There's a lot more you can do before you need to go buy a gun. And I'm just not comfortable with a lot of people who want guns. I just don't think.
Well, the simple fact is that if you're going to keep a gun for home defense, you have to keep it in an unsafe manner at all times, and an illegal manner at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
the-
not properly stored.
No,
Well,
and the number of times that you're ever going to use it versus the number of times that something really bad can happen is about a million bad things to one positive time you actually need it.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's like, what are the odds? I mean, I guess you got the guys that say, well, when the police take minutes and you only have seconds, and I don't disagree with that, but
No.
I mean, there's other things you can do before you need to pull a trigger, and that's the last thing you want to do.
Yes.
Especially, it's the last thing you want to do, period.
Mhm.
But it's definitely the
Yeah,
last
I
thing you
mean,
want to do in this country, because you are going to jail until they figure it out and say, no, you're okay.
And
that
still,
is
it's
so fucked up in this country.
yeah, and still, even if that happens and then it's declared afterwards you're okay, you're still living with the fact that you took a life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, was it worth it to
Mm.
protect your TV or whatever?
Yeah.
But I mean, there was a story of that dude a couple years ago in Ontario somewhere. He was bound. There's 3 guys that broke in. Like, he was fucking zap strapped. Like, they were bound with
Yeah.
weapons to their head. He broke free, ended up killing one guy, and spent a year like in jail and in and out of jail and court defending himself.
Yep.
And then the Crown finally dropped it. Did you want to go through that bullshit? Even though you were cut and dried, 100% correct.
Yeah.
Our laws are not written that way. So
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
it ain't worth it.
No, it is not worth it. But I mean, in that situation, and this guy didn't even have a gun. He took the gun from the guy that broke in.
Mhm.
Right? We're not talking about a gun owner. We're talking
Yeah.
about a dude sitting on his couch watching TV with his kid upstairs.
Yeah.
And people broke in with guns, and he defended his property with their gun, and took him a year to fucking get cleared by the crown. I'm like,
And
good God, man, we need to work
probably
on some
hundreds of
shit in this
thousands of
country as far
dollars.
as laws go.
Well,
But
and you think about the other aspects too. It's like the trauma that he had to go through. Forget about just the break-in, but now he's
right?
with the fact
Yeah.
that he had kills, and then it spent a year in and out of jail. Like his reputation is destroyed. He's probably unemployable for the most part.
Yeah, he's got a criminal record.
Criminal record.
Expunged.
He's going to need therapy over this.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, it's not worth it. Now,
Yeah.
this was a unique circumstance. It's pretty rare that something like that happens, where they break in and they tie you up and do that. That's not a
Yeah,
common.
there's a lack of consistency in how self defense is applied in this country in the eyes of the court. There's a lack
Oh, yeah.
of consistency. There's a million different cases where this has happened. Someone's defended themselves, and this redneck from Saskatchewan who killed an Aboriginal, he's good to go, innocent. Yet this guy who got his door kicked in by some assholes and bound and put a gun to his head, kills one of those guys. The other two escape, wings the other one, and he's dealing with the system for a year. I mean, come on. I
Yeah.
mean, we have to get better. This is a federal thing.
Yeah.
Sort it the fuck out.
Well, especially that's the Colton Boushie case, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Like, come on, that's cold-blooded murder.
Yeah. I just, it boggles the mind on how. Yeah, it boggles the mind. I don't even know what to say.
I hear you.
Anyway, shifting gears.
Yeah.
I got to thank you for your time. I got to punch out.
Well, thanks
right.
for stopping in, buddy. Appreciate it. Always love
Appreciate it.
having you by. It
Yeah,
was a good time.
anytime.
Love your show. Nice meeting you.
All right. Till yeah.
Thanks a
You
lot.
guys, you guys have a good time. Get home safe. Drink responsibly and all that good stuff. Drink lots, but drink responsibly.
I live 150 meters away, so it's a
Yeah.
short one.
Nice.
I've got a
Okay.
3-hour drive.
Yeah, he's drinking club soda.
I drink club soda.
Are you really? Where do you live?
Belleville.
Oh, that's a bit of a
Bell
drive.
Vegas. Yeah. It's just north of Belleville. Nice area, though. I like it down there.
Cool. Okay, gents. Thanks for your time. We'll check
Cheers.
you guys
Here,
out later.
thanks for coming by.
Have a good one.
You too.
Safe, everybody.
Cheers. Always a good time when Army Chris pops in.
Nice.
Interesting fella. He's his career took him all over the
I
world.
meant
right?
to ask him what regiment he was.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know. I was going to say PPCLI, but I could be
Yeah.
way off on that one. But he is in Edmonton, so it's
Yeah,
possible.
probably.
That
Army
would
of
make
the
sense. Yeah, that would make sense. If anybody in the chat remembers, let us know,
Yes,
because
please do.
I can't remember.
Oh, and it was their actually it was PPCLI yesterday. Was their regimental birthday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Yeah, St. Patrick's Day. Well,
Oh.
Princess Patricia.
I didn't know that was their birthday. I got.
Well, the Princess Patricias, they use St. Patrick's Day as their regimental day.
There we go. Things you learn.
Yeah.
Things you learn. What do we got here? Somebody just sent me a message.
What do we have?
Free trials over. But, oh, I don't care. I get a free trial of Call of Duty or something like this, and I tried to play it.
Do you
and,
actually
like,
play those things?
well, it was a free trial, so I thought I'll download it and give it a go. And I tried to play it, and here's what happened. I wanted to play against the computer.
Yeah.
No, I had to play against other people. I'm
Oh,
like, I'm not doing that.
So you got to
learn.
play against 16-year-old kids,
Yeah, who's play it every day.
kick your
no,
ass.
Exactly. No, not doing
and then make you feel bad about yourself.
that. Yeah, so I decided, no, I didn't play it all. I skipped it out
One
altogether.
second.
Oh, no. The camera's gone askew. You can see some of our lighting effects there.
Whoops.
There's the lighting
Sorry,
effect.
yeah.
I'll just adjust that.
Oops.
There we are. Back in frame.
There we go. Beautiful. I left you a couple wings.
He sent a message that
Uh-huh.
he'll be able to join us.
Oh, cool.
Do it. Do it.
Settle down. I got to eat my coleslaw
Do
first.
it. He said first.
First. Excellent.
Doesn't mean I'm still going to do it.
Oh, come on.
I saved you two.
They're not super saucy, though, are they?
No, they're not really that long.
Are they good and hot, though?
Yeah, they're hot. They're okay.
All right, I'll
I
have one.
prefer them a little more scorching.
Oh, we lost Chris.
Yeah, he had to take off.
Oh, darn! I didn't get time to say goodbye.
I want to talk
There
to
you
him
go,
about Martini
there you go.
Henrys.
They're not
There you
too
go.
saucy, so
No.
I'm okay with it.
Oh, okay.
See, I was right.
He did it, kids. How about a round of applause?
There's
There he is. There's my good
Ah.
friend. There's a face I love to see.
Hey,
Hello,
there we
sir.
go. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Bing.
Hey, how is everybody?
we're good.
Living the
good.
dream.
We're doing better now. Yeah,
Eating
they-
chicken, drinking
Excellent.
beer, sitting around on a Saturday, you know.
Nice.
Waiting for the
nice.
Leafs to lose.
No. What's doing, my friend?
Not much. Just getting up. It's 8:23 a.m. over here. So my lazy Sunday morning over here in Melbourne,
Oh,
which
nice.
is for the first time ever overcast. We've been having blue, sunny skies, and now we're definitely not having blue, sunny skies. So yeah, you guys can have the nice weather up there. Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah, we're due. We're due.
yeah.
We're definitely.
We'll hand it up. We'll hand it up.
It's been. Yeah, we're
March
talking.
It's a horrible season in Canada.
It really is.
March is the most depressing season.
I was
It's-
talking to a buddy yesterday about how I said this winter's been strange. Okay, it's been unseasonably warm.
Mhm.
Yes.
We did get a lot of snow, but then it would melt.
Get a lot of snowpack and melt. Yep.
And
All in my basement.
Yeah.
I think it's been overcast for the last 4 months.
Yep.
We've had like maybe a handful of sunny days.
It's been the least sunny winter in a while, right?
I don't remember a winter being this lacking in sunlight. Like you can count on both hands the number of sunny days we've had since like November.
Hmm.
It's weird.
Australians might not appreciate, but the snow also changes completely. It's not the nice, fluffy, Christmassy type of Courier and Ives snow that you get at Christmas. It's all granular
You
and
get packed.
hard. It
Yeah.
hurts if you fall on it. It hurts your hands
It
because
can
it's all
cut you.
ice.
It can cut you.
It's covered
Ooh.
in salt and sand and dog shit. It's everywhere.
It's terrible.
It smells like everything smells like melting dog poop. The entire country.
It's the worst time.
It wasn't until I actually lived in Canada for a little bit that I understood the terminology as pure as the driven snow. The driven snow is
Yeah, not very few.
The more it is driven, the less pure it is. Let's put it that way.
so. Thank you, Canada, for explaining that to me. Yeah. Definitely.
family.
Yeah, we don't.
Oh,
Pardon?
I was just saying, I had a family friend when I was a kid, a friend of my father's who converted a furnace or fireplace to burn. He also had a hydraulic press to break down car tires and chop up the steel belting and everything, so he could burn portions of car tire to heat his house. And the
wow.
side benefit was that the ash coming out of the chimney, which smelled absolutely horrible. I
It
mean,
would.
this was a very strange
be-
guy, an eclectic man. And it would settle down on all the snow and everything. He never had to plow his laneway because the sun would hit it and would melt everything. But he was living in a toxic environmental hazard.
Yeah, that couldn't have been healthy at all.
He also was working
was
for
gonna say-
Hydro and taking home a lot of the transformer oil to put on his laneway to keep the dust down in the summer. And
Oh
of
my
course,
God,
yeah, I know.
that stuff's carcinogenic.
Yes, it is. Very,
Oh yeah,
very.
oh yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
It's like, let's just
Yeah.
squirt some PCBs all over
He
the
was,
place.
he was a little cheap.
Wow. Yeah.
Meanwhile, you find out the equivalent of the Environmental Protection Association has put a black mark on that whole house and
I think
area
that
around
whole
it.
area is probably it's all fenced off. Nobody's allowed in there for 1,000 years.
Don't show up there. Bad things will happen.
Oh wow!
So for some reason, I don't know why.
Backwoods,
Now,
Ontario is interesting.
for some reason, I have no idea why the chat on our chat screen it's frozen. It's
Oh,
not
dear.
working. Yeah,
That's
so
why
I
we're
just
not getting anybody.
yeah, because
Okay.
I'm like that can't be right. So I just looked at I pulled it up on my phone, and it's like, yeah, okay, no, so it's still working
You
on
might
YouTube.
not be scrolled down all the way if you look at the sidebar.
Oh, yeah, that would be why.
There you go.
My bad.
Oh, good. Peer pressure works. Yes, good.
Yeah, my bad.
Yes, we've just proven that peer pressure works. Thank you. How's Mama F?
Good.
Yeah?
Going good. Yeah. She her little dog recently just got diagnosed with diabetes, so she's going through the motions with that. We had two choices. We either sort out her medication and keep injecting the dog every day, or we say goodbye. The latter was not the option. No, that dog's been too much of a godsend to my mom. So, yeah. So we're going through that. It's good. The dog's responding well. So that's the only bit of drama. News, I guess, from that side of the fence.
Okay.
Yeah. We've just actually finished up a whole bunch of our Pride period here in Australia. So we started at the start of January. We finished near end of March. So we finally got there. Yeah. Now everything's getting back to normality. Less rainbows everywhere. It's great.
So just regular Pride now for the rest of the year.
Yeah. Just daily stuff. Just
something recently. I was watching this YouTube video, and somebody says, "Oh, he's going to need the green whistle." I'm like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "The green whistle."
Oh.
Yeah, you know what it is. You can't get the green whistle in North America. The green whistle is what they give you, like a paramedic or an ambulance worker, when you're in desperate pain. And it's literally, they call it the green whistle because you take it and you just go, and within seconds, your pain is gone. And you are loopy as fuck. There's a whole YouTube channel on people who've gotten the green whistle. There's a guy with his arm almost hanging off, takes the green whistle. He's like, Jesus, takes the green whistle. Hey, man, how's it going? I'm like, what is this stuff? You can't get it in North America.
Years ago, I was in a car accident with a bus. Let's just say the bus was going a little bit too fast and cut through into an intersection. And unfortunately, my car was going through the intersection at the time. But I went from being in a hell of a lot of pain to befriending the whole paramedic contingent on the ambulance. And it was great. Yeah. I didn't want the ride to end. I don't even know which. No, it's hang on, I'm just trying to look up what it actually is. It's
it alleviates the pain instantly though. Okay. Like it's instant. I'm like, why do we not have this?
So it's
here?
like Narcan for pain.
I guess you could call it that. Yeah, I'd never heard of it before, and there's this whole YouTube channel about people with the green whistle. I'm like, that's interesting. Interesting.
I'm just getting the link for it now, but I'll please
sounds fast like
talk amongst yourselves.
Sounds fast like an opiate.
I think so, but it's like instant Vicodin or something like that, right?
Woohoo.
You can't get it in North America, and I'm like, we
never get the good stuff in Canada. We don't get the good stuff from the United States. We don't get the good stuff from.
We still don't have Guinness 00 here.
No, I know
and I desperately want it. You know how much I'd like to have a Guinness at lunch, but I'm the kind of guy. Some people can have a beer at lunch and go back to work.
Yeah.
Not me. I have a beer at lunch. That's my day. Yeah. But I'd love to have a 00 non-alcoholic Guinness at lunch. Yeah. Because I could, I like the taste of it, and then I can go right back to work.
And you need the iron. Well, everybody needs the iron.
Yeah. Have yourself a point again. It's good for you.
So what's that?
Mine.
Mega meta.
What's that?
Here,
I can't see. Hang on.
Hang on a sec.
Don't get old.
Don't get old.
I guess it beats the alternative.
And those are your words of wisdom for the
day.
Beats
the alternative, I guess. But.
Here's the green.
Don't get old. Getting old sucks.
Yeah,
it does.
Don't do it.
What a drag it is getting older. The green whistle for pain relief.
Here it is. Okay.
Green relief. Aussies and New Zealanders have been using the green whistle for over 40 years, but despite its popularity, you may still wonder what is in the green whistle and how it can help trauma victims and medical patients manage their pain.
It's really a Pez dispenser.
It's pain Pez dispenser.
It really is a Pez dispenser.
Penthrox inhaler, an Australian product that's quickly becoming an internationally used medical device. It works by delivering small doses of vaporized methoxyfluorine via a handheld inhaler to help patients manage pain from trauma or medical procedures. The green whistle is a unique tool that allows patients to self-administer pain relief. Each dose only lasts around 30 minutes or until the patient stops using the inhaler, making it an ideal solution for situations that require fast, short-term pain management. So what's in a green whistle that makes it so effective? The answer is methoxyfluorine, also commonly known as Penthrox. It's an inhaled analgesic that appears as a transparent liquid with a distinct fruity smell. It was discovered in the 1960s and used for general anesthesia until the 1970s, while countries such as the US and Canada discontinued the use of it in the 1990s. Australia, New Zealand, several other countries have continued to use small doses of it for pain management and relief. So there you go.
And it's non-opioid.
Yeah.
That's right. But I'm told that when they get the whistle, it's because you're in really bad shape. They don't hand it out like candy. It's like you have to be in really bad shape.
No, you got to get hit by a bus to get it. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But still, I mean, that's something that we should have here.
I agree.
Because, like, that's, yeah.
What do you think of
And
it?
it smells fruity. I mean, that'd also be a cool club drug we could sell too.
Forget about Molly.
Oh.
Forget about Molly. You want the Penthrox. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done
Molly
opioid.
was so last year. We need Penny.
There you go. It's the new club drug.
Oh, Lord.
Penny.
Penny.
The thing about them is
I like that.
they are one of those things that you get handed and you just keep they say you just take an inhale whenever you feel like you're in
Just see
pain.
this, but
So-
I just be like,
Depends on your idea of
I
pain.
just sit there and
That's
go,
right.
is empty. Can has more? Is empty.
Please, more.
Has more?
But I've seen people after they take it, they're almost like, you've seen the videos of people who've just come from surgery after getting their wisdom teeth out and they're all loopy as shit. Yeah, that's what this stuff does.
Apparently, when I had my wisdom teeth pulled out, well, when I got in more than one session,
I
but
still have mine.
the second time I went,
still have mine.
mine were impacted and they had to like cut to come and get them because they were growing sideways. Apparently,
Mhm.
after the when they woke me up, I hadn't paid before, so they woke me up and I handed my credit card and I paid. And I don't remember any of that. And then apparently there's a really, really rockin' banger tune playing on, and apparently I sang and danced my way completely out of there into the car. Don't remember any of it, and fell asleep right in the car. And then sang and danced my way up the elevator up at home and put me in bed, and I fell asleep.
See,
But
this is
apparently
what,
I'm very
You
entertained
have
when
to-
I'm on anesthetic.
this is what happens when you tap
Isn't there some sort
a
of
keg. I got to keep going back.
Isn't there some sort of legal thing about trying to get money out of people who are actually, no, wait, we do that every day at pubs and bars. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
But, see,
it works.
but see, they got me to give a show, and I paid. It's like, wait a minute, I was the talent here.
You should be getting
You should have
I was
been
dancing
paid.
and singing, and I got home, and there were no dollar bill. Well, I should say dollar, but there were no loonies in my shorts. I was insulted.
Oh, actually, Doug, I got to show you something.
please.
Hang on a second.
Oh,
I became a big child for a week and a half and got this guy.
Oh, Bowser.
Oh, it's all Lego.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lego Bowser.
This
That's
is
so cool.
this is completely Lego.
Did you do that?
the
Did you
way
do that
it's-
from plans, or did you just do that from Kit or from Block?
Plans.
From
Yeah.
plans.
Nice. Like as a kid, or just
They
from Block?
give you they give you a
Okay,
kit
so you did from Kit,
and
okay.
yeah.
Nice.
It's got a little control mechanism on the side that moves the head. Look at that. You talk to me and you get to see kids' toys
that's
going
fun.
off. It's great.
My basement's filled with Lego. Mostly Star Wars.
Completely posable. Oh, I love Star Wars too. But yeah, Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yes,
He's pretty good. Oh, I think I broke his leg off. There you go. But yeah. And he does a thing. Hang on, I gotta remember how to do it. Oh yeah, there you go. Hang on.
Nice.
So you can be a big kid still, you know. Just because I'm 40 or 41 doesn't mean you can't get into Lego.
I'm 53. I still play with it a bit. My sons are both, but my oldest son is mostly into it. He builds all the Lego stuff, but I still play with that stuff too. Got a whole pile of it at school. It's nice. Kids like it too.
Only problem for me is I don't have the excuse of having my own kids. I just get this.
You got to practice for somebody else.
Exactly. Yeah.
Lego's fun though. What else?
Agreed.
We got because downstairs and upstairs. Yeah, we got. I think Tristan has. Yeah, I think he's got all the Lego. Basically,
He's got all the.
he's got all of it, almost all of it. It's a fair amount. Mostly Star Wars, but it's a really good collection. We should actually display it a little better because we've got it in bookcases in the basement, but also in his room, and it's just I don't know. I got used to it when they were younger and everything, because as a dad walking through your house, you just have to get used to the fact that it hurts all the time. No matter what you do, it's going to hurt. 2 o'clock in the morning, gotta go to the bathroom. You're going to hurt. It's just the way it is. Yeah.
There are actually a bunch of guys on YouTube that go and work out on, like they literally put themselves through pain. They stand on Lego and do workouts.
That's stupid.
Why would you do that? Why?
Stupid.
I think they're just stupid.
Yeah.
They get to get the clicks. Why else? Why else would you do it?
Just spoke to the owner a second ago. He said 7 buses
7
tonight.
buses.
Yeah, for the game. So 300 people.
Jesus, from here.
Wow.
Just from here.
In the pub right now.
mackerel.
Yeah, and they're all heading to the game. 7 buses.
Just
Wow.
watch the Leafs lose.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. I don't know though. I mean, like
See,
they've been playing good hockey lately, so it's tough to say. But
Yeah, what happened to the Sens? Like the second we talk about them on the show, saying they won 5 in a row, they lose 4 out of the next 5.
we
Like, what the hell?
we're not going to discuss it.
No, but like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know.
Stop making a liar out of me, guys.
They were looking good for a few minutes, like, hey, they might make the playoffs. Now I don't know.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. Yeah, we got to lobby the government to get the green whistle though in ambulances and shit. Like, really? I mean, seriously.
Well, I don't understand why we don't have it. I was looking at some of the hazards, and at extremely high doses, there are some renal problems and some toxicity problems. But at the standard doses that people seem to be able to use it, it seems fairly harmless.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I mean,
But here's some oxycodone.
When
I don't know. It's still pretty harmful when you go and give your phone number to every single paramedic you meet.
well, there's that. But when my wife
Did I die? Because you're so cute and look like angels. Give me that mask again.
when my wife had her leg, her
Let's
hip
catch up for dinner later.
a whole pile of
Yeah.
like she's on morphine, and I guess it
Oh,
helped.
sorry,
a bit,
guys. I kicked it
You
out.
did it again.
but it made her sick.
We had a Britney moment. Oops, he did it again.
I didn't mean to.
What happened?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Somehow I kicked the light fixture.
Don't electrocute yourself.
Oh, there's more checking going on. We're going to have competing microphones in a second. There you go.
Do.
Good.
Got it. Okay.
I kicked out the plug for the lamp.
Hello. Have fun.
Hey,
Hey there.
enjoy the game.
Have fun at the
Go
game.
Toronto. Go Leafs. Go Leafs.
Who are they playing?
There's a
My
lot of.
mom was a Leafs fan. It's I have to be. I have to be.
I get it. I get it. Don't worry. I was a Leafs
It's okay.
fan until
You were born
Ottawa
this
had a
way.
team.
I was.
You were born this way. It's not your fault.
That's okay. I know.
I was a Leafs fan for a long time, but Ottawa has a team, and I've been living here most of my life, so I'm an Ottawa fan, and have been for quite a long time now. team's been here for 30 years.
Yeah.
Can you believe it's been 30
I know.
years?
That's
Holy shit.
I remember when they came here.
30 years.
I was
We're old,
surprised.
but
I was
we're
surprised
old.
that we rated enough to actually get a team in the first spot because I mean everybody bypasses us, right?
Well, then you can see how much the city's grown since the team came here. Like, holy Hannah.
Yeah. So I remember when I was a kid, like you know, the really big musicians when they were coming to Canada to do
Montreal
their,
and
to do the
Toronto.
tour. Montreal, Toronto, and then they
Yeah, we're
go
doing a
somewhere
Canadian tour. Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. That's it. Yeah. It's like,
else. Well, if they did Vancouver, like this, but they would do Montreal one swing and then Vancouver on the swing back up or something
Yeah.
if they did it. But if they were just doing Montreal, Vancouver, it's like we're right halfway between
we're
them. Really,
right
you
there.
couldn't
Just
stop along the way.
in. Well,
Let's be honest. I love my Canucks, but they're just not a great team.
no, no, they're pretty bad actually. Yeah.
It's okay. They've got
Did you know-
fancy
did you know
uniforms
that
and a fancy thing to.
Did you know that in Queensland, the largest cane toad so far recorded found is over 6 pounds? Maybe the heaviest toad ever discovered. Just remember that
I did
recently.
not know this.
I heard you're from Australia. It just reminded me of cane toads for some reason.
Oh, yeah, different breed though. It's like asking you a question about Vancouver because Queensland is
It's up north.
Nah,
Way up north.
They don't even call Palmer the right thing. They call it Palmy, which is weird. So
So
yeah,
they're not like.
yeah. Do you guys know what a Palmer is?
They're not
Sorry?
actual Australians.
Nah. Real Australians are just from Victoria.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no, the rest of them aren't real. Nah, they're just fake.
We say the real things on this show. We stirred up.
Yeah.
Oops, I did it again.
So I take it the Maple Leafs are going up against the Senators or something.
That's
yeah.
it. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, look at me keeping up to
It's
date
war-
with who's going against who.
It's war tonight.
Oh yeah. It's well, and
It's serious.
and oftentimes what happens is, and I hate to say it, but it's true. Oftentimes fights break out in the stands when the Leafs come to town. Here's the funny part: a lot of the Leafs fans that are at this game might live in Ottawa, but they also live in the surrounding areas.
Yeah.
And a lot of people do come up from Toronto.
Mhm.
They're like, hey, late March, right after St. Patrick's Day, it's the weekend. Let's
Take
go
the
to
bus.
Canada's capital. We'll take the bus up. We'll watch the game. And it's cheaper for them to come here, rent a hotel room, and go to the game than it is to go to a single game in Toronto if you can get tickets.
If you can get tickets, it's extremely expensive
Oh,
in
yeah.
Toronto, even for the horrible seats.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nosebleeds? Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be $300.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, it's true.
Hmm.
It's very, very true. Oh.
I haven't gone actually to a Leafs game in Toronto. Last game that I went to was Jay's game,
Okay.
but it was also stupid expensive too. So it's not the sort of thing you can do every freaking day.
Well, no, Jays. I mean, you can get cheaper tickets for the Jays, but they're still not giving them
No.
away.
No.
And if you're willing to sit
Yeah.
way up high, they're not too bad. But
No.
you're still looking at $30,
Yep.
right? So it ain't cheap. I mean, it's not cheap to go to a game here either, but it's not Toronto.
Yeah. No, the last life sports thing I went to Toronto was volleyball and beach volleyball. Volleyball at the Pan Am Games.
Oh, how much were those tickets?
Those were actually quite affordable.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I think each one was under $30.
that would make sense.
Yeah,
I
it
don't-
was a lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect because I'd never been to a multi-games event before.
Right.
It's because they always bypasses, right?
I don't
go
know.
someplace
I
else.
like
so that was
junior
close
A
enough.
hockey too.
Oh yeah.
Junior
Well,
A is a pretty good game. And
go to the
okay.
67s. You
Yeah.
have the Belleville
We got
Bulls.
not the Bulls anymore. Now
Yeah.
the Sens.
Sense.
Belleville
Oh, that's
Sens.
right. Yes, that's right. The Belleville
Farm-
Sens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I mean, I grew up. They were the Bulls.
Yes.
Yeah, they've been the Sens for quite a while now, eh?
I think it was about 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
That changed. I remember because my high school that I was teaching at Quinty before it closed was the school that all the Bulls
Hello,
went
hockey fans.
to. Oops.
I don't know who that is.
All right, welcome to the Lieutenant's Pump.
Oh,
For
that's the
those of you
owner.
who haven't taken the bus yet, we're going to gate number 1 of the arena. It's the main entrance to the arena. The bus parking lot is at the end of the other covered walkway. There's a whole bunch of yellow school buses, so we'll have a sign in the window that says
The
Lieutenant's Pump
wheels
on it.
on the bus go
The bus
round
leaves
and round.
15.
Round and round.
Please hurry back, don't miss the bus. And
I
I
miss
know a
the
lot of you
bus.
will be driving,
I miss
so
Are you
make
allowed-
sure to go to the bathroom before you get on the bus because it's a good half
Bus
hour.
stop.
You can't stop
Do the bus stop.
highway for you. I'm sorry about that.
Everybody ready?
I'll
Yeah.
come down,
Bring
give
your
15
travelers.
minutes and ring the bell. We'll get everybody loaded up. The buses are on Waverly Street on this side of the restaurant over here. Okay, see you in a minute.
Ring a ling a ling. Ah, boom.
Oh, that was
Yeah. Yeah, there's
So
a
suddenly the pub's about to get a whole lot quieter because everybody's going to just
oh yeah.
straight out to the bus.
I can say this
300.
though.
Where
PK
did the
Subban,
people go?
outstanding guy. He was like I taught him history, and
Oh, yeah?
he was the peer tutor to a friend of mine. Had him as a peer tutor in his grade 9 English class. Absolutely outstanding leader. Like the kid is.
Oh, I love the kid.
Pretty off the
Yeah.
charts.
Who's that?
PK Subban.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Well, and I remember watching him one year. He was on Hockey Night in Canada after the Canadians were eliminated, or maybe they weren't in the playoffs that year. I can't remember. And he came in dressed in a Don Cherry style suit, and he was doing a combination of Don Cherry and Howie Meeker. And I'm like, the CBC would be stupid if they don't hire him.
Yep.
And he,
They were stupid.
Yep.
well, no, he's working as a commentator for.
What's this?
No, somewhere in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some U.S. Cable company hired him to do play-by-play or color commentary for, I'll say Nashville, but I can't remember who it was. But yeah, and I'm like, CBC,
You
you really,
lost something bad there. He's a great guy.
they should, like,
Yep.
he would be brilliant on Hockey Night in
Oh,
Canada.
yeah.
That was
A, because he's entertaining
Yep.
and animated, but also because, I'm tired of the old white men.
Not only that, but the guy has got a tremendous social conscience. And
Oh,
he's
yeah.
tremendously involved. When he was on the Bulls, he was heavily involved in the community and everything. So yeah, they sort of lost that.
Yeah,
So he'd been doing that. Well, he's doing that there. So
wherever he goes, he
Yep.
does that. So I think they blew an opportunity. Maybe they gave him an offer. I don't know.
who knows?
It's a million questions that I can't
But if
answer.
it's CBC, they probably screw it up. I love CBC radio, but
I mean, well, they kept Don Cherry around way too
Oh,
long,
yeah.
if you ask me.
yeah,
I mean, come on. And all the people coming to his defense about, well, he was saying this, and I'm like, no, man, he should have been gone 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like his day was done, and they just kept him around.
Mhm.
And I mean, look, he
he's
the
straight
times
into
have changed, and he
yes.
didn't change with them.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He refused to change. Look, I get it. You
We all do that. We all do that. Like,
eventually, I'll
Eventually,
probably
the time
do the
passes
same.
all
Yeah.
of us by at some
Yeah.
point.
Right, but it's you kept him around
Yep.
way too long, and he started to become a caricature of himself. That's right.
Yep.
So what? It's over. It's done.
Yeah, I see that. But no, PK Subban, I mean, there's this when you get someone like that who's incredibly well spoken, incredibly talented, engaged in their community,
Mhm.
everybody loves them,
Mhm.
donates. You don't
$10 million,
trade that.
yeah.
You don't trade that. And not only that, but it's like because of COVID, he didn't have time to finish the whole donation.
Mhm.
So he's
Oh, no.
actually went on the record and made clear, says, no, I intend to finish that.
And he's
It's like,
going to
that's
finish
like,
it, yeah.
I haven't been able to do it on the deadline because we cut for 3 years like this, but I'm not going to let go of that. It's like, you're so dumb to have traded that.
Yeah.
That's gold.
Yep.
Well,
It's a
You know-
franchise player.
such a character guy. I remember, and here's another issue I have with Don Cherry, and it was a coworker pointed it out to me, and it was after Don Cherry came on, and he was Don Cherry came up and said, "You don't go celebrating like that on the ice. This young man," and I'm like,
Well,
and PK said something publicly. He celebrated, and then he said something, and Cherry didn't like it. And what did my coworker said? Don Cherry needs to shut his pie hole. PK Subban has faced racism growing up that you and I will never understand.
Nope.
He has every right to say and speak his mind. And if they don't like it, they can fuck off.
Yep.
And I'm like, you're absolutely right. I have no idea what it must have been like for him growing up. And I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
He's a black man playing a sport that's dominated by white men.
in a very, very racist white environment and country.
It is. It is.
I mean, hockey is a brutal sport for a variety of things, abuse and racism.
I mean, how many other sports do they actually work in fighting into the law, into the actual game play, the law
Yeah.
of it?
5 minutes
Yeah.
for fighting. That's the penalty. That's it. 5 minutes.
Fine.
More if someone bleeds.
Yeah. Any other sport, you're tossed, right?
Right.
Like throw a
Yeah.
punch in rugby and watch how long you stay on the pitch.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Oh no, you're gone.
You're gone.
Yeah.
And not only are you gone, but
Probably
they'll
face
review it
some
to the point.
charges.
Yeah, you might be charged, and your own
Yeah.
squad might say, yeah, you're finished. You're off the team.
There's no punching in tennis or curling.
Sure.
either.
It's true.
Although I do believe that do believe that curling could benefit from the introduction of a hip check.
You know,
Just saying.
I think an uppercut or a right cross every now and then would make it a lot more interesting.
Just saying. Or extreme.
You got a 30-pound piece of granite in your hand. Surely you can do something.
God, and they say Aussies are more violent than anybody else.
Or
God,
extreme
no, we're
curling
not.
like this, where they put the ice up at a point, and you have to try and put it up above the slope, and then you watch the rock come down.
Extreme curling.
Or
Red Bull, is that like the Red Bull crash tire?
yeah, exactly, like this. Or you have somebody on the hack on each side, and you both throwing rocks at the same time.
Oh, that's
That'd be deadly.
Just saying. But it's like, yeah, we got to put a little more violence and blood and guts into this game.
Everybody loves a good curling
I
fight.
remember.
And plus, yeah, I mean, you have the brooms to clean up the ice afterwards. So
Well,
anybody
there is
bleeds.
that.
I remember a wonderful game between the Toronto Marlies and
What?
the Peterborough Petes, where it took them about, they took them about 15, 20 minutes to actually get the third period started, because every time they get everybody up to the center line, get ready to drop the puck, gloves are off, and two people are going at it. That was Ty Domi in his prime.
Oh yeah,
That was awesome. That was fun to watch. He almost beat me up once.
I Dummy almost beat you up once.
Yeah, I was coming around the bar in Peterborough with a couple of my friends at Copperfields. We called it Battlefields, but it was a bar in Peterborough, downtown Peterborough. And he was coming out with a couple of his buddies, and I was talking, and I didn't know us. And then I thought I walked into a wall or something, because he's not like, I'm not very tall, but he's a little shorter than me, but he's about 1,000 miles wide, and he's built like a lead block. And then boom, I'm like, whoa. And his first reaction was, somebody wants to fight. Then before the realization came into his eyes that I'm absolutely no threat at all. And then he's like, oh, sorry. For a second there, I thought, oh, shit, I'm going to die.
I'm going to get I was at my buddy's wedding a bunch of years back, and this fellow that was there, who they worked together for many, many years. He says, I've known this guy since blah, blah, blah. And I said, I've known him since I was 2. And then you look, and he'd had a few drinks. And I wasn't trying to compete. I just was, I've known him a long time too, because I was a stranger to this guy. Like, I've known him since I was 2. And then I came to the realization very quickly of, that guy's going to hit me. You could see his face, like he was ready to fight. But my buddy Jerry was like, that's true. Paul and I have known each other that long. And he was like, okay, well, I guess you're all right then. I was like, oh. And you could see his face just, I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, I don't want to get into a fight, man. I wasn't trying to compete. I was just telling you something. It was funny.
I hate fighting.
Yeah. It's not my thing. I'm a pacifist. But now I do know how to defend myself.
Yeah.
I hate fighting. I love wrestling.
Well, that's behave.
Settle down.
What?
Settle down.
It wasn't innocent.
Behave.
Yeah, behave.
No, I really wish we did have a wrestling team in high school, because I think I would have been good. I was short. I was a compact. I had powerful legs. I was very flexible, and I was explosive.
You got the body style for it.
Yeah.
You're short, squat, like you got the short lower center of gravity. So
And especially when I was dancing, I had like much bigger lower legs. I think I would have been good. And I was quick. I had good reflexes.
I was
and I was
judo.
bendy.
Judo was fun. I used to do judo when I was a kid. That was good. It's Oriental wrestling.
I used to do fencing.
Oh, yeah.
Fencing is really hard. What kind? Was saber fencing or rapier?
It was saber.
Saber, you bruise yourself a lot. Like that's painful. That's fun.
I've always wanted to try that.
It's hard. Like it's like the aerobic exercise and workout you do when you're fencing is hard. Like you look at the guys in the movies that are swinging these massive, huge broadswords. That's not the way it works.
No, the broadsword, like what's the big one? The
Claymore.
Claymore. Yeah. Yeah, you don't swing that.
No.
It weighs like 80 pounds.
Yeah. Well, that's actually, it's got its own its own special style of fighting when you're doing a sword like that. But I don't know. Can you imagine how physically fit you would have to be to rock full armor, and all
Swing
that?
a claymore.
Jesus.
So, did you know that there's no laws against carrying a claymore?
Nor should there be.
What?
You can walk down the streets of Ottawa with a claymore on your back. I saw a guy do it years ago for Halloween, and he was dressed as like in Braveheart, and he had a claymore on his back. And he walked into the liquor store and he was buying some beer to go to this party. And they're like, "Are you allowed to carry that?" He goes, "Completely legal. No laws against it whatsoever."
Nope.
I was like, "Really?"
It's hardly a concealed weapon.
Well, that's the thing, because it's not concealed.
Those things are huge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. Like, and you can walk around town with that on your back. There's no law against it. I was
like
shocked.
What was that old whiskey commercial? And 200 years ago, a taste of the claymore would cost you an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of guys here in Victoria, my state here, where they're Victorian. I don't do this, but these guys go and catch up outside a place called Crowell Castle, and they'll go and do almost like live action role playing, but reenacting different fights and things like that with actual claymores and everything
that's
else.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Like that's way more excitement than I ever want.
It's a little crazy.
Yeah. I'll stick with rifles myself. Prefer that.
Want to do that?
I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I'm also a fighter.
I run. I run.
No, fight or flight. Right?
I've trained myself to run faster and longer than other people's. It works both ways, though.
So,
Well, I can imagine it.
I
would,
remember. I remember starting. You know, you end up starting relationships and you're having like these little talks along the way, and that's like, somewhere along the way you make it clear that, like, by the way, I don't get hit. It's like, if you hit me, it's like, you better make sure first that you can run longer and faster than me, because I will catch you. I will fuck you up. It's like I'm taking Pilates and aerobics, and I will fuck you up. I think in my entire life I've been maybe in 3 fist fights.
Oh yeah.
Like this, all of them as a kid. The second one of them wasn't a fist fight because it was the time I was just getting tired of being bullied, and I just turned around and clocked someone that didn't see it coming while we were waiting in a line. But the other two, one of them was my foster brothers at one point. Like this, we were on the corner, like putting the inserts in our newspapers because we both had paper route, and for some reason we ended up like in a fist fight right on the corner on the grass. I don't know exactly how that happened, but we were like wrestling on the ground and like punching. It's like, what the hell? It's like, we live together.
I don't know.
I hated inserts.
Oh man, it's just such a pain in the ass.
It's like, you've got the inserts, you got the paper, you're dropping them off at the most same time. You really couldn't have put them in yourselves. It's like, it's not bad enough that I could put them in the bag and like carry like 75 pounds and deliver them around the neighborhood. Really, you couldn't. Oh my word.
Oh dear.
that's hilarious.
I don't know where it is. It's just my buddy posted
That's
it.
Jimmy.
No, it's not.
that's-
I don't know who these people are.
That's not Jimmy?
No, I don't know who they are.
Oh no, yes.
It's another buddy of mine. You don't know.
Those are-
Posted this
okay.
photo.
So those aren't guys rolling with Jimmy.
No, I don't know
that's
who.
cool.
I don't know where
Awesome.
this is. I have no idea. This is look. There's a palm tree, so it's somewhere south.
Okay.
Oh,
Definitely not Edmonton. There's no palm
No.
trees in Edmonton.
Well, they're in the mall, I think.
In the West Ed, maybe.
Oh, could have been in the
They have
mall.
submarines.
That's not where it is.
Got more
It's
submarines
not
in our
it's-
Navy.
It's not Jimmy.
No, that's
I don't know who these people are.
Okay.
It's just it kind of makes me chuckle. I'm not going to show the photo. It makes me chuckle a little bit, and that's all. There's the bell for the bus.
Little green people.
Yes, little green
Leprechauns.
people.
Leprechauns.
Little people dressed as leprechauns for St. Patrick's Day.
On the signal of that bell, gents, I might have to actually say hooroo, get my day started. It's 9 a.m. here,
Hooroo?
but lovely to see you
What's
all.
Haru?
Have a good day.
Hooroo.
Paul.
It's goodbye.
All right.
Oh, I just
Catch you
I've never
later.
heard that.
Take care, brother. Good to
Hello,
see
my
you.
friend.
Yeah.
I love you.
Hooroo, guys.
Have a
Bye.
great day.
Awesome. There we are.
I love that guy.
He's a good fella. That's a good lad
Good
there. I'll
lad.
tell you that. That's a good lad there. Aussie Pete. Aussie Pete.
That's my man. That's my man. I love him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, there you could hear the bell for the bus. Don't want to miss the bus. Yeah.
Drained the place.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Emptied right out.
Yeah.
And then there'll be more people that'll come in, and then
Yep.
after the game,
watch.
they all pour
Yes,
in. So you have people come in to watch,
the game.
Yeah, and then you'll have people coming from the game afterwards. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'm not going to be here that late. Well, I just got an email from another buddy. He's like, "Hey, we're playing tonight at Berlin." I'm like, "Oh yeah, what time?" Show starts at 10 p.m. I won't be making that. I won't be making that. I really do appreciate Joe. If you're watching this, I appreciate the offer, brother. I'd love to come and see you and Martin tonight, but 10 p.m. I go to bed at 11, even on the weekend, man. Because if I throw my
your
schedule
beauty.
off,
You're screwed on Monday.
yeah, and we do a five days a week. We do a live stream at 7 a.m. So at 10 p.m. is late for me to go out.
I've started waking up around 6 on the weekends on my own without an alarm now.
I slept in today till 7:30.
Yeah.
That's late for me.
I actually woke up at 6:30,
Okay.
and I basically dozed for the next couple hours or so because I realized that I need some sleep because I'm going to be driving back tonight.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours.
Yeah, about 3 hours. Yeah. It's not really that bad at driving.
No.
Especially on the weekends, it's pretty easy.
Well, 416, 401, and boom.
Yeah. It's actually, interestingly, it takes almost exactly the same amount of time going 416, 401 as it does to go Highway 739.
Yeah.
And just down to Tweed. But
Well,
I hate Highway 7. I've never driven that road where I haven't come close to death.
See, that's
Laura
the
will
thing.
back me up on that. When we lived in Ottawa and we were driving back and forth to Peterborough a lot, it's like coming around a corner on a snowy night and there's a truck passing another truck. I'm like, I'm going to die.
I will not drive Highway 7 at this time of the year.
No.
It's basically summer and autumn.
Yeah.
Yes. But winter, nope.
No.
It's too risky.
No.
It's a nice drive.
Yeah,
I
it
like
is.
the road.
Yeah.
But at this time of the year, no, it's too risky.
Yeah. Actually, but I do have to do a little bit more practice on the highways because I've noticed that because over the last couple of years, because I haven't been on the major highways or in city traffic like this for a while, I am noticing in my skills have atrophied a bit.
And they will.
Because
if you're not doing it.
Well, I've gotten used to like I've said to Douglas there. My morning commute's awesome. I'm 15 minutes from my school, and it's all back roads. And my traffic problem is occasionally I have to stop and wait for a herd of turkeys to cross the road. So you get out of habits. It doesn't take long, really.
No, that's true. It's true. It's surprising how quick you can lose that sort of touch because I don't drive very often anymore. Right? Once a week I go to visit my folks.
Yeah.
That's it. Otherwise my car is parked. Unless I have to go to Home Depot or something. I just don't.
When we lived over on Flora Street, it was like that because I was working down where you are in the export building. I was on the 25th floor on the north side. Beautiful view up there, by the way.
Oh, that's the old building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I was walking from Flora Street up there every day and everything, and so we'd be here all week, and it was great because we'd park our car and never use it. We could do all our grocery shopping, go everywhere.
I live in a 15-minute city.
Yeah. Yes.
And you see these people freaking out. You won't be able to leave your zone.
Well, that's a human. That's a city that's or a community that is based on a human model where you don't have food deserts, you don't have the sprawl, where you don't have to buy a freaking car in order to get across town to do everything that you need to do. It makes sense. Same thing with mixed like residential housing above and apartments above businesses and things. That's the stuff we should be building. Is
simple and convenience. You don't spend all your time driving around town trying to get shit done.
Yep.
Now, I mean, North American cities were largely built for the car in the last 75 years. I'd say the last 75 years. Prior to that, like 100 years ago, we had streetcars in this city.
Yeah.
They took you everywhere.
Yep. And everybody lived very close to where they worked, and you were able to do that.
Yeah.
And everybody lived very close to each other. Rich people and poor people were much more cosmopolitan. It was much less.
Have a
Thank you. Oh, go around here. Sorry about
Thank
that.
you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I have a small Caesar, please?
You're okay still?
A small Caesar?
So you're okay?
Yeah, could I get another soda, please?
Yeah.
Happy motoring. That's what John Howard Kunstler calls it. The era of happy motoring, where everything is based on the automobile and everything surrounding the automobile.
Well, we
gotta
had,
get away from that.
like I said, we had electric streetcars in this city for decades, and then they tore them all up, which was stupid. We had rail lines. Well, the Queensway was a rail line. They tore that up and turned it into a highway, which was stupid because old Ottawa South existed then, which is south of the. So let's just bisect the city. I'm like, look, everybody hates the 401, but when they built it, it was far outside of the city.
Yes, that's right.
That's why they had. That's why it's the widest, busiest highway in the world, because they had room to build and expand, and it was built far outside the city. Like when CFTO built their new studios out there, it was like, that's in the middle of nowhere. Now it's in the middle of the city, but again, they had the land to build it to scale. You can't expand the Queensway. There's nowhere to do it. They actually thought a few years ago about decking it. And somebody, it was in the cards. And somebody said, no, why don't we just, build better transit? And maybe how about a ring road?
The way that it works, like the logistics of vehicle transport and the mechanics of it. And there are a couple of YouTube channels that have actually explored this and look at the mathematical modeling of it. The more road you build,
the more cars you get.
The more cars you will get,
Yep.
And so you get a slight dip. I think it's Adam. He's a guy out of it's not Czech Republic anymore, is it? What is it? No.
Yeah, Czech Republic.
Czechia.
Czechia.
Yeah, I think he's out of there, and he did a video looking at that. You get a small dip. A very brief small dip in traffic congestion problems, and then within space of about 2 or 3 months of its opening, you're right back up to the same problems.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Look, because everybody goes, "Ooh, there's that new highway. I'll use that."
Yeah, we can't car ourselves out of the car problem. We gotta get rid of that mindset, and there's no way in hell electric cars, no matter how wonderful they are going to save us from that. So it takes just as much gas to make an electric car as it does a regular car.
I have no idea about that. I honestly don't know. But what I do know is this: is that a few years ago, a bunch of Dutch tourists came to Toronto, and they landed in Toronto, and they were disgusted at the cars everywhere, and you had to drive everywhere. And I said, "Yeah," I said, "I get it." They're like, "Why don't you have this?" And I go, "Because the city is not as old as your country."
Yeah, that's true.
It was built around the automobile.
Yep.
And it's going to take a generation to change it.
Yeah.
You're going to, and look, they've barely funded transit in that city for the last 30 years.
Yep.
I mean, you look at any other major North American city's transit system compared to Toronto.
TTC's falling apart.
It's terrible.
It's like dangerous.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Like the stairs are crumbling.
Oh yeah, the stations.
The infrastructure is abysmal. I wonder what the tracks are like.
Well, one of the big issues is they refuse to raise property taxes in the city of Toronto. It's the lowest property taxes in the country by a large margin.
Yep.
My sister told me what she pays in property taxes for her new place in Grafton versus what she paid in Port Credit, which is Mississauga. And I was like, what? She goes, oh yeah, Toronto's got the lowest property taxes in the country, and no mayor will raise them because they'll lose their job.
Their throat. Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, but the city's broke and it's crumbling. Like,
yeah.
I'm not going to get into the politics of it. We don't want to wade into the weeds on that on a Saturday, but rapid transit, mass transit is something that I support, and I'm going to be happy when it's fully functional here again.
Yeah. I really liked how they did it. Like when I was in my basic training out in BC, out in Albert Head, the BC Transit, like they ran everything. They ran the ferries, they ran the buses all over the island, all over the mainland, and everything. We're doing a night route march in the middle of absolutely nowhere on Vancouver Island, and we're just walking along the edge of the road there. When I walk past this bus stop, I'm like, a bus stop out here? And then a few minutes later, a bus goes by. I'm like, huh. That's really cool. You could actually live out in the country and still have access to transportation and get to a job. Holy crap. Wish we could do that in Ontario.
How novel, eh?
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky now that in my job, I needed a car before for my job.
Yeah.
Position I'm in now, I don't need a car. So I'm literally on a fence, and I talked to my folks about it. And I said, I don't know, my lease is up in like a year. I don't know what I'm going to do. If I buy it out or if I just drop the keys on the desk. And I'm of the mind that I'll just drop the keys on the desk.
If like you guys are in an envious position from my perspective, because I live out in the woods.
Yeah,
so it's an it's one of the things about the property. Thank you very much. Taxes might be cheaper out there, and housing might be a little less expensive.
Thank you.
There's still additional costs you have to accrue.
Oh, yeah.
I own a snowblower. I own a
Thank you.
gas-powered lawn tractor because I got a big, huge freaking lawn. Not that I try to mow my lawn very well because I like a longer lawn, anyways. But
Yeah.
But there are these things that you have to do in order for maintenance or everything. But if you're living in a town like this,
Did I do that? I don't think I did that. I think you did that, didn't
No.
you?
you did that.
It couldn't have been me. My foot's nowhere near.
I'm
it.
over here. So it wasn't me.
my feet are actually crossed under the bench.
Maybe I did too.
But if you can get away with that, and you're only using it once a week anyways, even if you need it to visit your parents or something like that, get an Uber or rent one.
Well, and
It'd be a lot cheaper. You save yourself all the money.
Well, this
on
is what I'm
maintenance
thinking.
and taxes.
pardon?
Or Communauto or that type of thing.
Yeah, Virtue Car.
Yeah.
This is what I'm thinking I'll do instead. It's like if I need to take a road trip somewhere and I need a car, I can rent one. Yeah.
We did that for the longest time. Alex, my Beaver Sweetie had a Toyota Celica that used to belong to his brother. I looked really cute in that
Oh, I
car,
like
by the way.
Celicas. They're nice.
I had a few of them.
I looked very cute, and I just rolled down the windows. Like, don't I look cute in my boyfriend's car? But he was going to Toronto for an appointment for his hearing because he was born without one of those in one of his ears.
Mhm.
So and they were planning to do a surgery for him, but at this point they were trusting new hearing aids, I believe. And he was in Toronto, and as he got as he was getting to the off ramp where he was, the car lost the will to live. He had basically drove it right into the ground. They managed to get off the highway, and then we didn't have a car for the better part of that was 5 or 6 years.
Mm.
Just didn't miss it whatsoever.
Nope.
Now his brother decided he was going to order another car, an electric one, and so we took his old one. So now we have one again, but it's. For 5 or 6 years, it was just the Virtue Car was like five blocks down, and they just click. And
They're
and
all
if we
within
really
a
needed
block
a
of me.
taxi, or that's what delivery trucks are for. Because there's a bigger piece, and we saved a lot of money with those years. We didn't spend as much on taxis and delivery and Uber and stuff like that as we'd spend a month just on a car, especially if you had depreciation and that type of stuff, right? So on the Celica there wasn't much depreciation. It was all this, but the one we have now, there's still some depreciation. So yeah, it was
Switching things up here. So I have to switch that out when we have a guest remotely. I have to because this has to switch anyway.
Yeah. So I for me, just living more urban and whatnot, that just eliminates any need for a car.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, and it's a consideration on my part because it's like I look at between the lease cost, the parking cost, and the insurance cost, it's almost $700 a month.
Yep.
Mhm.
That doesn't cover any fuel whatsoever.
Yep.
Now, again, I'll put $50 in, and that's good for a month.
Yeah.
But still, it's still an expense. It's still $500, $600 a year
It
minimum,
adds up
right?
a lot.
So let's say I started driving a little bit more because summertime comes along and somebody invites you to a party somewhere. I'm like, okay, so but if I walk away from the lease, and I've had a few friends say, why don't you buy it and then sell it my buyout's $10,000. Buy it for $10,000, sell it for $15,000.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, I suppose I could do that because I could easily get that for it because it has 22,000 kilometers on it. It's not a scratch. It's mint.
It's nice.
But I still need $10,000 to buy it out.
Yeah.
Right. And then do I have a guarantee?
Take a hit in taxes too?
Well, and what if I don't? What if I end up only being able to sell it for 12,000 or maybe 10,000? Or what if it's a loss? There's no guarantee.
Right.
So I think I might just. Although a buddy of mine has expressed interest in buying it, and I said, "Well, maybe I'll just put you in touch with my buddy." He goes, "Well, you buy it and sell it to me for I'm like,
Nope.
It's easier if I just say,
What-
you come with me.
Once
He
you
would
buy
like
it,
to buy
it
it.
is yours until the other transaction.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee that second transaction's happening.
Yeah.
That's what happened with the house with the furnace
Oh, yeah.
when it got there, because they had to replace the furnace, and they did one of those stupid things where you get a contract where you paid over 15 years, you end up paying off this furnace 7 times the price.
Yeah.
So when we got there, it's like, well, if we didn't want to take over the contract, well, then somebody would have to come and take out the furnace, and then we'd have to go and buy another furnace. So they said, well, we'll just take over the contract. I said, no, we don't want to buy a contract. It's like, we will add X number of $1,000s to our price, like this, which is the price of the end up the contract. You buy the contract, make sure it's cleared in your name, and then we buy the house and we buy it, because we do not want to buy a contract.
No, you don't.
At all.
Because they're a ripoff.
It turns out they really took advantage of the two ladies, because it was two ladies that really, they took advantage of them, because the thing was completely misinstalled. Turns out we had an HVAC person come in, because they left all their junk downstairs, because it's just we're on limestone, so they just blasted a hole to put the furnace in. They left extra pipes and things. They just left their mess down, all the junk down, and they didn't install it.
That's
right.
not professional.
I guess, and they didn't even put the thing for the like the fan is really loud. When we watch TV, we actually have to turn off the heat, because the fan comes on, and then we have to jack up the volume so fast, so we actually turn off the heat while we watch the movie. So that's how poorly installed it was.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's bad.
So we have to fix that. So yeah, they really screwed them over, and I don't not know the name of the company, because if I did, I would say it.
Yeah. Well, it's
They did a shit job.
That sucks.
Yep. And we're thinking, because we got that thing, Kingston's doing this thing called Better Homes Kingston, where they take the property value assessment of your home, and they will give you 10% of that as an interest-free loan for 20 years, which gets puts on your taxes if you do stuff to green your home.
Nice.
And achieve an X number percentage of GHG reduction. So you had somebody come in and do your assessment, then you do your changes. You have somebody do the assessment again.
Laura, we have to look into that, see if they do that in Belleville. Remind me to do that when I get home.
So we're doing but because there was so much demand, and then post-COVID, and everybody's asking for stuff, we finally have had someone been able to come in to give us an estimate at insulating the outside of the house.
Yeah, you've been waiting for what, 2 years now?
We're close to 2 years now. We've had a hole in the floor in the bedroom.
Yeah.
For over a year, because we have to wait.
That's just money going right out the door, right?
Well, the thing is that you have to get all the estimates, and then you got to send it. You got to get it. So we're approved for the loan, but you got to send the estimates. They have to assess whether or not they think it would meet the GHG reduction goals, and then they unlock the money.
Okay.
But you have to get all of your quotes first.
You have to get all the ducks
Well,
in a row first.
when it takes a full year to get people to come in to give a quote,
Jesus.
Yeah.
because that's how busy they are. So we figured, while we're going to be doing that, since we're doing that, we're going to probably do a heat pump. Like this, keep the furnace, like this, so because we won't be able to have it 365 days a year, but we'll be able to reduce furnace consumption a lot. And since they're already making holes in the place by taking off the siding, rather than putting the siding and making a hole afterwards, so everything's going to just look neat and nice after.
Well, and heat pumps
are
becoming like super popular, right? Because they're very efficient, and I know that they're installing them everywhere right now. Like people are looking at getting them done because they work really well and they're efficient, and they'll save you money.
Yeah. So we're looking at insulating the outside. Our addition in the back, they didn't insulate. They dug the hole for the foundation. They put the foundation, then they didn't insulate the foundation. And then they built the thing on top of the thing. And then there's gaps in the wood, so there's a whole bunch of air coming through that. So all that needs to be spray foamed. And then we have to put more insulation in the attic. So those are the insulation around the house, insulating the attic, putting hole in the floor, insulating underneath there, and then the heat pump things are the first thing we're going to do, and we're going to see how much that reduces our bill. And then if not, we'll do more, because the federal government now has one as well, where they're going to give you an interest-free loan as well. And then they already have that green program that already existed from before. So we're going to get some rebates on the heat pumps and that type of stuff. So over time, we'll be able to do a fair amount to green our home and reduce the footprint, but and have it start paying back.
It's a long process, right?
But we looked at things like solar. It's like our roof's on the wrong pitch.
Oh, so
that the light would never hit it directly. And then we have this. It would be good like in the spring, but once the leaves come on the trees in front, it would just completely block.
Yeah, so it's pointless.
So solar wasn't there. We thought of solar heating for water. like this, and that would be there. But when we looked at our water consumption, it was like we would die before that would pay for itself.
No point to that.
Right. I mean, there's points in terms of saving the energy, but I mean, but if
You got to run the
you're
metrics,
also
right?
doing, it also has to be beneficial to you.
It's
I mean,
not
unless
bad.
you're just an idealist, and and it's like we don't care if we're not going to make it back. We're making it in a better place.
Well,
But-
if you're an idealist with big pockets, sure.
Yeah.
But, we all have a budget we have to work within. So
exactly.
yeah.
So it's but we're excited, and we've decided, like I said, the other project is trying to turn the shed into a studio. So we don't know how fast this will be, and we finally we were debating back and forth on the garden last year. We planted a cherry tree,
Mhm.
but it looks like we're gonna do a pretty decent garden where we're gonna try and grow a whole bunch of stuff, because I mean, just last year, right, the price of lettuce got to like $9 a head at one point. There was like some type of fungus or something, and then the production, and the eggs at one point.
Yeah.
Now eggs, we're not gonna have chickens or whatnot like this. But
You're
you know,
allowed to.
yes, we're allowed to, if you get the okay of all your neighbors. But growing some lettuce, some green onions, some beans, some herbs, some tomatoes, just all that type of stuff. And the house is small; it's not even 900 square feet, but the lot's like 50 by 140.
Yeah, you got lots of room.
So it's like
But-
we got room for a garden.
The thing is, it's like people go. I remember I was talking to my grandfather a long time ago. He's been gone for 25 plus years. But I remember I was talking to him about it. He said, when things get tough back in my day, we could have chickens, we could have a goat, or we could grow crops in the backyard because we had the space. He goes, "You live in a city." I go, "No, I'm in a."
Oh, sorry.
No, that was me.
Yep.
I said, "Yeah, I'm in a city. I live in an apartment building. I can't do that."
Yeah.
Like,
Now you can, like, even in an apartment, you can do some fairly intensive gardening, like on a balcony, depending on your balcony. Like
no
you got-
balcony.
Okay, well, I mean,
So I can't.
You're fine.
Basically, yeah.
that's
So he's like, "Well, you could grow wheatgrass in your kitchen."
Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
I could,
but
I'm not going to.
no,
That's no. And that, and the fact that I hate gardening. No, I hate it.
I used to hate it, but then I
Hate it.
started doing it, and now I've got, like, we usually, we grow. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 beds that I grow in my backyard, and a couple in the front yard. So we put in, I don't know, we usually put in like carrots, herbs, cucumbers, squash, like things that are, and onions and stuff like that. Things that, like, root vegetables that can keep.
Well, the thing
Because
is,
then we can eat them all winter.
I'm pretty much allergic to everything in the garden. So
Well,
one of the reasons
So
why
you don't
I
want to
hate
rub
it.
up against it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a moot point. Then.
No, that's why
Yeah.
it's like, oh, let's do some gardening. No, I'm not
No.
fucking doing that.
Yeah.
Let's go berry picking.
Let's not say
Fuck
we did.
off. No, totally cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally, that's my attitude. Fuck off. Nope, nope. You want me to squat in the dirt in the hot sun and pick berries? Fuck that. No, I ain't doing it. It's an unpleasant experience for me. I enjoy nothing about it. Not to mention the fact that I worked in construction for 29 years. You think I want to do something laborious with my free time? You've got to be high. It ain't fucking happening.
That's another thing that's fun to garden too.
Berries?
No, you said hi.
Oh, allergic to that
He's
too.
allergic to that too.
Yeah. Okay. Well, don't get a garden.
Yeah,
That's cool.
see,
There
like
you go.
literally, that
Yeah.
I'm allergic to damn near everything.
Now, what they do in some like in Eastern European communities where people are living in town and
They have community gardens,
They've got
yeah.
community gardens where you can go out and you can have your own patch if you want.
And
right?
they've had them here. So where I live, there's like
Yeah.
four parks within 100 meters
Yeah.
of one another, right? And I think they had a small community garden at Minto Park. Not Minto. What's the other one just over here behind the Wings place? Anyway, I think they had one there a few years ago, but they redid the park and it's gone now.
Yeah.
I just don't think there was enough interest in it.
No, that's too bad. Well, I don't think things have gotten quite that grim yet.
No,
that
and
people do
that
that.
area too. Like when you go down
Yeah.
those sides, they're all they're homes.
Yes, they've got.
They all
them.
have yards.
They've
They
all
all
got the
yeah.
yards.
Like my buddy who lives
Yeah.
down the street. We sit on his porch for Scotch and cigar night on Wednesdays.
Yep.
In the summer, he gardens. He has a garden in his backyard. Now he's got interlocking stone everywhere, and he's got a pergola and a nice deck and everything. But he does have a small garden. He grows his own peppers and
Thanks.
It's been a long day.
yeah, no worries.
I'll be right back with the sheet.
Thanks. Yeah, he grows his own peppers and herbs and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I'm allergic to everything in the garden, so it's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable to be there, let alone do it.
I thought it'd be kind of fun to have guinea fowl
Oh.
because they're cute little things. But they eat the ticks, which is a big problem around our place. I see this.
There you go. All right. Just have a little musical interlude for you kids. Is
that some dialing music? He's singing the theme from the girl from Ipanema.
Technical problems. Please stand by.
Entertaining to listen to him in the shower.
Oh, you guys took a shower together, did you?
He's got one of those beautiful, like those rain
Giant
shower
rain
things.
shower
I
heads,
love those things.
Yeah.
Laura, we have to get one of those for the bathroom in the bedroom.
So I didn't think I liked them until I stayed at a friend's place in New Delhi, and the guest bedroom had its own shower and toilet and that, and it had a rain shower head, and I didn't think I'd like one until I used it. And went, oh,
Yep.
I like that.
It is universal. Ever since I got that place, because I bought it the condo on plan, they gave me the option of having. Thank you.
Thanks.
They gave me the option of having regular shower or rain shower, and I just thought, I'm one of those freaks who likes the rain.
Well, I didn't think I'd like the rain shower only because I like to have a shower with pressure because I have a massaging shower head and that. But once I used it, I went, you know what? I like it.
Yeah, it's just this very pleasant and nice thing, and especially when it falls directly on your head and then pours down the rest of your body. Absolutely, anybody who's come over who's never been under one before, so
Wants one.
Oh, I love your shower.
And Laura, the nice thing about it also is that the water flows straight down, not right beside the wall, so it doesn't erode or cause any problems. It's very easy.
It's straight.
Keep clean.
Yeah.
It's very clean.
Yeah, I've very rarely all the squeegee or the mildew between the things in
just
the
doesn't
tile
happen.
just doesn't happen.
I've
lived there, I think, close to 20 years now, and I think I've had to demildew the tiles maybe twice.
Wow.
Just
I looked
really...
at so when I bought my last shower head, it's got the ring and a detachable, right? So you can have but when you run it when you're running both, you lose a lot of the pressure, right? And because it's a water reducing one as well.
Yeah.
But I considered getting a big square rain shower thing, but this one I had to buy an extension arm because when it comes down like this, it's hitting me in the chest.
Too low.
So I had to put the extension. So I'd need another extension to get the rain shower head. And those, you know how much those things cost?
A couple $100, I would
Yeah.
say.
Insane.
Yep.
You can get them.
Should not be.
You can
Plumbing
get
faucets, like a kitchen faucet.
Right.
You got to spend close to $400 freaking dollars
You
to
can
get
get-
one that's decent.
you can get a cheap one, and you can get them at places like Factory Direct or something like that. But you get what you pay for.
Exactly, and they don't last very long.
No, if you get 2 years out of it, you're doing good. Now this one I have, it's a Delta.
Mhm.
I got it on sale. It was regular $159 on for $49 at Canadian Tire. It was a great deal, so I bought it. And my buddy goes, "It's Delta, dude." I go, He goes, "You don't get it. It's guaranteed for life." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Buy it once, buy it life. Buy it for looks, buy it for life. Literally, it's guaranteed forever." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, good." I mean, I'm in an apartment, so how much do I want to spend? That being said, I'm never leaving. I'm never going to be in a position to own. If I was going to buy it, would be a condo. It would be. I want to stay in this neighborhood. So to buy in this neighborhood, I'm looking at $1 million and change. Well, I don't have that. I'm never going to have it. $1 million to buy a house? No. I mean, I got to come up with a 20% down payment.
Yeah.
Here's $200,000. I think I could invest that instead if I had it.
And then hope that interest rates don't go through the friggin' roof.
As you can attest.
Yep. Started out with a mortgage of about $850 a month, and now it's $1,300 and something.
That's a big jump.
That is huge.
That's between March and now.
Yeah. So in a year.
And the last interest rate thing of the bank account did not go up. So that was March between the March and the last interest rate increase. So it's a lot. It's a lot. There's some hope. No, that's over there.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's there. The battery died.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So-
fine. It's
Well,
fine.
marvelous.
Yeah, I'm hoping that there will be. I saw an article the other day that suggested that the interest rates might be starting to go down as a result of the SV Bank thing.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I was
Like
wondering.
this.
Have any more banks collapsed?
There's two more, I think, in the U.S. that have.
two more that have
And
since
Credit
the US?
Suisse is on the verge.
Yeah,
Yeah, they bailed it, so they,
yeah.
they
Credit Suisse
stabilized it for now.
got bailed out for now, and First Republic got bailed out by the bigger banks.
Let me just fix this here.
$30 million their way, but I don't know for the rest. But yeah, I'm just
Thing
a
is,
little.
they can't do that for every single bank.
No, they can't.
They can't. Because we'll all be out of money.
Yep.
No time, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's not too bad, eh?
So I guess it's fine.
Yeah, the other one, I forgot to bring a chart. Like I forgot the plug-in for that one, and that one has it's battery operated.
Okay.
The battery's dead. That's fine. That's fine. We're at the 4.5 hour market. I think we'll see how much longer we go for. I don't think we'll be doing a 6 hour marathon
No.
today. I don't think I have it in me.
I checked on my car; it's still there, so I'm happy.
Okay.
I'm so proud. I'm so happy. Like the parking was free today.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, last night we were looking around for a place to park and everything. And it's hard. They're right in front. Boom. So
Nice.
Ottawa, you redeemed yourself.
There
Don't
you go.
hate driving around in you that much.
Nice.
Slowly, the plan is working.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But
It just seems like the light just like went up.
no, I turned that one up because
Okay.
that one.
Okay, you were able to do it from there.
No, I leaned over there and did it. I can do it from
Okay,
here. I just
okay.
haven't loaded the software on it. Well, I have the software loaded on it, and I could do it from here. But the thing is, this is a 4-year-old laptop, so I don't want to do anything that can bog down.
Yes.
Not a Dell, is it?
No, it's a
Okay.
Lenovo.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's a Lenovo.
Yeah.
I'll bring a power supply for that next time, and I'll be fine.
Yum.
Yeah,
I love the fact that you can run this whole damn system off of a laptop and a monitor.
Yeah. Well, this is the brains of it. Like
That
this is
is-
the audio right there.
Okay.
In the laptop, what it does is it's a web service.
Right.
So I just use this website, and I can send
Could
it
you
out.
simply run this off your phone?
Yeah, I can do it off my phone as well.
That's so cool.
But you're limited, of
Yeah, of
course.
course.
But I can, because if you look there, you can see there's on the left-hand side underneath my name.
Yep.
It has phone or computer,
Okay.
so you can switch it up. So yeah, I could log in with my phone right now if I wanted to, because I have production credits on my
Right.
phone, and give you another angle if I wanted to.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really neat.
Wow.
So I'll show you how it works.
So much to learn.
I'll show you how it works. It's kind of cool actually when you think about it.
My youngest son Duncan, he's in doing editing and like video editing and things like that in grade 12 right now. So pay attention, Duncan.
Oh, shit, I can't remember what the. There it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm just
If
going
I
to
ever
log
do
in.
podcast, I think he's going to have to be my roadie.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm logging in on my phone. Give it a few seconds, and then I'll join the stream.
Through the phone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
What?
It's so it's kind of right up there. It's
Just get the angle.
the visual. Oh man.
Let me just give you another camera angle here. It takes a few seconds while it logs in. What the hell is that? There we go.
There you go. Okay.
Come on, log in. Any second, you'll see it. It'll pop up there.
Yep.
What do we got here?
Okay.
And enter as myself again.
All right.
And then I'll just.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow.
Right? So there's just another angle because I'm using my phone. Oh, you got to turn the volume down.
Yeah.
And then if I turn it this way, everybody gets to see how the sausage is. Okay. You see, we have a separate monitor there, and then I have a laptop here, and I even have a tablet, but the battery died. So Yeah, that's how it all works. You can see the one right on the light there, right on the light on the right, battery died. So yeah, I can do it off my phone as well. Now you won't. I don't have the mic on the phone going, so that I can feedback. Anyway, just gonna pull myself out somehow. How do I do that? I'll do that. This. There we go.
There you go.
Elaine's right. There are not that many trains that come to Windsor. In fact, I just heard on the news the other day, I was telling Douglas about that. They just are canceling the morning daily run through Belleville.
Why?
On Via.
Not enough passengers?
I don't know if it's that or if they need the track space for freight.
Oh yeah, that's why they need to build separate passenger rail.
Yeah, it's you could have such a much better rail system, passenger rail system, if you had it on a separate track.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do know
that's
that
what they're working on now.
Mm-hmm. Well, they are working on that, along with it'll be a higher speed,
slightly higher speed, but more frequency.
More frequency
track, so not high speed rail, but high frequency.
High frequency, yeah. And they're updating all the cars as well, which will be nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, I love traveling via rail. I love traveling via rail.
It's civilized.
It is, and it's not outrageously expensive.
No.
Especially if you buy in advance.
In advance, it's not.
And it's
if you're buying the same day, it's a little ridiculous.
Well, buying the same day of any travel mode is going to be expensive.
The train's particularly ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can sometimes be twice the bus.
Oh yeah.
Right, which is it's not really an incentive to take it at that point. No. It's like, well, gee, it's going to take about the same amount of time, but this is going to cost me twice as much. I think I'll
take the bus. Yeah, and look, well,
which is a shame because I'm pretty convinced that if with proper marketing and if they lowered the price just a little, more people would go.
I absolutely believe more would. But again, we need the separate rail line first. That needs to be built, right? We don't have a bus station in Ottawa anymore.
No,
they tore it down.
Yeah,
the building's gone, and which is I get it. The pandemic kind of killed it.
Yeah.
But now if you want to take a bus,
it was the one down by the 416.
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember. Yeah,
417.
417. Yeah, I took it
just a few blocks from here. Yeah. Well, now you take a bus and you get off at is it Saint Laurent and Britannia? Are those the two stops?
Jesus.
Each end of the city, right?
Yeah. With Fallowfield.
Fallowfield?
At Fallowfield, yeah.
Okay. But now
which is convenient if you're on the west end of the city.
Yeah.
It really is.
And Saint Laurent is actually the rail line is right there. You get on the LRT. So
that's not too bad.
So for me, I'd take the train to Saint Laurent and then hop on the bus.
Yeah.
But I haven't taken the bus anywhere recently because I haven't had a reason to. It's a buddies who wanted. They're like, "Hey, we're going to Montreal next weekend." I'm like, "I got a PubCast, dude. Can't do it. Sorry." It's like, "Oh, how about the following weekend?" Ask me later. I don't know.
For Kit Elaine, the bus. Are there buses that still leave from the Catherine?
I don't think so
anymore.
There's no,
because I know there was plans to.
The station's gone. They tore it down.
Okay. So then they're no longer, because I believe that the plan was to take the station down, and I thought that they were going to move the bus depot to where the train station is. And then I saw that there was a campaign to try to keep the bus station open.
Yeah.
But I guess that the one didn't work. But I don't know where the bus. Well, I mean, there is no Greyhound anymore, so they don't need the station. And Megabus picks up from Saint Laurent Shopping Center. And Flixbus picks up from the market. So.
Well, where in the market do they stop?
Right in front of the art school on George Street.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah. Right behind the bay.
Yeah, right by the totem pole, right behind the bay. Yeah. So I mean, for me, that's great.
Yeah,
it's a 3-minute walk where I live.
There,
in Ottawa. So it's but and Flixbus, I have to say, is very good, and prices are good. Megabus is as well priced, but the price is a little more expensive.
Flix is a German company, isn't it?
I believe so. Yes.
Megabus is British.
Yes. But Flix both in Kingston and Ottawa has, at least for me, the more convenient drop-off and pickup point.
Yeah, I looked at it online and I go, it looks interesting. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
And the coaches are comfortable.
Yeah,
it's nice. And then of course we have there's rideshare service, Papa Ride and stuff as well. So if you're stuck that way, you can rideshare with people. But
as I understand
but when I was dating Alex at the beginning, before there was no Papa Ride and Allo Step was more of a Quebec thing, they tried to set their place in Ontario, but I guess they were breaking some rideshare laws and they closed it down. there was just bus and train, and I remember you could take a bus. There was at least 2 buses a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. And then they just eliminated the morning bus. So there was a bus from Toronto that came that would stop in Kingston, pick people up and go. And then they just decided it was going to stop stopping in Kingston. Like, why? You're passing by it anyway.
Yep.
And for about 2 years, and the whole last year that we were dating long distance before I moved, the only way there was either a bus or one of those, load 7 or 8 people in a airport sort of shuttle bus type thing, driven by someone who will sometimes drive 140 kilometers an hour down. And so
at least with a bus, you've got a professional driver
riding like this.
Yeah.
All the way. So, but that's all there was for about it. The second year that we were dating, there was almost no way. And if you were living in Kingston and wanted to come to Ottawa by bus, you could not go and come back the same day. You absolutely had to stay overnight. The bus would get you in. You'd take an 11-something bus that would get you in at around like 2, but the bus back was at like 3:15.
Well, that's brutal.
Well, you can't have a meeting. You can't do it. It's like, what the hell was that? Like, it was horrible. So and when Megabus started doing the Ottawa to Kingston trip, when they started, it was only Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
That's weird.
And then they went Wednesday to Sunday, and now they're doing 7 days. But at first it was just like just before the weekend, nothing on Saturday, and on the day you're coming back Sunday.
That's not convenient at all.
No.
I'd like to see GO trains along the entire corridor in southern Ontario.
Right.
It'd be so convenient from Peterborough to Toronto. They are saying it to Peterborough, but Belleville, Kingston, Brockville, Ottawa, they would make
completely
make
agree.
life so much better.
Well, there's talk.
Take a lot of traffic off the 401.
There was talk about a consortium a few years ago called Moose. I don't know if you're familiar with Moose. Yeah. So they were going to use existing rail lines to build out to smaller communities outside of Ottawa.
Yep.
Existing lines.
Perfect.
Many of them have been abandoned.
Yep, but they're
they're still there, and they're still good.
Yeah, I mean, well, once you've done all of the construction work to build the grade, to build all the trestles and everything like that, it's not really that difficult to put down the ballast and the tracks and
rail ties.
Ties? No, they're called floaters. No, yeah, I guess ties. Yeah.
But I don't know what's become of it. But the idea was to have Buckingham, Brockville, Cantley, like existing lines.
Yeah, just hook them all together.
Smith Falls.
Oh yeah.
Carlton Place,
That would be a game changer for a lot of people, especially for keeping in touch with their families who are working in different communities and looking after parents and things like that.
And I talked to a buddy who lived in Smith Falls at the time. He's in Kingston now, but he and his wife were in Smith Falls, and he drove into Ottawa every day.
Yeah, that's a
not Smith Falls, Carlton Place.
Carlton Place. That's still a hell of a drive.
Yeah, it is. It's still a hell of a drive. There's a four-lane highway, yes, but still.
In February or in a snowstorm, it sucks. It's a horrible drive.
He used to have a big pickup truck. I'm like, dude, how much does it cost to fill that? And he goes, and he told me, and he says, and I do that twice a week. I'm like, oh, geez.
Yeah.
So they got rid of that, and he got like a little Honda Fit. And he goes, okay, I fill it with an eyedropper, and I do it every 3 weeks now. I go, yeah, big difference, right? He goes, the thing is, because he used to take part in, he would cater LARP events. And that's what he had the pickup truck for.
Well, yeah, because he's got a lot of stuff he has to carry.
So he had to buy a trailer to hook to the back of the Honda Fit. So
big deal.
But he said that it immediately improved the quality of life because, in a smaller vehicle, and they were saving so much money right off the hop. But he ended up taking a job in Kingston now. So if you're watching, brother, hey, how's it going? He might be. I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a bit.
I'm happy that the plans for the high frequency train are planning to have the train go through Trois-Rivières again.
Oh yeah,
because that was when I was a kid. It was the case, and then that switched.
Yeah.
And now it's coming back because that's my half brother's in that area, so it makes it easier to go visit. Robert, in Trois-Rivières. I haven't been there in so long. I like
Trois-Rivières when I was in the Navy.
Good
times.
We'll not touch that one.
No, it was nothing like that. It's just admiring from afar.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
One of the few girls I've kissed in my life was a girl from Ottawa.
Well, what do you say we wind this up, gentlemen? Because
All
I'm fading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm fading fast.
I've got my Ramstein all keyed up there for the drive back.
Du hast mich. Yeah, I'm fading fast, and tomorrow's a very long day for me. So I think we'll wind this up.
All right.
All right,
I
kids.
want to say thanks to everybody for tuning in today.
Well,
It's been a
kids,
lot of fun.
that's the
It was
end
fun.
of this episode of the
Good
True
luck,
North.
Elaine.
Yes, the True North Eager Beaver monthly PubCast, live from the Lieutenant's Pump in Ottawa, the nation's capital. We hope that you enjoyed listening to us because we enjoyed making this for you. Because democracy is something that you do. Tell your friends that we exist.
Yes, please.
Yes, we won't give you any extra assignments today.
And
Just
smash
tell you-
the like button.
Yes, yes. Heed the wisdom of philosopher Kit Elaine. Smash thy button. Of course, if you want our podcasts to come directly to you once they are fresh off the bandwidth, you can subscribe to us at our podcast address. That's
Good for you.
podcast.com/the True North Eager Beaver, all in lowercase letters with a hyphen between each one of those words. And we will come to you when we have something. If you would like to help us reach at least 1,000 subscribers on our True North Eager Beaver Media YouTube channel, we would help that very much. We're getting very, very, very close to 200. So if you could push us over that milestone, we would appreciate it, because that means that we are 1/5 of the way. And you know what? That's better than being 1/8 of the way and
There we
1/10 of
go.
the way. So every bit counts. So we're relying on you, and we hope you will help us out. So thank you very much. If you enjoy our show and would like to encourage us to do more, well, we shake it for tips. Yes, we do. There we go. See, shaking it right now. So if you would like to find your way to our tip jar, you just so far the QR code is
Yeah,
not there.
I don't
The
know
files
what's
that come
going
up.
on.
So
I don't know what's going
okay,
on.
so you will not be able to scan anything. You will have to use your lovely little digits and let your fingers do the walking to our coffee page. That's coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word,
No,
lowercase
it's
letters.
working. It's working.
Oh, it showed up.
Yeah, it's just
There you
not
go.
showing up on my screen.
Okay, so then it's there. Then use that lovely little thingy that you see above this guy's head there, right there. Right there, somewhere there. You just take your camera and take a little picture of that thingy there, and
Way over there.
that will
Way.
bring you right to if you're
There
watching.
you go.
So, no merch for the moment because we are working on fixing the suppliers. But when we have that, don't worry, we'll get you a link to that because we know that you miss our stuff, and we have that stuff for
Gonna
you.
have coffee cups the next time out too.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And if you would like to communicate with us, our Facebook page, True North Eager Beaver, our Twitter feed at True Eager, and our email address, True North Eager Beaver or True North Eager Beaver? True North Eager Beaver. Yes, I always mix it up.
I had to think about that.
Yes, True North Eager Beaver at gmail.com. Or you can leave a comment on our YouTube channels or on the Choir Media channel. We read everything. So
Yes,
we thank you very much for taking the time to give us some suggestions. Also, a big thank you to Kit Rebecca and Kit. Can't remember off the top of my head, but you know who you are, and we will mention you again on our regular shows for the lovely tips you sent us after our Friday show. Thank you.
Thanks, eh?
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
We're
it.
very grateful. From the Lieutenant's Pub in our beautiful nation's capital, Ottawa, on a gorgeous day post St. Patrick. Well, this is your Iggy Beaver saying, please be kind to and gentle with yourself. And since we have two friends here, Mr. Grizzly and Kit Hugh, some words of wisdom, please, for our kids.
Don't drink and drive. I know I said that the other day, but I've been drinking, and I'm not driving.
Don't
I'm
drink.
walking across the street, but
Don't drink and walk hard.
Don't drink and drive, drink and thrive.
That's right.
All right.
Be
never heard
kind
that
to each
before.
other.
Yes, I like that one. That's a good
What's
one.
what?
Be kind,
Be
to,
kind
each
to
other.
each other.
All right, that's good business. All right, kids. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum, and The Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. Hey kids, cheers. Have yourself some liquid salad if you can.
See ya.
See ya.
Take care.
Welcome to the place where everyone knows your name, where everyone's your friend, where good times are had by all. Sit back, relax, pour yourself a beverage and enjoy our company. I know we'll certainly enjoy yours. Welcome to the True North Eager Beaver PubCast. Once a month, we gather at the Lieutenant's Pump at 361 Elgin Street in downtown Ottawa, Canada's capital city, bringing you joy and happiness all day long.